The light. Eddard POV. It took 2 weeks for us to finally leave. The Lannisters stopped everyone from leaving the city, but even they couldn't keep this up any longer. 2 weeks of darkness were over as we were brought to a ship by the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper, whose name he didn't mention, said that we could move freely in the ship since we left the harbor. Looking at the blue sky brightened my mood a little bit. My thoughts didn't go to a dark place anymore, but they didn't disappear. The war was inevitable as of now. Edmure, Stannis, and Lannisters will clash, and there isn't much I can do to stop it. All I can do is wonder why Stannis didn't try to stop it before. I could only speculate his reasons. Edmure knew the truth too, but I understood him better. He didn't trust the Baratheons or the Lannisters from the start. He ruled Riverlands in his father's name for some time now. He was an effective lord who prided himself in his achievements. He saw what the future would bring and started to prepare for it. Still, he lied to me, used me. The light from the sun seemed gloomy to me right now. I missed the cold winds from the north. I can only hope that everyone is fine back in Winterfell. That Edmure took care of my daughters. It is all I could hope for right now. Sailing towards White Harbor was the fastest way to go back home. I didn't trust Stannis to go to Dragonstone. I didn't want to meet with Edmure right now either. How I would act around him now, I didn't know. Only home and my children mattered to me right now. They were things I thought about the most in these few days of sailing. The only things that kept me from nightmares and gave me strength. It's all I could ask for right now. My Lord Jory ran to me and called out. What is it? I ask him. Ships, we spotted ships, he answers. What banner do they bear? I ask, hoping it wasn't a golden lion. It's a burning stag, Jory answers me. What? I asked for confirmation. Jory repeated it, and then I went to the deck to see myself. Indeed it was a burning stag with a crown. It could only be Stannis. I wouldn't say I liked how he changed the Baratheon banner, but it is his right to do so. It seems Stannis didn't want to let us pass, as he surrounded us with his ships soon enough. It seems that I had to meet with him, no matter what. I could only wonder how he knew that we would be sailing through there. Men in arms boarded our ship. Then a tall man with black hair and blue eyes came. He didn't look like his brother, but he was unmistakably a Baratheon. I wouldn't say he changed much since I saw him last time. Lord Stannis, I greeted him. King Stannis, a woman in red robes, replies. He is the king of the 7 kingdoms now. I didn't correct myself and looked coolly at the woman, then turned to look at the rest of Stannis' entourage. A slight man with brown hair was standing next to Stannis, and he wore a simple brown mantle, the same color as his hair. It could only be Sir Davos Seaworth that I heard of, and only the woman was a mystery to me. Lord Stannis, I repeated myself. Lord Stark, Stannis greeted me with grinding of his teeth. I presumed that you would be an honorable man and would serve one true king, was I mistaken? I served your brother honorably and truthfully, I responded to him. Yet, you refuse to do so for me. He asks. You should know by now that I am the only heir to Robert. I do, I answer. If only Robert knew that too, I would have already knelt to you. So why aren't you acknowledging my birthright now? He asks me. Why should I? You knew the truth, yet you didn't tell your brothers and left them to die, I answer him. I helped Robert to take the throne because I believed him in being a good king. I can't say the same to you. I ruled the 7 kingdoms with Jon Arryn while Robert drank and whored himself to an early grave. Stannis responds to my words. And yet, when he needed you the most, you weren't here. My lord, King Stannis wasn't safe in King's Landing. His Majesty King Robert wouldn't have believed in his words. He didn't have any other choice but to leave a man, I presume to be Sir Davos, responds. I don't think that Lord Stannis was afraid. A man who stood against the whole Reach wouldn't have been afraid to tell his brother the truth. He wouldn't be afraid of a few Lannisters, I reply. There was nothing for me to do. Robert wouldn't have listened to me. He would have banished me, so I left on my own, Stannis responds. Robert had his faults, I agree. But you didn't even try. You left, leaving your brothers to die, I reply. And yet, you show up to me, now, when it is too late. I simply can't trust you. Stannis Baratheon is your king, no matter how you feel, the Red Woman says. It is his right. You should have already knelt and pledged your loyalty to him. Aerys Targaryen was my king too. He didn't consider the feelings of Starks, and now he is dead, I respond to her. Enough, Stannis yells. I starved myself for almost a year for Robert, as you said. I built him a fleet and did his work. His rewards were to name me Lord of Dragonstone. He exiled me from my home. You were needed there, I reply. I couldn't deny that Stannis was wronged, but who hasn't in this world? Is that why you didn't serve Robert when he needed it the most? Because he wronged you. Enough of this farce, Lord Stark. I will not beg you to serve me. If you deny my birthright, then you are a traitor to me, Stannis tells me and draws his sword. Jory and Harwin next to me draw their swords too. I motion them to stop. Stannis didn't need to kill them too. He might not beg, but I will if it means to save my men. I have already forsaken too many loyal and good men. I wouldn't do that if I was you. Shopkeeper came in front of Stannis. Who are you? Sir Davos asks. My name doesn't matter. What matters is that I already send a hawk to Sir Edmure Tully. Shopkeeper answers. I don't think you want to make the Starks and the Tullys your mortal enemy by killing Lord Stark here, do you? Lord Stark is a traitor. It was the Red Woman who responded. The Lord of Light is all King Stannis needs. King Stannis' enemies will fall before him. Kneel, Lord Stark, it is your last chance, Stannis tells me. I never was afraid of death. I only wish you leave my men alive, I reply to him. Seize him and his men, Stannis gave his order. I didn't resist as his men grabbed my arms. I didn't say anything as chains were put on me. I took one last look at the blue sky, at the light of the sun. I sighed and let myself be led to Stannis' ship. At least he didn't intend to kill me for now. I don't know how many days had passed to reach the Dragonstone. Being locked in a small, dark room at the ship's bottom doesn't help count days. It was dark when we reached the Dragonstone. I was led from the ship to the dungeon in the castle dungeons. It seems that darkness follows me, like an old friend in these times. At least I saw Jory and Harwin unharmed. I knew I would die, but I didn't wish the same for them. There wasn't much I thought about what will happen. I just sat in the dark cell, getting some food and water at times. My mind was clear, but it didn't matter. Time passed slowly in the dark, well, at least that seemed to me. I couldn't tell if a day had passed or a week. When sleep comes to me, I dream of Winterfell. Winterfell stood in the heart of the North for 8,000 years, and it will stand for thousands of years to come. I did not doubt it, but I was worried about how my children would act after hearing that I had died. I was always greeted by darkness when I woke up, so I was surprised that there was light this time. The light blinded me, and I had to cover my eyes to block it. Once my eyes could see again, I saw Sir Davos standing by the cell with a torch in his hand. Lord Stark, he greets me with a bow. Sir Davos, I greeted him back. Is it time for me to die? No, I bring news, he answers. The Lannisters have come to the Riverlands. 30,000 men, Tywin had. Sir Edmure Tully has faced them with only 20,000 men in arms. The battle took place outside the Golden Tooth. Edmure isn't a fool, I reply to him. What happened? Sir Edmure managed to stall them, but after one clash, he retreated, he informs me. It seems he is waiting for your son Robb Stark to come and support him. My son? I ask, concerned. Yes, Robb Stark has called banners and is marching south, Sir Davos answers me. I see. Why are you telling me this? I ask him. His Grace Stannis wants to know if Sir Edmure can win, Sir Davos explains. I don't know if Edmure can win, only gods know, but I know that Edmure won't lose, I tell him. Edmure was long since prepared for war, and he won't be defeated. I see, he responds. I will be leaving to the Stormlands. I don't know what King Stannis will do to you, but it would be better for everyone if you knelt. With Sir Edmure and your son's support, we could end this war. The North won't follow someone they don't know. Stannis is nothing to them. News soon will spread to them that I was captured by him. My lords won't take it kindly, I explain to him. The Northern lords are stubborn men. They won't be given to your king's demands. Then who will they follow? For who they will fight? Sir Davos asks. For Edmure, if he asks. He has done much for the north and is respected if not loved by my lords, I answer. And even if I knelt to Stannis, he couldn't end the war. The Dawn will not support him. Edmure doesn't have a reason to do so too. Robb will definitely not like Stannis for what he has done. They would listen to you. You could be Stannis' hand, Sir Davos tells me. I do not wish for it, and as I said before, I can't trust your king. A man who leaves his own blood isn't something that I can simply serve, I inform him. Can I ask you a question? Of course, my lord, he agrees. How did you know that we would be traveling by sea? I ask him. To tell the truth, I don't know. It was Melisandre, the priestess of the Red God, who told us, he answers. I didn't say anything else to him. After a while, he left. He was leaving me to ponder why he truly has come to see me. To inform me, or to check on me. Maybe he believed he could persuade me. I didn't know, and I could only wonder. Face to face. Edmure POV. The tent was full of lords of Riverlands and their heirs. I sat in front of everyone looking at them and waiting. I was waiting for someone to start talking and questioning me about my actions in this war so far. I didn't have to wait too long as Lord Jon Bracken stood up and cleared his throat. Sir Edmure, he called me out. I know that we have less men than Lannisters, but will we run this time too? Fewer, I corrected him, and he looked at me confused. Never mind, continue. 2 battles we had, Lord Bracken continues. First at the Golden Tooth, after few clashes, you ordered for us to retreat. Then at Pink Maiden, we held defensively against Lannisters for 2 days before you ordered for us to retreat again. Damn you, old goat, we all know that, Lord Blackwood interrupted. What we want to know if you going to retreat this time too, Sir Edmure. Behind us, behind that bridge, is the River Run. I know, just as the Lannisters know, I answer Lord Blackwood. It was their plan from the beginning to besiege River Run. Then why? Why let them do so? Lord Piper asks. I agreed to abandon Pink Maiden, but River Run is of most import. It can't fall. They have twice as many men as we do, I tell them. They wouldn't have if you recalled the men from Harrenhal and Seaguard, Lord Bracken responds. Don't be a fool, Lord Blackwood replies to Jon Bracken. You want to leave a passage for Ironborn to invade us or let Crowlanders pass to our lands. Neither of which is happening. If we had 8,000 from Harrenhal and 5,000 from Seaguard, we wouldn't be in any disadvantage against Lannisters, Lord Bracken responds. Do we need that many men defend from attacks that may not happen? At least half of those men could have been recalled to aid us. And what difference just those men will make? Lord Blackwood asks. The Lannisters still would have more men. At least with our numbers now, we can move more freely. There's no meaning in retreating if we still lose men, Lord Bracken replies. Tell me, Lord Bracken, how many men have I lost? I ask. 5,000, he answers. How many have Lannisters lost? I ask again. About 5,000, he answers. So with twice the number he has over me, we still stand on the same ground, I say. It is true that your riders have hampered their advance by burning their supply route, Lord Bracken responds. But the Lannisters are still gaining ground over us. They have better morale than our men. But it doesn't mean that we are at a disadvantage, I reply. We have something that Lannisters don't. And what is that? Lord Bracken asks. Time. We have time, I answer him. If you have not noticed, the Baratheons aren't supporting the crown. Lannisters have no allies, while we do. So that your plan is to stall Tywin Lannister until the North comes to support us. Lord Bracken asks. It is a most sensible plan, I say. That way, we lose the least men. Even so, how can you risk our lands to bet on the North? Lord Bracken didn't let it go. Lord Bracken, you complaining quite a lot, I say. I understand your concerns, and I have a plan. A new force is already prepared in Maidenpool. They will join the Harrenhal. If things go really bad, we still have 5,000 prepared men from Seaguard to join us. Still, we can't let the Lannisters take River Run. It would dampen our men's morale to the bottom, Lord Roger adds. Then we will defend the bridge, I agree. There isn't any passage through the Red Fork in leagues, not after we burned the one at the Pink Maiden. If Tywin Lannister still finds a way around, my riders will spot them, and we will retreat to the River Run. As I see, it is our only option right now. Lord Blackwood agrees with me. If anyone has better suggestions, I will listen, I tell them. If not, we should rest for tonight. With those words, I dismissed everyone. Relying on the North isn't something they like, but they understand that we don't have any other action to take. But North is still far, and the Lannisters are already upon us. That is why I will rely on the enemy to think just as my lords. Lord Blackwood came to my tent the following morning as his son Edmund was helping me get in my armor. Edmund was 12 years old lad who I decided to take as my squire. The Blackwoods were the most loyal and most powerful house that supported me, so I had taken one of his sons as my squire as a small reward to them. Sir Edmund, your Lord Titus Blackwood greeted me. The Lannisters have sent a messenger. They want to meet with you under the banner of peace. I see, I reply, not surprised. I accept to it. Tell Lord Piper, Lord Vance, Lord Bracken, Lord Roger, and Lord Wayne to join us. Is it wise to meet with the Lannisters? Edmund Blackwood asked after his father left. The Lannisters will tell me to surrender. I will not agree. Lord Tywin will threaten me. I know all of that already, but it is me who has all power in this war, and it is time Lord Tywin learned of it too, I tell him. And I must appear strong in front of my lords. Why do you need to look strong in front of father and others? Edmund asks, wondering. So that they could believe in me, I answer, then take a letter I wrote last night. Deliver this to your oldest brother, now. After gathering, the 7 of us and our retinue left to meet with the Lannisters. It wasn't a long ride as the Lannisters' camp was not far away from ours. My spies have reported what was happening in the Lannister camp and my own late at night. I knew exactly what Tywin thought would happen. It is too bad that he is quite predictable, and it is simple to prepare against his plots and schemes. On the middle point between the two camps, we were met by the Lannisters. I could see Tywin, Jaime, and even Tyrion with a couple more Lannisters. It was a striking difference between us. I came with my lords, and Tywin came with his family. Lord Tywin Lannister, I greeted him first. I have no desire to play the game of power with him. Sir Edmure Tully, Tywin greeted me back. As you asked, I agreed to meet with you, I began. Do you want me to let you go back to Westerlands? I don't need your permission to do as I wish, Tywin Lannister replies. Then why have you asked me to meet with you? I ask. You will surrender and accept your punishment for the crimes to the crown, Tywin Lannister answers. Crimes? I ask. And what crimes did I commit? You say some incredible things, but there stands a man who should have been protecting the king. But where were you, Kingslayer, when Robert first of his name died? You who abandoned your duty, you who was sentenced to die by the king, why aren't you answering for your crimes? Joffrey first of his name, Lord of Tywin Lannister began. Let me guess, the new king has forgiven the crimes of the Kingslayer, I interrupt Tywin. You come to my lands with an army, telling me to surrender. I ask you why I should. The reason you came is to get your son back, wasn't it? I see he's there. Maybe a bit smaller, but still there. So why are you still not leaving? You have to answer for my son's abduction for no valid reason, Tywin responds. Do I? I again ask. Then I demand a trial by combat. Let my sword decide if I am guilty. Let's end this farce with face-to-face battle, Lord Tywin Lannister. Father, let me. Jaime tried to say. You have 2 times fewer men than I do. I will not bet my victory on one fight, Tywin interrupts his son. I give you one last chance to surrender. And I will give you one last chance to leave my lands, I reply to him. A man who doesn't trust his own sons won't win this war. My lords, it was Tyrion who spoke next. Let's calm down. Sir Edmure, won't you hear our proposition? Very well, I reply. I was curious. What are the demands of the king? If you surrender now and pledge your loyalty to the king, you will be forgiven for your actions, Tyrion informs me. Of course, House Tully will forsake the title of the Lord Paramount of the Trident. And who will be the new paramount? I ask. That would be me. Lord John Osbracken spoke and rode next to Tywine. I still remember your insult upon my name 8 years ago. You have no chance in winning, and I don't wish to serve under someone like you. Oh, you remembered my words from that long time ago, I replied without any surprises and held my hand to stop the Blackwood from rushing at Lord John Osbracken. Good, but it wasn't an insult. It was a warning. Don't play me for a fool, Bracken tells me. By now, my men. By now, your men are dead, I interrupt him. Really, do you think I wouldn't be watching you? I could see many emotions running through Lord Bracken. Anger, despair, hatred, and dejection were prominent ones. I knew that Tywine would try to use one of my lords against me, and the choice was obvious, at least to me. Lord Tywine, to defeat me, you will have to use your own sword. If you think you can defeat us now, you can try. If not, I am going back. I ended my statement. Even if you foresaw it, it still doesn't change the fact that I have now 3 times the men you have, Lord Tywine informs me. For now, I reply. You think you can leave as you wish. It was Jaime who spoke with his sword drawn. Put down your sword before you hurt yourself. I am the only one from Tully's there. Every other lord with me has an heir and a spare. So even if you kill us all, there will be someone to take over us, I informed him. I just need to kill your father and let the succession of the Casterly Rock consume you. I didn't wait for a response and just turned my horse around. The lion's pride will be the downfall of Tywine. The only surprising thing was that Tywine revealed this plot so soon. It only gives me more reason to believe that he didn't have much time left. Back in our camp, I could see that dead bodies lay everywhere. Most of the men lying were with the banner of Red Stallion. I don't know what Lord Bracken's plan was, but before I left, I ordered Brynden Blackwood to help my men kill the Bracken's men. Sir Edmure Brynden came to me. I did as you asked. The Bracken men seemed to be preparing to torch our camp. They were surprised when we attacked them first. Damn that, Bracken, Lord Blackwood started to curse. At least you have foreseen something like that and divided our camps into different sections, Sir Edmure. You knew. Lord Vance asks. I just looked at him and smiled. I have prepared spies in the men of every lord. Giving them individual sections to reside in gave them a false sense of privacy. To me, it was easier to see what every lord was doing. What now, Sir Edmure? Lord Piper asks. Nothing changes, I reply. We still have enough men to defend the bridge. Lannisters are more desperate than we are. Still, we have only 11,000 men right now. We won't hold long enough, Lord Roger says. No, we have 16,000 men, I inform him. I forgot to say yesterday that Lord Mallister is joining us soon. The Mallisters never truly were in the Sea Guard. I just let others believe so. They were riding to Riverrun after I led others to face the Lannisters. Information is more important than numbers in the war. Now Lannisters will think that I have just about 11,000. There will be no reason for Tywine not to split his own men. Divide and conquer. It was that simple. It didn't take much time before the news reached me that Lannisters are on the move. After a couple of skirmishes in the past few days, Tywine left with 18,000 men. I gathered my men and lords to the bridge. It was the only bridge close to the Riverrun that crossed the Red Fork. It was a sturdy wooden bridge. Most people didn't know a shallow spot under the bridge where horses could easily pass through. On the other side of the bridge, I could see men moving. My lords looked at me, waiting for their orders. On the other hand, I waited for the Lannisters to come closer. After waiting enough time, I could see through my fire that they were preparing for a battle. I ordered archers to be prepared. Even if Tywine divided the army, I didn't have enough men to bring a decisive victory. I wanted the complete annihilation of at least this half of the army. To do so, I needed to bring Jaime, who is leading, to a trap. The bridge was a good position to even the odds out. I ordered my heavy infantry to get in position to block the bridge. I could see through my fire that Jaime was leading. I didn't like how he didn't rush at the battle, but so be it. The Blackwood archers were efficient at long distances. When Jaime's levies neared the bridge, they were always riddled with arrows. My infantry, 2,000 trained men with heavy shields and pikes, stood like an iron wall, not letting anyone through the bridge. After half a day of trying to break through that wall, Jamie ordered a retreat. I didn't chase him and let him retreat. I still didn't trust that Tywine hadn't made a trap for me. For now, it would be best to defend the bridge and see how things develop. Lions out of the rivers. Edmure POV. The Kingslayer learned. He no longer charged his cavalry at my heavy infantry. Now archers shot down my men from a distance. 3 days I held the bridge, and that was enough for me. I could not hold it much longer and there was no need to do so. The Kingslayer was determined to pass through. He knew that I was holding him there, so he wouldn't help his father. The news of the Northern Army has probably reached him by now. He knew that his father was at a disadvantage, but he couldn't leave me be. Sir Edmure, the Kingslayer is mounting another attack. One of the House Tully knights informed me. Indeed, looking through the far eye, I could see that the men on the other side of the bridge started to move. Preparing arrows and lances, swords, and shields. It was time to end this. I couldn't let Lannisters be there in my lands any longer. The pikesmen were exhausted and dwindled over the past few days of fighting. They wouldn't last much longer, and the Kingslayer knew that too. Lord Blackwood, prepare your archers to cover the retreat of pikesmen. Sir Vance, go inform Lord Mallister to prepare his men to enter the battle. Lord Roger, you and your men, will ride with me. I gave orders to the lords and then looked at the knight near me. You, what your name? I am Alan of the Penetree. Be honored. You will ride with me. I told him, and the young knight did look honored. You know the plan. Once the Kingslayer crosses the bridge, we will attack while Mallister will go beneath the bridge and comes through their backs. As simple as the plan was, it was something that Kingslayer wouldn't see coming. He would more likely think that I would destroy the bridge, putting him in more haste to cross it. Straight into my palms, his men will drown in these waters. I waited until the Kingslayer was charging with all his force to signal the retreat for the pikesmen. Once the pikesmen started to retreat, Blackwood's archers covered their back. The Kingslayer wasn't a fool and called back his levies while he took charge of leading his cavalry and knights. He had more men than me, or at least he thought he had more than me. Once the Kingslayer neared the retreating pikesmen, I motioned and led my own cavalry and knights to the front. The start of the battle was announced by the shout of the Kingslayer. Hear me roar. As he hit the rear of the pikesmen, my blood boiled. There can only be one outcome of this battle I couldn't afford to lose. Unsheathing my sword, I rode in front of my men. Turning to them, I looked at their eyes. For our families, for our duty, for our honor, I yelled out to my men and turned to the Lannisters' army. At first, I rode in front of my men but slowed down and let others overtake me in time. There was no need to risk my life right now. This was just beginning. Once I defeat the Kingslayer, there will be more battles to fight. Once my men made contact with the Lannisters' men, I could see we were losing. The Kingslayer cut down anyone who got near him, but that was a mistake. He was an arrowhead that pushed forward his cavalry while the middle of my formation was caved in, the wings held. My lance pierced one after another of the red cloaks before it broke, and I had to use my sword. Time seemed to sometimes stop and sometimes went too fast. The battle was ever-changing. The only constant was the sword in my hands that cut anyone stupid enough to challenge me. I don't know how much time passed when I heard the clash from behind of Lannister's men. Looking at the distance, I saw that levies of the Westerlands were cut down by the Mallister Eagle bannermen. I had not even noticed them crossing the river, and now they were at the Kingslayer's back. It was easy to predict what the Kingslayer would do now, seeing this situation. He will rush at me, and my men will try to stop him. I wouldn't mind it, but I needed the Kingslayer alive, and there wasn't anyone who could defeat the Kingslayer without killing him. Not letting the Kingslayer have any advantage, I spurred rein to the golden armor-wearing knight. Only Kingslayer would wear something like that and have a white cloak instead of the red. It seems that the Kingslayer saw the situation at his back later than I. Before he could even order anything for his men, I was in front of him, barring my sword at him. He blocked my sword as I expected. A red cloak tried to get to the Kingslayer and help him, but he was blocked by one of my knights. Just like the next one and the next after him. I was alone with the Kingslayer. Our swords clashed as men from both sides fell to the ground around us. I didn't let the Kingslayer take the offense. He was faster, more experienced than me. The Kingslayer showed his skill when he dodged one of my strikes from atop of his horse and then forced me to be on the defense. I could do nothing but block him with my shield. He knew he couldn't escape. He was too deep into my trap to even try. I was someone he needed to kill, to win a chance to do something. But that only made him hasty, and he got too close to me, close enough that I could stab his horse without letting down my shield. Once his horse neighed and dropped with the Kingslayer to the ground, I jumped from Rain and rushed to the fallen White Cloak. I had to give him credit. He got up faster than I thought. Still, it gave me a moment to make him take the defense against me once more. This time, I didn't even try to fight him with just my sword. I knew that in time the Kingslayer would have an advantage against me once again. Once I was close enough, I waited till he blocked my sword with his own, then I bashed him with my shield. He lost balance for a moment, which gave me the chance to kick his leg. He swayed forward and tried to lift his sword towards me, but I bashed my shield at his head once again. When he was knocked out to the ground, I didn't waste time and went on top of him. He predicted my actions and managed to stab me in the leg. I ignored the pain and hit his head with my sword hilt. Before he could lift his head again, I tore the helm of his head and started to beat him with my gauntlets. I stopped only when his face was beaten bloody, and he couldn't lift his head anymore. I looked around to see that the Kingslayer's men were surrounded and were surrendering. I still had the sword stuck in my tight. Luckily it seemed that it didn't hit an artery or bone. Sir Edmure, are you all right? Alan of the Penetree, come to me first. He was bloody and looked like he could fall any moment. Bind the Kingslayer, would you? I asked him, and he nodded, only to look around him for a rope and then look at me perplexed. Take the reins from the horse. Lord Roger was the next one to come to me. He helped me up and led me out of the battlefield. He informed me that a couple of hundreds of Lannister's men managed to escape, and the Mallisters are trying to catch them. All in all, we won with minimal casualties and managed to hostage almost all of the nobility. With the Kingslayer captured, too, it was a total victory. Now was time to clean up and go after Tywine. Last I heard, the North was upon their heels with 30,000 men. Get the injured and the prisoners to the river run. The cavalry will go with me and join the North, I ordered Lord Roger. Are injured, Sir Lord Roger pointed out at my leg. I ignored him and took off my leggings. Taking a belt, I wrap it over the wound. I shouted for boiled water and clean bandages to be delivered for me at once. I would not risk the chance of infection. Won't you go back to the river run first, sir? Lord Roger pleaded with me. There's no time. I will ride straight to the Harrenhal. I won't rest till every Lannister's men are out of our lands. Lord Roger gave up after hearing my words. Once boiled water and clean bandages were delivered to me, I yanked the sword off my leg as fast as I could. After cleaning the wound with the water, I bandaged it tightly. I would need to suture the wound when there is time, but I couldn't do that myself. Once the 8,000 cavalries and I arrived at the Harrenhal, what we met was no the Lannisters but the banners of the North. It was hard to believe that the Lannisters' men were already defeated. Even on the way there, I expected to be ambushed by them. Once we neared the Harrenhal, a group of men went out to meet us. I could see two banners, the chained giant and the bear fluttered in the wind. I stopped and waited for them to come to me. Who goes there? A booming voice asked. Can't you see the banners of the House Tully? Lord Blackwood answered in my stead. I thought you were fighting the Kingslayer. An older woman rode in front and asked. We were. Now there's nothing to fight. We come to support the North, I calmly told them and removed my helm. Too bad we took our time in playing with the little kitten and are too late to play with the old one. Ha ha ha, now I can see from who the young wolf took after. Mage, go inform Lord Robb of our quests. I will explain the situation to them. Very well, I will leave it to you, Great Jon, to explain. You can explain as we ride, I told the Great Jon as Mage rode back to the Harrenhal. The Lannisters ran away, leaving only 1,000 or so at the Harrenhal walls. Once we arrived, there was nothing to fight. The Blackfish tried to catch up to Tywine, but it was too late. It was hard to believe that Tywine had just left, but what could he possibly do? The North had twice as many men as they had. There was no castle that Tywine could hide in. It was just hard to believe that he would leave his son alone. Where did the Lannisters go, to the west or to the south? I asked. South. The Blackfish chase him till the crown lands before turning back. Lord Roger, would you go and spread the news that the Lannisters had to turn their tails once they saw the might of the North? I turned to Lord Roger and ordered him. I want every man and woman, child and elderly to know that Lannisters started a war and then run away like cravens. I want everyone to know that the Lannisters raped and burned. They killed defenseless farmers, children, and women. Still, when the time came to face the consequences of their actions, they have decided to run. It will be done, sir. Ha, turned their tails once they saw the might of the North. I like those words. Lord Umber laughed. The old lion will do everything to quell those rumors. It doesn't matter if people of the Riverlands hear and believe it. They will see the North as their saviors and me, who defeated the Kingslayer, their protector. There is a reason why I don't like you Southerners, but I have nothing to say against your plan. Once we entered the Harrenhal, I saw my uncle and nephew coming to greet me. I waved them away and called for a maester. It was better to see to my wound first, now that there was no urgency to attend. Price too high. RE and POV. The men in arms walked proudly through the gates of the Riverrun. As they should, the news of the victory against the Kingslayer had already reached us. Everyone applauded the heroes who returned, threw tomatoes at the Kingslayer bound, and dragged behind a horse. The man was beaten, eyes black, nose bloody. Still, I could recognize a Lannister anywhere, even though that dirt and blood. Once the men reached me, I stepped away and let Lord Hoster Tully step forward. My lord, I bring you the Kingslayer. At Lord Roger's words, people cheered. And my son? The Lord of the Riverrun asked in a quiet but demanding tone. He rode to join the North and finish the Lannisters for good. As expected from my son. Go, take the prisoners to the dungeons, and you, my loyal people, go enjoy ale as much as you want. At the words of the Lord of the Riverrun, the men in arms started to cheer. Everyone else, too, joined the festive mood. It was nothing more than a mummers show, but a necessary mummers show. My thoughts were interrupted when I heard the coughing. My lord, you should retire. I held the hand of Lord Hoster Tully and told him. Not until everyone enters the castle, I must look strong before the men. He was right. There was still Tywine Lannister left to deal with. We could not afford to look vulnerable. Still, there was nothing to be done with the health of the Lord of the Riverrun. It would be already good if he lasted till Edmure returned. Don't look at me like that. I am a dying man, but I am still Lord Riverrun. I will stay strong as long as I have to. Hoster Tully told me in a firm tone. In some ways, he sounded like my father. Maybe it was a common thing among the lords of Westeros. Or it was just men being men. I understood the meaning of looking strong, but not to the point that endangered your life. The feast ended without any complications. The heroes were celebrated, and the dead mourned. Lord Hoster couldn't last long in the feast, but showing his face and congratulating the men of Riverlands was enough for people to feel reassured. There weren't many lords gathered, as most of them were still at war by my husband's side. The feast was mostly for small folk. To spread the word of Edmure's victory against the Kingslayer. As the feast ended, I ensured that children were escorted to their chambers safely. I could not let my guard up. If one of Stark girls or, gods forgive, one of my children got hurt, it would be disastrous. I had to spend a lot of time ensuring that the guards were loyal and competent. My lady, there is a man who would like to see you, Maester Vimen informed me. Tell him that it is too late for any kind of meeting. I already have told him so, but he insists that he has important information for you. Very well, tell him to come to my solar letting a sigh, I told the Maester. You mean Lord Solar? It is mine, at least until Lord Hoster feels better to resume his duties or my husband returns. He nodded his head. I didn't like to be questioned, but I knew he was loyal. Well, as loyal as a man can be. If someone else had done so, he would be gone off the river Run by the next day. I should ask for my cousins to be sent there. I don't like dealing with fools alone. Once in my solar, I light up the candles and lanterns. I had instructed guards to stand behind the door. After I sat by the table, someone knocked on the door. A man entered after I told him to do so. As expected, it was our informant. I was curious about what the merchant had to say after the war was almost won. "My lady, I bring you news from beyond the sea. It is of the most import, especially for your family." I didn't like how he had a greasy smile on his face. He looked disgusting, but I had to listen to him. It must be important information if he came to see me. Taking a bag of gold coins from the chest under the table, I threw it to him. "I think that it won't be enough for the information I have, my lady. It will be for me to decide if it is enough or not, but I ask, how much do you want?" I replied and prepared to take another bag, not even caring to count. "Rather than gold coins, I would like something else," he answered me and looked at me. "I have information of the last dragon, of his allies and accomplices. Of Viserys. We already know of him and his so-called army." "Oh, but it isn't about Viserys. There is another dragon. He has joined hands with a certain kraken." "Of who are you talking about?" "I will tell you, of course, if I get what I want." "What do you want?" "Land. To become a noble," I asked, losing my patience. "Oh, something more," he answered with a creepy smile. "I want you. It wouldn't be a problem for a Dornish woman to have fun with someone like me. I heard how open you are in Dorne." "I see." I replied to him with a smile and stood up. Walking to a shelf, I took a box from it. Setting it on the table, I opened the box and took a slender Valyrian steel dagger. I made sure that he had a good look at the dagger. "Do you know from where we got this dagger?" I asked, and he shook his head. "Before you, there were other informants. The first one was so eager to serve my husband. He would tell us everything he knew and even bring us gifts. One of the gifts was this dagger. Do you know what happened to him?" "No, my lady. My husband was a generous man too. He would reward the man well." Of course, the informant became too greedy with time, asking more and more. So my husband got tired of him, and the next thing I knew, someone else took his place. "Are you saying I should be careful of your husband?" "He is not there. He's far away fighting a war." "Yes, and I am there," I replied and walked to him. "I do feel lonely sometimes." "You don't have to, my lady," he told me with eyes full of lust. "You have me. From today onward, you can rely on me." "But too bad." "Why too bad?" "You are nothing," I told him and stabbed the dagger into his chest. "Please," he begged, clutching the dagger at his chest. "I will tell you what I know. Please save me. There will be others. There always will be others." "You already are dead," I told him and pushed the dagger deeper. "Once I leave this room, I will order for your body to be disposed of and for your shop, house, and everything you own to be confiscated. You should have realized that we own you. We own everything you have and only tolerate you for helpful information. Too bad you had to ask for too much." The man died with tears in his eyes. Like everyone before him, he was a weak man, too foolish to realize his place. Tyrion POV. I was glad to see the King's Landing after so long. Even if we returned not as heroes, but cravens. I knew that word would spread soon how we fled from the North's army. Still, I could understand my father's decision. We simply didn't have enough men. I could only hope that Jaime had won or at least fled to safety. If I was wrong and he died, we paid the price too high for this war. I didn't like that we left Jaime isolated. But I knew there wasn't much we could do. Still, we should have retreated together. Before we could rest in the Red Keep, my father called a small council meeting. I was surprised that he included me in this meeting too. The small council room was emptier than I thought. The king sat with a distorted face, and the queen sat next to him with a similar face. "What is he doing there, father?" the queen, my dear sister, asked. My father didn't answer but looked at the empty chairs and the new face. I, too, was curious about the state of the small council. Littlefinger and the spider were gone, and there sat someone with robes of maestas. "Where is Lord Baelish and Varys?" Father asked about what I was too curious about. "They gone, cravens ran away. I have their heads, I swear." Grandfather Father wasn't impressed with Joffrey's conviction, if you could call it that. "Who is he?" I asked and looked at the new member of the small council. "I am Maester Coburn. I joined the city defense with the brave companions. The queen saw fit for me to serve by her side." "He is no maester," my lord Pycelle commented. "He is our new master of whispers, father," my dear sister said, throwing a venomous look at Pycelle. My father looked at the new master of whispers intensively. Afterward, he sat in the seat of the Hand of the King. Nobody voiced any disagreements. I took the seat of the master of the coin as it was the only seat left empty. My sister was about to say something, but one look from our father shut her. Well, it was like any other family meeting. "What news do you have, Master of Whispers?" my father asked. "We just got the news. Lord Renly Baratheon proclaimed himself the King of 7 Kingdoms. "What? Isn't Stannis still alive?" I couldn't help but ask. "He is, but he doesn't have an army of near 100,000. "What of Eddard Stark? Where is he?" It seems that father was more concerned with the north. "Gone," my sister replied. "People seemed to disappear quite easily from your watchful eyes. I know you don't like Sir Barristan, but shouldn't he be there?" "Sir Barristan failed his duties. He was dismissed," Joffrey answered, and I could feel my father getting angry. "By what authority was he dismissed?" my father asked. "By mine's. Why do I need an old man who can't do his duties?" Joffrey answered. The situation was worse than I expected. "I wonder whether Bronn will run away once he hears of our state. Should I run away with him? It seems that our side has fewer men than others. Well, there still is Stannis and whatever he is doing, but I don't think he will join us." I had enough. "The meeting is over," my father proclaimed. As I stood up and prepared to go, I stopped seeing the new Master of Whispers going to my father. It was not like I wanted to hear what he had to say to my father, but it would be better to know than not. "Lord Tywine, a moment, please," the Not Maester said to my father. "What is it?" "I have something to show you, something that might help you in the coming battles." Now I was curious. I was more curious not what would help in the coming battles but why the Not Maester would only show it to my father. After all, he could have brought it up in the meeting. I was curious indeed. Decisions. Edmure POV. The cane was a pain in the ass to use, but I had no other choice as the injury on my leg would take at least a month to heal. What was even bigger pain was my sister. I knew she cared for her children, but it wasn't a good idea for her to stand next to Robb. Image meant a lot, especially in times of war. But I understood her and her worry. Now I have to tell her that her husband is captive too and that he lied to her. It was time to announce my allegiance, but first, I needed to inform the person of interest and my family. Then when I get back to Riverlands I had to announce it to the world. "Edmure, I have gathered everyone in the Solar," my uncle Brynden informed me as I was preparing. "Good, let's go. What is it that you want to talk with us?" "In private, nonetheless." "You will find out soon enough," I answered. "What do you think of Jon?" "Fine boy, quick to learn. A bit stubborn, but nothing I have not seen before." "As you could talk," I smiled at my uncle as we entered the Solar given to me by Lady Went. Edmure, my sister, was the first to greet me. "Cat, sit down. There are a lot of things to discuss." I looked around the room, at Robb, Cat, Brynden, and Jon. The latter had a face that said that he didn't belong here. Sitting behind the table, I motioned to the others to sit down. What I was going to say would be quite shocking to them. "Firstly, let us start with the news of Ned," I began and held my hand as Cat was about to say something. "Stannis Baratheon holds him." "Holds him?" Robb asked. "It means that your father had not come to serve him, and he is held as a captive." "Why would Lord Stannis do so?" my uncle asked. "It is simple. Stannis wants to crown himself as a king of the 7 kingdoms. Ned doesn't agree with him. Isn't Joffrey his nephew? Had both brothers turned away from their blood?" Cat looked at me for answers. He isn't, I tell them. Joffrey isn't their nephew. He is a bastard son of the Kingslayer. Incest. Even if that is true, how can you prove it? My uncle went to the matter of the things. I make Kingslayer confess. Now, the question is what we should do. What do you mean? Rob looked at me, confused. Who will we proclaim as a king, who do we want to serve? I answered. If we don't have a clear path, other lords will start speculated. From observing the northern lords, I could see that they would ask for independence at any given chance. That madness, Cat shouted. Is it? The north is too different from the other kingdoms. The most northern lords still hold the old language, not talking about a different religion and even race, I explained. The north holds no love for the south. If the news reaches them that Ned doesn't want to serve Stannis, they will use this chance to proclaim their independence. What about Renly? Rob asked. We can't let Renly win, no matter what, I said. Why? My uncle asked. Because he is the younger brother of Stannis. If he wins, that means that every second son and younger brother will believe that they can take the lordship of their older brothers. After all, it would have happened before. Their king took the seat from his older brother. Why couldn't they do the same? There wouldn't be peace in decades if not centuries. My uncle commented, understanding what Renly's victory would bring. They're only Stannis, or independence. I will not serve under Lannisters. Rob said. There is another choice, I told them, and looked at Jon, who had not said a word. We could put someone else on the Iron Throne, who we could trust and believe. Robert has many bastards, but wouldn't it be better to kneel under Stannis? Cat asked. There is a reason why Ned has not accepted Stannis. Because he believes there is someone who is better suited for the throne. Are you talking about yourself, uncle? Rob asked. The North would stand behind you, but I don't think other kingdoms would accept it. I don't know if a fool or intelligent suggesting such a thing. There is no way Tully could hold the throne for long. My children would have to fight all their life to defend themselves from every lord who thinks it is their turn to sit on the throne. That isn't something I would wish for them, I explained. We have someone who has the blood to sit on the throne and my trust. As I was about to reveal the truth, I stopped. Looking at Cat, then at Rob and Uncle, before meeting my eyes with Jon. I still have doubts about it, but I had to decide. Whether it was wrong or not, the decision must be made. I couldn't question myself about it anymore. Ned went to take his sister back home, but he returned with a child. He told everyone that he was his bastard. I could see Jon shake. But he lied, he wasn't his bastard, he was the son of his sister, the son of... Before I could finish, Jon stood up, as did Cat with the look of shock. I motioned for my uncle to stop Jon. I understand it was hard to accept the truth for both my sister and Jon. Even Rob was shocked, and I could see my uncle's eyes shake, even if he kept his cool. Jon is the son of Roger Targaryen, Rob said in a silent voice. Ned had to keep it secret. If Robert had found out, he would have killed him. If it is true, why wouldn't he tell it to me? Why tell it to you? Cat asked. Because my feelings didn't blind me, I tried to explain to her as carefully as I could. And he didn't tell me until I have confronted him about it. I know it is hard to accept it, Jon, but we don't have time. You will have to be the king. I will reveal it to the other lords once we return to the River Run. They won't follow me. Why would they? It was Jon's first words in this meeting. There is no reason for anyone to do so. I will give them the reason. I would suggest you rest and think about what I said. Still, it might sound selfish of me, but I will tell this to the other lords, to the world. You will become the king if you want it or not. With my words, I motioned them to leave. They had a lot to talk and think about, and I was getting tired. This was just the beginning. I will have to convince the other lords to accept Jon as the king. Those who can't accept it will have to be dealt with. After a few days of resting and ensuring that Harrenhal was well defended and supplied, I led most of the men back to River Run. Even if I wanted to get all these men and rush to the King's Landing to finish Tywine, I knew it would be better to wait for now. Stannis will proclaim himself a king soon enough. He is probably the most dangerous man who stands in my way. I will let him fight his brother and even the Lannisters. I let him waste his men before taking care of him cleanly. On the way to Riverrun, I watch Jon closely. Once we return, I will present him with the documents that confirm my words. For now, I let him be. On the other hand, Robb seemed perplexed about what he should do. So I decide to talk with him. The war just started, Robb, I told him. Still, you look too nervous, smile. Let the lords and your men see you at ease. If you become worried about the war, so will those who follow you. I know, uncle, he replied to me. You know nothing, Robb. You are still a boy. Every action you take will be questioned. You will be watched by the lords and small folk alike. They will be waiting for you to make a mistake so that they can question you on your actions. What you need to do, is look confident, no matter what. Show them your confidence that you will win every battle and will bring everyone back home. I don't think I can do that. No, you can't. There will be battles that you will lose. There will be people around you who will die. But it doesn't matter. You can't look back. You can't look like you lost. You have to look at ease at all times, so your men can look at you and think that everything is alright, even when their brothers and sons are dying all around them. Is that honorable? To lie to my people? Robb asked. Your people don't need honor right now. They need strength, your strength. Once we are back at Riverrun, I will hold a council to decide our path in this war. It would be best if you looked strong and confident no matter what path you and your men will walk. I am understood. Yes, uncle. But I am worried about Jon. Everything will be fine, I smiled at him. He was raised by two most honorable men I know. He will be a good king, a great king even. I am sure of that much because he will have you by his side. Once I finished my talk with him, I rode to Kat to see how she was doing. She has a lot of conflicted emotions. A lot to think about. I know she needs someone to lend their shoulder to her. I was not too fond of the atmosphere at Riverrun. We should have been cheered on as we rode to the castle, but most people were quiet. They looked like they were mourning, and I felt like the worst must have happened. My Lord Maester Vimen came to me first. I have bad tidings to report. Your father has passed away. When? Last night. He didn't wake up. My sister Kat was shocked and quickly left. I motioned for Robb and Uncle Brynden to follow her. It was devastating news, as many loved my father, and his death would be felt by many, but I could not show too much emotion. I first found my wife, who was not far away from my father's deathbed. Edmure, I am sorry for your loss. Thank you, how are things? Everything will be fine with you back. Have you decided what you will do? Yes. I heard of Renly proclaimed himself as the rightful king. The word is that Stannis too is amassing his men, Arianne informed me. You could proclaim yourself as a king too. The dawn will stand with you. It isn't time to talk about it, but I will have to decline. What else can we do? I know you won't need to Stannis or Renly. You would have most men with the North, Vale, and Dawn. I already made my decision. I will explain it to you later. I need to see the Kingslayer first. Can you help with the funeral for my father? I asked. Of course, I have prepared all the papers you need in the solar. I will trust you for now, but I hope your plan is better than mine. Otherwise, this talk isn't over. I gave her a light kiss and went to see my father, who lay on the bed. Kat and her children with mine surrounded him. Uncle stood a bit away from the bed and looked at his brother. Taking one look at my father, who looked like he was sleeping, I greeted and consoled my children. I hated myself for thinking that it was the perfect time to become the Lord and not the heir. I loved him, but I knew for a long time now that he would die soon. There was no time for me to wallow in sadness. I needed to look strong, to be strong. Giving a nod to my uncle, I went to see the Kingslayer. One way or another, he will confess. That was his only choice. I need the truth to be confirmed for me to end this war. The truth. Edmure POV. Kingslayer didn't look good, he was dirty, and his face was blue and black from the beating I gave him in the battle. Even though it wasn't the darkest cell in the dungeons, it wasn't a place suitable for someone of noble blood. It was a dirty dark cell, with only a bed and bucket. I could have won. It was the Kingslayer's first words to me. Maybe, but you have lost, so did your father. What happened to my father? He asked with concern. He left you. He ran away from the North forces. He left you to die. It's a lie. Believe what you want, but you are here, and your father is at King's Landing. I have nothing to say to you. But I do, I told him. Dismissing the guards, I was alone with the Kingslayer. Nobody could overhear us. I took the paper I had prepared beforehand, a pen, and ink, giving them to the Kingslayer. He looked puzzled about what I wanted him to do. Write your confession about your relationship with your sister and the true nature of the royal children. And why would I do something like that? The Kingslayer asked. Don't you care about your children? You have lost. The Lannisters are all alone, with no one to rely upon. It is only a matter of time before we take the King's Landing. So, what does it matter to you that I would write the truth? Now your children are considered royal, true-born. For the future, I would have to kill them. They just children, innocent children. So were the Targaryen children. You know how that ended up. You wouldn't dare, he yelled in a fury. The things I would do for the love for my family, you can't even imagine. If I must, I will be crueler than your father. But I wouldn't have to do these things to them if they were just bastards. They would have no power, no influence, or blood to inherit a lordship. They would be just children. What would you do to them if I confess? Little Myrcella would be married to some knight in some remote keep. Sweet Tommen would become ward to some lesser lord and serve him as his knight in the future. Joffrey would join you to the wall. Think about it, write the truth and be a father just for a moment. Take care of your responsibility. Why do you care for the truth so much? The truth is the most powerful weapon in the war fought with the lies. You already lost the battle. Help me in ending this war. His victory of your will be short-lived, he told me, and threw the paper and pen back at me. There always will be a next one, I replied to him. Think about it, think about your children, don't they deserve a better life? A better future? I will come back later for your answer. With these words, I left and, on the way, ordered to double the guards on the Kingslayer. I ordered that he be watched day and night. The bastard is the heir to the throne. Arianne's reaction wasn't surprising after hearing the truth. As you see, all of it is written there. I am not blind, Edmure. He is Lyanna's son. The war, my cousin's deaths were his fault. No, I raised my voice. He wasn't even born when your aunt and her children died. You know that too. Why don't you take the throne? I know that you can do that. And make you the queen. It would be best to hide your true intentions, dear. Well, I still have a lot to learn, but wouldn't you want me to be your queen? She smiled and got close to me, caressing my hair. Too bad, but I would love you the most if you stayed a princess, my princess. I smiled at her crumbling face. Think about the future. I have no royal blood, and you little. Our children will always be questioned if they have the bloodline to hold the throne. The Targaryen loyalist is still in hiding. They would always be torn to us. Now, if a Targaryen took the throne, they would join us. We wouldn't need to worry about Daenerys Targaryen beyond the sea. We can live in peace. Are you afraid of a little girl? Her brother is dead. What is there to fear of her? What of her children? They would always scheme and try to take what they think is rightfully theirs. Do you want Axel, Geralt, and Elia to be in danger all their lives? Don't say it. I love my children as much as you do. Then help me, we don't need the throne. We still are the most powerful couple in Westeros. Our children will rule Dorne and Riverlands. Who would dare to stand against us? Isn't that enough? I don't want to spend the rest of my life in the court, fearing the dagger in the dark. Fearing that someone might poison my children. I hate you for using our children like this. Fine, I will support him and make sure that neither my father nor uncle doesn't kill him. But if something would happen to him, I will sit on the throne with you or without. She didn't say anything about her cousins. I have to make sure that Jon doesn't get close to them. Well, that is the best I can get from her for now. That's all I am asking. How are you going to convince other lords to support him? If I could convince you, I can convince anyone. Edmure, you need to be serious if we are doing this. You can't throw away everything you worked on for just a gamble. There is nothing much I can do. The boy will have to prove himself. All I can do is give him a push. I will tell how he is the only man that can sit on the throne. The only man. Don't be foolish. Stannis is accomplished and has most right to sit on the throne. Yes, so I will make sure that everyone else would think otherwise. I will make it sound that there is no other choice. You know me, I have my ways with words. And those who won't believe me, let's just say that Lannisters are desperate and have plenty of gold. Nobody would be surprised if assassins so to happen to kill my allies. I hope you are right, but never forget loyalties can change at any moment. You need to be careful. I will, my princess. We need information on Stannis and Renly, how many men they have, what are they planning. We need a new informant, Darian told me. New. The old has already died. I asked. He asked for too much. Well, he died sooner than I thought. Our people are getting more foolish or something. He could have earned so much gold in this time of war. Did he say something before he died? Yes, he had information on the secret dragon and his accomplices. He said that the dragon was working with a kraken. With Viserys' death, I don't think we need to worry about it. A secret dragon and a kraken. Was he talking about Balon Greyjoy? No, Varys shouldn't see any value in allying himself to someone like Balon. It is probably Euron. He is more dangerous than anyone else, and I don't know much about him to predict his actions. I will have to send some spies to the Golden Company to see what they are doing. My father was put on the funeral pyre boat. In some ways, I was shocked that he died so soon. He was always supportive of my actions. When I thought he would be skeptical and dismiss me and my ideas as youngsters' foolishness, instead he would ask me further questions and support me. I knew he would have supported me now too, and I could only regret not showing him my love. Now I realized how much he meant for me in this moment of solemnness. He was someone that I could rely on the hardest of the days. As Rob pushed the boat to the river, I took the bow with shaking hands. Lighting the arrow on fire, I aimed, letting go of my breath and steadying my hands. I let the arrow fly. It hit the boat, lighting it on fire, and I couldn't look at it, so I turned away. Finding my sister, I held her hands. They were shaking more than mine. It was a truly hard time for her. I couldn't do much but be here for her. Edmure, the lords are asking of meeting to discuss. Before Uncle Brynden could finish his words, Kat interrupted him. Can't they wait? My father just died. Tell them that today they should rest. Everyone should drink, eat and drink more. The war will continue tomorrow. The Kingslayer was sitting on the bed. I could see that he had not slept well for days. I deduced from the food left on the plate that he hadn't eaten much. Looking at his eyes, I saw that he didn't like seeing me. Time's up, Kingslayer, I told him. I need for you to confess. I have nothing to say to you. You know I could have tortured you, but I didn't think it would work on someone like you. You would be right. You know what, I don't need your confession. I will kill everyone you ever know. I will kill Joffrey as he sits on the throne. I will push little Tommen out of the tower where he will be hiding. I will poison sweet Myrcella and strangle your sister. Your father will be hanged, and your brother will be beheaded. Your uncle and cousins will die by my sword one by one. And every time they look at me with terrified eyes, pleading for mercy, I will tell them that it was your fault. I will tell them that you refused to save them. You bastard, you wouldn't dare. Do you want to try me? Are you thinking of yourself as a hero, not telling the truth? No, you are nothing but a failure. You failed your duty and killed your king. You threw away your honor and slept with your sister. How many people have to die for you? 10,000, 100,000, 500,000, before you feel guilty. You are nothing but a man who kills his king, a king he promised to protect. You are a failure, Kingslayer. I saved them, he yelled out and stood up. I saved them all. Who did you save? The people of the King's Landing. The Mad King wanted to burn them all with wildfire, but I killed him before he could give the order. I did my duty to the people. And do you think of yourself as a heroic knight now? Lannisters have lost more than 15,000 men already. They all died for your lie. How many mothers have lost their sons, how many children won't be able to see their father, how many? And for what? Because you couldn't keep your cock in your pants. How many more will have to die for you? He didn't answer me and sat down on his bed. I could see his eyes shaking. He had a heart of a knight. At least he wanted to believe he had it. I only need to push him a bit more. If that doesn't work, then I will have to break him. Will you let your children pay for your mistakes, Sir Jaime Lannister? He again looked up at me. Don't you want to start it all over? You can confess, and you be able to serve the Night's Watch. You will have a purpose once again. You can regain your honor. That is the only way. Tomorrow, before the lords of the North and Riverlands, tell the truth and let this war come to an end. With those words, I left him be. I didn't have time to torture the truth out of him, and even if I did, who would trust a broken man's words? There would be too much doubt left behind. Long live the king. Edmure POV. Sitting on the boat and fishing on this nice morning was delightful. As a child and in my teens, I never really liked fishing, thinking it was just a waste of time. Now I realize how relaxing it can be. It clears my mind and makes me think better. This activity is a nice change of pace, especially now that I can't train because of my injury. Dad, I can't catch anything. My oldest son, Axel, groaned. And why do you think you can't catch anything? I asked, amused. There are no fish in the river. He answers. Gerald, what do you think? Not hearing an answer, I turn my head to his side and see him sleeping on the boat's bench. Letting out a sigh, I was about to wake him up, but I saw a rider coming from the shore before I could do so. Letting out another sigh, I told Axel to pack his fishing rod and started to row to the shore. My lord, the rider greeted me. The Kingslayer wants to speak with you. I see. Help me get the children back to the castle. I haven't spent much time with my children in recent times, and it seems that I get interrupted every time I get a chance to do so. Sometimes I wish I could leave everything to others and take my time resting. As I got close to him, he faced me, looking straight into my eyes. The Kingslayer had tired, sunken eyes, indicating that he had not slept for a long time. But his eyes had a focus that I had not seen before in him. I have decided. He told me. Have you? I asked. What have you decided? I will confess. Good, the trial will be held later today for you then. But I have demands that you will have to follow. The Kingslayer said. What are those demands? I asked. First, my children are innocent and must be left alone. Second, my brother Tyrion and my uncle and cousins must be pardoned. Third. Before he could finish, I interrupted him. I agree with the first demand. The second will depend on their actions, and if they surrender to the new king, I will ask him to pardon them. That's all I can and will give. The Lannister will keep the Casterly Rock if our demands are met, but the Westerlands won't belong to a Lannister ever again. He looked at me as he wanted to say more, but even he knew that my offer was already generous. After a while, he nodded reluctantly at me. What will happen to my father and sister? You already know the answer to that, I answered him. You will be taken to the Great Hall soon, where you will confess, and I will send you to the wall. I didn't say anything more to him, and before he could respond, I turned and left. This choice wasn't easy for him to make, but he made the right choice. Now the lords of Westeros will have to make their choice. I sat at the high table in front of everyone else. To my left sat Robb, to his left his cat. Jon sat to my right, and to his right sat my uncle Brynden. The northern lords were surprised that there was no place for any of them on this table, and the lords of Riverlands were surprised that Bastard of the Winterfell sat next to me. The lords sat at the three other long tables, filling the hall. Arianne agreed not to participate in this meeting, as she knew that her word didn't mean much to these lords. Still, it didn't mean that she would be left out for long. Once the Dawn agreed to fight with me, she would represent them. My lords, I called everyone out. It is time for us to decide our next move in this war, but first, I want to hold a trial for the man who started this war. Bring the Kingslayer. Some murmured at the meaning of my words. But nobody spoke against me and only looked at the Kingslayer as he was brought before me. Hitting the ground with my cane, I waited until the hall became quiet. Sir Jaime Lannister, you stand before me as a criminal. I charge you with the crime of deceiving your king and sowing the children that you masqueraded as royal children. Do you accept my charge? I do. The hall erupted with exclamations. The lords were surprised and started to curse the Kingslayer. Most of them called for his head. It took a lot of hitting the ground with my cane to quiet them. Do you confess that the royal children are yours and not Robert's, the first of his name? I confess, Joffrey, Tommen and Myrcella are mine and my sister's Cersei children, he responded. As the Lord of Riverrun and Lord Paramount of the Trident, I admutally proclaim you guilty of treason. But as you have confessed your crimes, I will give you the option to take the Black and serve the Night's Watch for the rest of your life. Do you accept it? My lord, you can't do this. He is a traitor to the highest degree, he must be executed and nothing else. Lord Umber was first to speak his mind, and others soon followed. I waited patiently as one lord after another stood and spoke against my leniency. I didn't dismiss anyone and let them speak. The Kingslayer looked at me, thinking I had tricked him and would not keep my promise. Enough, Robb interrupted everyone with a loud voice. Sir Jaime Lannister is guilty of one of the worst crimes, but even he has the right to ask for the wall. Lord Umber, Lord Karstark, and Lady Mormont, you should know how the wall needs any men they can get. The winter is coming, and when wildlings try to pass the wall, would you not want a man as renowned with a sword, as Sir Jaime, to fight against them? I can protect my lands on my own. I don't need some southern traitor to do it for me. Lord Umber disagreed with Robb. But I am not speaking of your lands, Lord Umber. Robb's voice became quiet, but he sounded more intimidating than a boy of 5 and 10 should sound. I am speaking the lands of the House Stark, and I say that Sir Jaime Lannister has the right to take Black as any other man. Rights are rights, and you can't take them away from any man. I spoke, not wanting anyone to disagree with Robb. Sir Jaime, are you willing to accept Black and serve as the brother of the Night Watch? Yes, I accept your generosity. Then it is decided, he, like many other men of the Westerlands who want to join the wall, will depart to the north as soon as possible. I'd agreed. Get him out. As the Kingslayer left with some guards, the Great Hall again erupted into a frenzy. With Joffrey revealed to be a bastard and not a king, many started to discuss who they would proclaim as their king. A name most have spoken was Renly, as he has Storm's End and Highgarden supporting him. Renly is not a king. Robb spoke as the many have muttered Renly's name. He is the younger brother and cannot inherit the throne before his brother. Are you saying we should serve Stannis? The man who holds captive your father, our lord, Eddard Stark? Lord Karstark questioned. We should serve someone we can trust, my uncle Brynden answered. A man who has honor and rightful blood. There is only one to who I proclaim as my king, I spoke finally, thinking it was now or never. A man who was raised by 2 most honorable men I know. Lord Mallister had faithfully served my father and took me in when I was a child. He has taught me many things that I hold dear. Lord Eddard Stark, my good brother, whom my father had entrusted his daughter. No one will deny his honor. Even when he has forsaken his honor to take in a bastard to his home. Where are you going with this? Lord Umber got impatient and interrupted me. Lord Eddard Stark took a child as his bastard and forsaken his honor. I ignored him and continued with my speech. He took the child because he was of his blood, but not his son. Once more, the hall erupted with exclamations, but now everyone looked at Jon, who sat silent. Seeing that neither my sister nor Robb denied my words, they turned to me. I spoke once again, not wanting anyone to ask the obvious. Jon Snow isn't his true name. It was given to him by Lord Eddard Stark to protect him from the wrath of King Robert. Jon Snow is Jaehaerys Targaryen, son of Crown Prince Rhaegar Targaryen and Lyanna Stark. A true-born son, the rightful heir to the throne. It can't be. It was Lord Raymond Diari who questioned me. Is there any proof of what you speak? I have documents of the marriage between Rhaegar and Lynna. I have the diary of the High Septon who married them. I have the word of Lord Eddard Stark himself, I answered, and as the hall was still quiet from the shock, I pushed forward. Jaehaerys Targaryen knows of the north as much as any northerner. He has been to the war. He knows of the Riverlands as much as I do. He follows the old gods but knows of the new gods too. I have no reason not to serve him as my king. He grew up with me as my brother Robb stood as I kneeled in front of Jon. My father taught him as he taught me. There is no one else I could entrust to the future of the House Stark and the future of the North than Jaehaerys Targaryen. He is of my blood, of the North blood. Robb, too, has knelt to Jon. Uncle Brynden and Cat, too, followed suit. Lord Mallister was the first lord to kneel, and the rest of Riverlands did the same. The northern lords, seeing this too, have started to kneel. Even if they didn't agree to it, they had no other choice but to follow, seeing that their Lord Paramount had already made his decision. Most of you do not know me. You have knelt in front of me, and yet you harbor doubts. I am Jaehaerys Targaryen, but Lord Eddard Stark will always be a father that took me in when he didn't have to. A father that raised me. I won't ask much of you, but only the chance to prove myself. Long live the king, I shouted, and others followed. In my solar, Jon, as he insisted on being called by those close to him, Robb, Brynden, and Arianne stood in front of me. I would give Jon my seat, but he insisted that I sit, as he saw that it was painful for me to stand. Before everything else, I want to ask you of something, Lord Edmure, Jon began, and I nodded for him to continue. Why me? Why entrust me with his responsibility? The truth is that there is nobody else. I will tell you now that you are nothing special, but you are the only one with the blood and the right to rule. Stannis is not suited to be the king, especially with his wife so engrossed in the Red God. Not only that, but Stannis has a lot of hatred for Tyrells, and Tyrells can't let a Florent be the queen. It is politics, but there is a reason why Tyrells support Renly. Renly can't be the king for the reasons I have spoken before. You are the only one left that can bring the end to this war and not start another too soon. I understand. After a while, Jon replied. I could see that he had a lot to process. It would be better to take a rest for today. We can discuss our effort in the war tomorrow. If my lord agrees. Yes, it is already late, and it would be better to talk about the war with a clear and rested mind. Neither Robb nor Brynden disagreed, and they left, leaving only me and Arianne. I looked out the window of the solar into the setting sun. I have to come up with a strategy for the war. There are many things I need to think of, like how to make the lords accept Jon as their king sooner rather than later. What is the real reason why you chose him? Arianne asked with a knowing smile. He is the only one I could control. Do you think I would let Stannis or Renly rule over me? Yes, they would take me to their council, but it would be hard to be their hand. Make them listen to me. I don't see that happening. I will not let the fools ruin everything I worked for. Arianne smiled, not surprised. Even if I didn't want to take responsibility for the Seven Kingdoms, I had my pride. If Riverlands were better protected, maybe independence wouldn't be bad, but I already can see how Stormlands, the Reach, the Westerlands, and even the Iron Islands would like to have a piece of my lands. No matter how big my army is, it is impossible to fight from all sides. There would be too much to lose. Word spreads wide and far. Eddard POV. I stopped trying to count the days I had spent in this cell. The food I ate was stale at best. The only visitors I got were the guards. Today was no different, as I sat by the wall with my thoughts. I thought of my dear wife and our children, Winterfell, and the northern winds. Get up, Stark, the king will see you. It was easier said than done. My muscles were numb. Bones were creaking in protest, and I didn't have much of the strength to keep my balance. One of the guards, seeing my state, holds me up. I was in a pathetic state and only could hope that Jory and Harwin were in a better state. The guards led me through the halls and the stairs. It was hard to climb the never-ending stairs. Before we could even reach the entrance to the Great Hall, I could hear the shouting and intense discussion. Something must have happened. Lord Stark Stannis greeted me as we entered. Lord Stannis, I greeted him back with my parched mouth. Many didn't like me calling him a lord. Especially that red woman. Sir Davos and the Maester were the only ones who kept their thoughts to themselves. From the window, I could see moonlight, something that I missed. Enough. Stannis silenced everyone. The word reached me today, Lord Stark. What word? Have the Lannisters been defeated? Don't play the fool, Lord Stark, the Red Woman replied to me. By now, everyone in the Seven Kingdoms would have heard of it. Stannis continued. Your bastard, Jon Snow, isn't what you told us he was. A Targaryen, you harbored a Targaryen. He is of my blood, I responded with a heavy sigh. But not your son. Is it true that he is the son of Rhaegar Targaryen and your late sister Lyanna Stark? It is. There was no point hiding it if he knew that much. He is a traitor. Harboring the dragon spawn, my king, you should execute him immediately, a man with a fox insignia spoke. What your defense, Lord Stark? Stannis asked me. He is of my blood. I would never abandon my blood. But it isn't something you would understand, Lord Stannis. How dare you speak to the king like this? The Red Woman questioned me. My king, we should burn him, let the Lord of the Light cleanse him of his sins. Is that how you will rule, Lord Stannis? Accusing men who would protect their families a sinner. Before speaking more, I was punched in my stomach and brought to my knees. What would a barbarian of the godless land know? A man with fox insignia questioned me. More than an ignorant summer boy, I was tired and now angry at them for insulting my homeland. Enough. Stannis again silenced the hall. The bastard proclaimed himself a king. The North and Riverlands stand with him. I will give you one last chance to kneel to me and dissuade the North from being hostile to me and mine. I will let the bastard serve the wall. We both know, Lord Stannis. You don't have the men to do anything. Otherwise, you would not be in there. Kill me, proclaim me a traitor, a sinner. It won't change that you stand alone while the bastard you so like to call already has 2 kingdoms behind him. Are you done? Lord Stannis asked. I kept quiet as I had nothing else to say. You are a traitor to the crown, and I sentence you to be executed. My king, you can't do this. Sir Davos tried to persuade him, but Lord Stannis didn't listen to him. Take him back to the cells, where he will await his death. I didn't resist them as they took me from the ground and dragged me back to the darkness. The sound of the feet hitting the damp floor woke me up. As I opened my eyes, I saw a torch at the end of the hallway, getting closer. I could make out 2 shadows, but it was hard to see any detail. Only when they came to my cell did I realize who they were. Lord Stannis, Sir Davos. I greeted them. Is it time? You know why I have to do this, don't you? Stannis asked. I am a traitor in the eyes of your men. It is what you must do. It is, but the North will never come under the Iron Throne after it. No, the North has long harbored doubts about the South. My lord, some may say that you put Robert on the Iron Throne and made him the king. Why are you so adamant about doing so for King Stannis? Sir Davos asked, looking pleadingly at me to accept Stannis' demands. Many asked me why I didn't take the throne for myself. I always answered it wasn't my right to do so, as it should not have been my right to put anyone else on it. I am tired of promises I couldn't keep, the regrets, the games I don't understand, fear, and suspicions, I answered. Lord Stannis, do what you must do, but I want you to remember, if you ever win the throne, honor and justice aren't everything you will need to rule. When the time comes to put down your pride for the better of Westeros, please do so. You talking of pride? What is that keeps you from kneeling to me? Is it not pride? Stannis asked. It is regret and fear that I would fail once again if I did so, I answered honestly. I am sorry for my accusations towards you. Still, as I can see, you won't be able to bring peace to the 7 kingdoms, not with a foreign religion and your absolute justice. I can't bring myself to serve a man like you. Is that your final decision? For what is it worth? I am sorry for not being able to protect your brother. My fight will be over soon, but yours, King Stannis, will only begin. With those words, Stannis let out a heavy sigh. I could see that he harbored some regrets too. But I made my choice, even if I should have made it sooner. Samwell POV. Sir Gyard blocked my strike with his shield and pushed me away quickly, swinging his sword towards me. I blocked it with my shield and struck again with my mace, but I was too slow, and he dodged it with a sidestep. It was over after that for me. He disarmed me with a swift slash, leaving me only with my shield. Still, he let down his guard at this, thinking I would surrender, but I used that moment to strike him with it, but only managed to hit him once before he knocked me to the ground. I yield, I yield, I yelled. Good fight, young Tali Sagayard said and lifted me. Indeed, a good fight, King Renly congratulated us. Sir Samwell Tarly, you fought hard and bravely, even without a weapon. I want to name you one of my guards, would you agree? It would be my honor, your grace, I answered him. Then rise, Samwell the Red. The king told me and handed me a red cloak. May you serve me well. Many praised me as I walked to stand beside the king. Renly looked regal, as I would imagine young Robert would have looked. He was big and muscular, but he had an elegance that I had never seen before. He looked like a king should look. Queen Margaery even smiled at me. She was charming, with a kind smile that made me blush. After the small tourney ended, Queen Margaery invited me to join her grandmother for a small meal. With the king's permission, I agreed. Don't just stand there. Come, eat, Lady Olenna Tyrell told me as I entered her tent and nodded. Samwell the Red, what a fitting name. You will be the youngest of the guard. Only 1 year younger than Sir Loras, my lady. Don't be so humble. Eat up. There is plenty of food, I did, as Lady Olenna instructed. I have seen you fight, even though I don't know much about it. It seemed that you fought well, Queen Margaery praised me. Nobody will dare to say that you don't deserve the place next to the King Renly. Thank you, your grace. Yet, you don't look so proud of yourself, Queen Margaery commented. I know why I was chosen, your grace, I told her, even if I hesitated. My father isn't happy with King's actions, or I should say inactions. I was chosen to appease my father. Ha, and I thought you are just another blushing boy seeking fame and glory, Lady Olenna said. I wasn't brave enough to tell her that I was that boy. Sir Edmure has taught me that I should look for underneath the underneath of everything and everyone. It is Lord Edmure now, Queen Margaery said. Tell me more of Lord Edmure. He sounds like a great man. I only met him once when I was a little girl. Now I hear that he has defeated the Kingslayer in single combat. He must be very good with a sword. He is, even though he doesn't rely on his sword. He taught me that the sword is just a primary weapon, and the strongest weapon is your mind. I felt pride swell inside me when Lady Margaery praised Lord Edmure. Is that so? Tell me about Jon Snow. What kind of person is he? Lady Margaery asked with a lovely smile, but I stiffened. Jon Snow. Your grace, why would you want to know of him? It was suspicious of her to ask about him. I realized that it was suspicious to ask about Lord Edmure. She was trying to get information from me. Even if I pledged loyalty to King Renly and her, I didn't want to betray Lord Edmure. You were too hasty, Margaery. Tell me, boy, did you know that Jon Snow isn't what he said he is? Lady Olenna asked me. What do you mean, my lady? Jon Snow is Jaehaerys Targaryen, third of his name. He has proclaimed himself the King of Westeros. What? I was shocked. It seems you didn't know. Lord Edmure hid many things from you. Lord Edmure has many secrets, my lady. I knew where she was going with it, which made me angry. I have no right to know them if he doesn't wish to tell me. If that is all. I am tired and would like to rest. Calm down and eat, boy, Lady Olenna told me, and I listened. Lord Edmure has chosen his allegiance, but I have to ask will to strike against Lord Edmure if the time comes to exchange blows with him. If I didn't, my lady, he would kill me. So, not only will I fight him because my loyalty is to the King Renly, but I will have to do so to protect myself. I wouldn't ask for a better answer. Go rest while you can. I did as Lady Olenna told me. Leaving her tent, I walked to my own. I was still shocked by the news she told me. I had to wonder how Jon was right now. He probably didn't know what he was. He is perhaps more shocked at this than anyone else could be. I only hope he is doing well. Offering peace. Edmure POV. Everything was going fine, at least that is what I wanted to think. The word by now has spread to every corner of the 7 kingdoms. I didn't know how they would react, but I didn't believe we earned many friends. John and Rob wanted to make a council with the lords to discuss our plans, but I didn't see any need. There are many men with opinions. Before a decision is made, it would be too late. So, I told them that we speak in private and then inform the others and listen to their suggestions. The Dawn has amassed their army and is positioned by the Prince's Pass and reported to me, John, Rob, and Bryndon. They will be ready to start raiding if the Stormlands or the Reach give them any chance. But we need men there, not in the south, Rob argued. It is fine, Rob, John said. Reach and Stormlands will have no choice but to leave part of their army to defend their lands. Renly will lose some of his men, which will be done without fighting. It is a win to me. His Majesty is right, Bryndon agreed. Among the North and Riverlands, we have 60,000 men. Any more, and we will be hard-pressed in feeding them. So, what should we do next? John asked. Tywin Lannister is holding the King's Landing. It won't fall easily. I would say let Stannis and Renly fight them first, then we take them. Both will be weakened no matter what side wins, Rob suggested. In war, first thing we do is offer peace, I told them. They will refuse it, but we still must offer it. Then, when we win, we can spread the word that we offered them a way out, and their ambition and greed drove our actions, nothing else. Spread the word to whom? Arianne asked. To the people, the small folk, and the people of religion. After the war is over, many will have lost their loved ones. People will need someone to blame, someone to hate. We will give them that someone. You talking about the future, uncle, but we need to do something right now, Rob said. Many of the North are restless. Not many are truly happy to serve John as it is now. We need to do something that will bring everyone to our side. Is there any news of the Vale, uncle? I asked Bryndon. Lysa refuses to send anyone out of the Vale. The Royces aren't happy with her inaction. And that is not speaking of the mountain clans wreaking havoc and whatnot. The Lannisters are amassing a new host. We need to stop it, Arianne added. Now we have something to do, I told Rob. I will go to the Westerlands and smash the new host, John proclaimed. I want to take the Northern Lords with me. I have to prove myself to them. Then Rob will go to the Vale, I said. To the Vale? Rob asked. And what should I do there? I am in no position to do anything there. I can't side with either side. On one side is my aunt and on the another are men who want to help us. You don't need to side with anyone. You are there to help the Vale to defeat the mountain clans. And when you are victorious, you should visit your aunt and talk with her. If she refuses to send men to us even then, I want you to take into question her capabilities as a regent. A braver man should take her place if she is too afraid. Remind her that she started this war. If she can't take responsibility for that, she doesn't deserve to be the Lady Regent. Someone like Lord Yohn Royce might be more suitable. Oh, and if you see Littlefinger, kill him if you get a chance. You sound like it will be easy to do, Rob grumbled but agreed. Baelish. What about him? Uncle Bryndon asked. He was the one who betrayed Ned, and I suspect he was the one who killed Lord Jon Arryn, I answered. I should have taken care of him sooner but missed my chance. Still, if other lords surround him, do nothing. He is good at talking, and we have little proof of his misgivings. Bryndon will go with you, Rob. And what will you do, Lord Edmure? John asked. I will go to offer peace, I answered. I didn't ride fast, my leg still was hurting, and I thought there was no need to hurry. It will be a long ride anyway. With 1,000 men with me, I wasn't afraid of an attack. Even if someone dared to attack me, our horses were fast, and we would escape. We set a camp there for tonight, I told the men. Lord Bolton, would your men mind keeping the first watch? No, we don't, his answer wasn't louder than a whisper. Good, and thank you. Lord Bolton left in silence. I left him alone, but I kept an eye on him. Realistically there was no way he could betray us, but who knows what kind of opportunity he might get. I should get rid of him and the Bolton bloodline when I get a chance. I don't like the man, Lord Blackwood told me. He observes everyone and everything but doesn't speak much. It is understandable. He lost his heir to his bastard, who then was killed by Lord Stark personally. He doesn't look like someone who would care about anyone else, Lord Blackwood commented. Well, I might be wrong. Don't worry too much. Go and rest. You will be taking the second watch. Very well. As the lords left to prepare their tents for the night, I went to see how my squire was doing. Edmund was getting the tent ready for me as I came upon him. It was a cold evening, so I told him to light a bonfire after he was done with the tent. What should I do afterward? He asked me as I walked into my tent. Get some archery training. 100 shots should be enough for today, I told him. Edmund left to do his training, and I was left alone. It was risky to meet with Renly, but it must be done. He won't accept my conditions, but it will plant a seed into other lords. When they see that Renly is indecisive and not suited for war, they will start having doubts and start thinking of switching sides. Lord Edmure, the camp is prepared, and perimeter is set, Sir Alan reported. He was by my side since the battle with the Kingslayer. Should we keep watch? No need, go rest. Lord Bolton and his men will keep the first watch. I don't want to sound offensive, my lord, but Lord Bolton doesn't look like someone I would trust. He creeps me out. You don't have to worry about him. He won't do anything. I laughed at how true his words were. Go and rest. If you say so, my lord. He bows to me and leaves. Lord Bolton did not need to betray me. Lannisters would need to offer a lot for him to side with them. No, there was nothing that Lannisters could offer to Lord Bolton for him to side with them. Still, I could never trust such a man. It was an eerie morning, with mist concealing the horizon. I was tired of riding and tired of my hurting leg. Still, I couldn't let anyone see my tiredness, so I hid it behind my smile. Edmund came to my tent not long after I was already dressed. What is for breakfast? I asked, taking my cane. Oats, my lord, he answers. As it was yesterday and the day before yesterday. A man can dream, can't he? I laughed at his dazed face. Bring me a bowl of oats and salted bread. As you command. He left hurriedly. Our party was quite big, almost 1,000 men. They were all good, be it with a sword or a bow. But most importantly, they were good at riding. The other most important man beside me was Lord Bolton. I considered bringing Lady Mormont or the Greyjoy, but quickly threw that idea away. Lord Bolton, speaking of the devil, how are you this morning? Fine as I can be, he answered in his silent voice. Would you be kind enough to eat with me? I asked, even if I knew he wouldn't refuse. It would be my honor, Lord Edmure. Good, good, I replied and sat next to him. You are not married and don't have any heirs. He looked into my eyes, hearing my comment. I didn't flinch or react as his pale blue eyes looked at my bright blue eyes. He might have thought that I insulted him but dismissed it. Even if I offended him, he knew that he couldn't confront me about it. I am not married and don't have an heir, he told me. I didn't mean any offense. There are many fair maidens in the Reach that I could set up you with, I explained. You only need to ask. You too kind, Lord Edmure. Keep your friends close and your enemies closer. He won't be able to even think of betrayal with me at his side. I will see through it, and he knew it too. Bitterbridge was close, as I could see the smoke from thousands of bonfires. Once we got close enough, we were intercepted by 20 men. The knight leading them had a blue bird as his crest. I didn't recognize it. Probably some landed knight at best. Who goes there? The knight asked. Lord Edmure Tully, envoy of the King of the Seven Kingdoms Jaehaerys Targaryen, third of his name, I replied. I know only of one king, King Renly. He is one and only king of the Seven Kingdoms, he told me with pride. Good for him, I responded. Now, will you escort us to your king? Do you think I will lead 1,000 men to my king, men of the enemy? I will take 20 men with me. The rest will stay there, where your men can watch them. How about it? Fine, he agreed. Afterward, the knight introduced himself as Colan of Green Pools. He led us through the camp of King Renly, and I had to wonder what the hell was going on. Why were there siege engines lined up by the road? It is not like they are sieging anyone now. There is a reason they are built just before a siege. Only fools would drag such a dead weight with themselves. In the open field, they are worthless. With thousands upon thousands of tents and pavilions covering the landscape, it is not a surprise that many people are bustling around. And I had wondered why my spies infiltrated the camp so quickly and effortless. The tourney was the last straw. Now I know that Renly knew nothing about warfare. It was acceptable to boost his men's morale, but with tourney comes gambling. There will be losers, and they will start blaming each other for losing their gold. Some houses might disagree on who is to blame for any injuries. "Wait there," Sir Colan said to me. "I will inform the king." I nodded in agreement. Once I looked at the tourney melee, I saw 4 men were fighting. It was easy to notice Tyrell's boy with his silver armor and rainbow cloak. Was that Blue Knight from Tarth? It was probably Brian, if my memory served correctly. I have to give it to her, fighting 2 knights by herself and winning. She was not only strong but skillful too. Once she defeated Solora's Tyrell and Renly accepted her wish to be made one of his guards, did Sir Colan came to Renly and informed him of us. Many looked at us, and I could feel some unfriendly eyes on me. Lord Edmure Tully Renly greets me. Lord Renly Baratheon I greet him back, already hearing exclamations from various lords. "It is King of the 7 Kingdoms to you, Tully." Some knight of Renly's guard snarled at me. "It is Lord Tully to you, dog," I replied to him. "You said he is the King of the 7 Kingdoms, yet I see only 2. Have you come this long way to insult me?" Lord Tully Renly laughs. He was good at hiding behind the smile. "If so, I think you wasted your time. I came to offer peace between you and King Jaehaerys Targaryen," I told him. "The king is ready to accept everyone who so desires to serve him, no matter of their past or their allegiance. I have spoken my piece, have a nice day." I turned around and left, not even waiting for a response. All I had to do was plant a seed. Not asking anything in return, not even trying to sound polite, I showed them that we don't need them. Not many will be grateful, but once they start getting frustrated under Renly's command, they will start thinking that maybe they should turn to someone else. That was all. Lord Bolton asked once we left the camp. "We were lucky no one tried to capture us." "No, we were unlucky that no one even tried to do so," I replied. "It would have been easier that way." Lord Bolton looked at me with eyes filled with confusion. I didn't want to be near Renly when Stannis showed up. I could probably kill anyone, but I have no idea how to fight a shadow. It was better to wait for now. If Stannis doesn't show up, Renly will have to make a move sooner or later. He will have 2 choices: attack the Lannisters or us. If he tries to fight us, I will ensure that the Reach falls. If he attacks the Lannisters, I will let them fight. The Wrath of the North. Jon POV. It was still hard to accept who I was. If I accepted that I was Jaehaerys Targaryen, then Jon Snow was nothing but a lie. It felt like my life didn't belong to me. Still, I must do my duty, no matter what. "I am Jaehaerys Targaryen, the King of the 7 Kingdoms. Your Grace, we arrived at the Golden Tooth," Lord Jason Mallister informed me. The Golden Tooth deserved its fame. At first sight, I could tell there was no way to pass it. To conquer it would cost many men and days. Too many. Standing on top of a hill, the castle overlooked everything in its path. We needed to pass it now. Good thing that Lord Mallister knew the way to pass it. It only strengthened my opinion of Lord Edmure Tully. He knew everything before anyone else. He had prepared for this war a long time ago. A part of me was impressed and grateful. The other part was resentful that he didn't stop this war from happening in the first place. "We will leave the foot soldiers there," I ordered. It was the plan from the beginning. We will leave a portion of our forces and resources there. The Lannisters will think we are preparing to take on the castle, while in truth, we will ride around it. They will only see a host of foot soldiers surrounding the hill and nothing else. It was a good plan, but not my plan. On top of the hill, where the Golden Tooth stood, it would be hard for them to see the detail of our forces. I knew I should follow the plan, and I did. Still, I didn't stop thinking of what I could do more. Lord Edmure was smart, but he was a fool if he thought I didn't know what I was to him. Just a puppet in his mama show. Part of me realized that it'd be better just to listen to Lord Edmure, as he probably knows better than me. But I couldn't let myself be controlled. I had my own goals. This way, Your Grace. Lord Jason led us through a narrow path. Once we get to the Westerlands, we should hurry and defeat the host at Oxcross. Before anyone realizes what is happening. Lord Umber, I called out. Would you be kind enough to lead the attack? It would be my honor, Your Grace. Lord Umber replied with a big smile. The Great Jon wasn't the most powerful or influential lord of the north, but he was the loudest. If he had something to say, everyone would hear it. I needed to win him over if I wanted to succeed in my goals. I trust you the most when it comes to fighting, Lord Umber. I know you will bring the victory to me. Your trust won't be misplaced, Your Grace. It seemed that my words affected him. As a king, I couldn't be endangered. That is something that everyone had agreed on. I couldn't be seen to be leading forces in the first line. Still, I would not stand back and do nothing. Once we reached the Oxcross, it was clear of was awaiting us. The camp was just about 3 days from the Golden Tooth. The information wasn't false. I blended in with the forest. I observed through the far eye as they're trained. Unskilled, that was the only word I had for them. There were sellswords among them, but they weren't anyone special. There weren't any sentries keeping the watch. They had no idea that we were there. Lord Umber was eager to fight them, but I held him off till the night. The battle was over before too long, if you could call it a battle. It was more like a massacre. Untrained and unprepared men faced the best the North could offer. It was a night raid, as they had not prepared any sentries, thinking they were safe in their lands. I used it, sending men to cut loose the enemy's horses, so they wouldn't be able to escape. Ghost silently had approached the camp and scared the horses away. Then Lord Umber was set on them while I told Lord Karstark to secure as many hostages as possible. It was an excellent opportunity to get as many lords and heirs of Westerlands as captives. Not only do they hold great value as hostages, but the information we will get from them is essential too. Your Grace, what should we do with them? Lord Marndale asked, presenting me with hostages. The one in the front was Sir Stafford Lannister, a good brother to Tywin Lannister. I didn't know how much Lord Tywin cared for him, but the Queen or Tyrion might care about him, so I ordered him not to be injured. The other hostages were to be escorted back to the Riverlands, where they would be kept until the war was over. Now the question was, what to do now? We should raid the Westerlands before returning, but I saw no value in it. It will only anger the small folk. The lords would keep their riches in their castles. We didn't have time to go and take every castle in the Westerlands. The raids would only harm the small folk at this point. I was not too fond of it. The winter is coming, and if we burned the farmlands, many wouldn't be able to survive the winter. Should we siege the Casterly Rock, Your Grace? Lady Mormont asked. It would be great if we managed to capture the mighty castle, but it would be hard if not impossible. Still, Lord Tywin would lose a lot of reputation when people would learn of the attack on Westerlands. Lord Edmure would spread the rumors that Lord Tywin hid in the Red Keep while his lands burned. We don't have enough resources to fight a prolonged battle, Lord Marndale informed us. We could take the resources we need from the towns and villages, Lord Glover suggested. We could take the Lannisport. There should be enough food and equipment to support us. We could, I agreed. Yet, what would be the point? The Lannisters have already lost. All of the fighting men are at the King's Landing. And it seems that Lord Tywin is too keen on hiding. I say we bring the battle to him. Are you suggesting attacking the King's Landing? Lord Mallister asked. No, I suggest taking the Crown lands first, then attacking the King's Landing, I answered. Let's see where the loyalty of Crown lands stands. We would need to march on King's Landing, sooner or later, so why not take the road that the Lannisters are so proud of? It wouldn't be hard to get more resources from Riverlands once we are there, Lord Karstark agreed. And we would need to march to Crown lands anyway, as His Grace said. We should set up the camp and prepare for a siege at King's Landing. Lord Umber, too, agreed to my plan. I knew that the North wanted to prove themselves to others, just like I wanted to prove myself. For too long, they were looked down. They wanted to do something. With the victory the Riverlands got, they felt left out. So, it is decided, we will march to the King's Landing, I told them. We will set the camp there and destroy those who won't kneel. I couldn't stop at one victory. We needed more. The North wanted more, so I will give them the chance to get more. The Gold Road was in pristine condition, so marching to the King's Landing wasn't hard. It wouldn't take long before we would reach the King's Landing. As we rode, the lords around discussed how we should take the city. We don't have enough men, Lord Jason argued against a frontal attack. Bah, they won't even know what hit them, Lord Umber disagreed. Just like Tywin himself fell on the capital in Robert's rebellion and sacked it, we could do the same. Lord Umber was not a fool. I knew he insulted me with that comment. He was a sly one, and if I let my guard down around him, he would take advantage of me. Yet there wasn't much I could say to him. After all, it was my grandfather who started the war. Now that I think about it, both of my grandfathers were killed there. I didn't know much of the Mad King. My father, no, Lord Stark, didn't talk about the rebellion much. Yet I only heard good things of Rickard Stark. My family is probably the most complicated one in the whole known world. Lord Mallister is right, I intercepted before the argument got worse. We don't have enough men to take on the King's Landing. But we have enough men to take over the Crown Lands. Not many will expect to be attacked from the south. We should take Hayford and then move one to the houses of Blackwater Bay. Lord Marndale agreed with me. I wonder how they will feel when they see that their king won't be coming to help them. I like to see their faces too, Lady Mormont laughed. And if the Lannister tries to send someone to protect their lands, we can take on the... Then it is agreed, I said for everyone to hear. We will take the Crown Lands under control and wait for reinforcements to start the siege of the King's Landing. Everyone agreed with my proposition. The lords of the North were pleased to fight. So far, they had not faced anyone worthy. It was only runaways or unprepared and unskilled men. It felt like we were the bad guys there. They wanted to fight someone deserving of our wrath. In their own hands. Samwell POV. Lord Edmure's proclamation and actions made a storm in King Renly's camp. Especially now when we heard of King Jaehaerys' victory in Westerlands and his successes in Crown Lands. I stood guard and said nothing as every lord of the Stormland and the Reach argued about actions we should take. All I could do was listen. He is a traitor to the Iron Throne. We should capture him now and make him answer for his actions. This sentiment was met with approval among the Stormland lords. If you have not realized, we are in open rebellion against the Iron Throne. Lords from the Reach thought differently. Enough, my lords, Lord Edmure Tully wants us to fight each other. King Renly tried to calm everyone. We should rise above it. While we stand there and do nothing, the Seven Kingdoms fall to another king. We should ride to the King's Landing. My father was dissatisfied with our inaction, and now more lords agreed with him. Why should we rush? Let the bastard fight the Lannisters, let them exhaust each other. Then we can swoop and take the victory under their noses. King Renly laughed, as my father's idea was foolish. In theory, King Renly might be correct, but it was flawed thinking in practice. While Jon might lose men in continuous fighting, he will earn respect and more support with each victory he achieves. Many understood it, but King Renly's decision was final. Many young men wanted to earn glory, and hearing the stories of a young king fighting and winning while we only fight in tourneys made them restless. Even older men who are veterans of previous wars started to complain. They began to see King Renly's actions as childish plays. Even Lord Edmure staying a couple of days away from the camp put pressure on everyone. Nobody knew what should be done with him. King Renly ignored him, but others couldn't do so. If someone tried to attack him, he would see through it and leave. Some didn't want to lose the chance to change sides, especially now when doubt was rising in their minds. Most of them were of the Reach, but those of the Stormlands started to dislike King Renly's favor for the Reach. My king, someone forced inside the tent and yelled out. King Renly, Lord Stannis has sent a demand for you to meet him. I felt that meeting with Stannis would be a mistake. I heard that he was a capable man. If Stormland lords see something in him, the doubt towards King Renly will increase. Still, I said nothing, for I was just a guard. King Renly had not taken me with him. He took a few guards and lords with him. I was worried as everyone started to doubt him. I still believed he would be a good king. At least better than the last two. We should have taken the King's Landing long ago, father complained. Then Stannis wouldn't have much to entice anyone. He still doesn't, I replied. The Stormland lords are loyal to King Renly. For how long? Father asked. People are starting to see that His Majesty's hands are soft. He doesn't have the hands of a warrior. He doesn't want to dirty his hands either. Soon everyone will realize that he only looks like young Robert. I didn't know what to say back. When I served Lord Edmure, I saw every man's true nature, and then I was rebuked that every man is different. That what I see is what they want to show. I indeed saw King Renly as a kind and just man. Now I have to wonder what he doesn't show. We should not speak of King Renly, so I told father. We are his loyal subjects. For how long? Father asked me. If the Vale joins King Jaehaerys, he will have most men. Something that King Renly likes to mention to everyone. It will only take one losing battle to break King Renly. What will we do then? We will not lose. Then you still a naive, foolish boy, father told me. Everyone loses at some point. Everyone falls. I remember Lord Edmure's words. No matter how strong you are, no matter how powerful or wealthy you are still just a man, and men bleed. One arrow, one cut, or one fall, that's all it takes for you to die. When King Renly returned, he didn't show any disturbance on his face. Still, I could see that the meeting didn't go as he wished. Once he entered his pavilion, I waited outside with Sir Aemon Khuy. Inside, my father and Lord Mathis Rowan were talking with the king. I could hear parts of the discussion, especially my father's rather loud voice. He tried to convince the king to advance before dawn, yet it seemed the king had other plans. With every disagreement, I felt that my doubt was rising toward King Renly. I wanted to believe in him, yet his actions had not provided any assurance. Even if Stannis' army was small, I knew that Stannis himself was no fool. There was a trap lying for King Renly, and he was walking straight to it. After some time, my father left the pavilion with an angry face. Lord Rowan's face wasn't any better. To see even the ever-loyal Lord Rowan like this filled me with more doubt. If even he is starting to show such kind of expression, then how many more are angry at the king? Did you feel it, Sir Aemon? I asked, feeling a chill and hearing the tents flap open. Feeling what? He asked doubtfully, yet still looked around. We saw nothing, but I felt something was wrong. Not wanting to risk the king's safety, I rudely entered the tent and called out for the king. I saw a shadow rising behind the king and Brian, fasting a longsword to the king's belt. Your Grace, I yelled. Hearing my shout, the king and Brian turned to me and the shadow. Sir Aemon rushed to the tent, but it was too late. The shadow stabbed the king with a blade. Pushing down the fear and disbelief, I cut down the shadow. My sword went through it, hitting only air. The shadow dismissed me entirely and soon disappeared into thin air, leaving only King Renly bleeding in the arms of Brian. Sir Aemon and I both were shocked. Quickly regaining our posture, I yelled for help and tried to stop the bleeding. It was too late as I could see King Renly's eyes losing focus and light. Tyrion POV. I want them dead, all of them, Joffrey yelled at my father. What good are you for? You can't even defeat that bastard. Father looked at him, but Joffrey didn't care anymore as the crown lands had started to fall. After Hayford had been lost, the other didn't even put the fight. Rosby, Southhorn, and Antlers have surrendered. Now King Jaehaerys was staying at Duskendale. And yet we didn't do anything. Your Grace, please calm down. Grandmaster Pycelle tried to calm Joffrey down, but it didn't work. Don't tell me what to do. I am the king. They should do as I have told them. Joffrey yelled for his rights, yet he hasn't given any solution to what we should do. His words were empty threats and nothing more. Not long after, my father ordered Joffrey to leave and rest. All of the council meetings ended like this. Father, we must raise our banners and ride to the battle. Cersei started to plead. Don't call me your father, he replied coldly. I have no children. With those words, he left. Father had become cold after the news of Jaime's confession reached us. He just took power over the King's Landing and met with Joffrey sometimes. He didn't do anything else. At least, that is what he wanted everyone to see. I didn't like not knowing what was going on, but I couldn't get any information no matter how much I tried. Coburn was working with my father, and I knew he was hiding something. This situation wasn't something that I liked. Tyrion Bronn greeted me once I left the council room. I had procured a ship and a smuggler. Good. I knew better than hope for some miracle. Father didn't trust me, so I didn't have any reason to trust him back. If defeat is unavoidable, I will make sure that I survive. I just needed to find an opportunity to act. Were you able to find anything? I asked Bronn when we were alone. Your father has been seen working with an alchemist guild, but that is as much I could get. Alchemist guild, huh? At least I have a lead. I will have to investigate it further. I alone knew how dangerous a lion could be when he is cornered. Dangerous not only to his enemies but to his allies too. Oberyn POV. The water garden was tranquil as always. I still can remember how my daughters and Arianne played there under the concerned look of Doran. Even now, there he sits and watches the children play. It was the only place I could see him relax. Before I could get close to my brother, his silent guard stepped in front of me. Ario Hotter is always loyal and always annoying. I looked at him and waited for my brother to notice me and tell his guard to step down. Ario, leave us. TCH, by now, he should know who I am, I commented. He knows. That's why he is cautious with you. Doran looked at me, waiting for me to speak. I calmed down and looked at the children playing in the water garden. The day was hot, like most of them, but the breeze from the sea was refreshing. Are you done waiting? I asked. Waiting for what, brother? You know well enough. The Lannisters are almost defeated. Give me the command, and the King's Landing will fall. It will fall, either way. What I am concerned is to whom it will fall. So, you are worried about that bastard? He played us, Doran said, letting out a sigh. It was a long time since something so unexpected happened. More surprising than the incest under the Roberts rule. I still can't stop laughing when I heard the Kingslayer's confession. Yes, it isn't something just anyone could see coming. Yet, I have to worry more about a man claiming to be the heir to the Iron Throne. I said it before. You shouldn't have accepted that boy's proposal. No, accepting Edmure was not a mistake. He is no longer a boy. He has killed the Mountain and defeated the Kingslayer. Some would say he is the best fighter in the whole world. I won't believe that the Mountain is dead until I see his head. There is someone more deserving death than the Mountain. Yes, and yet you refuse to move. Doran always knew what to say. I was not too fond of it, but I still waited for him to explain himself. It was time to take the revenge into our hands. I had enough of waiting, especially when such an opportunity showed itself to us. Will you fight for him? Doran asked me. Jaehaerys Targaryen? I asked, and Doran nodded. He is Wylea died, yet he isn't the one who killed her. I won't mind him as long as he gives me the chance to kill the old lion. Good, I have sent 10,000 men to the Prince's Passage. They will stay there. You will take your sellswords and 5,000 men from the Sunspear. You will take all the ships and sail to the Dragonstone. Dragonstone? Yes, Stannis is in Stormlands. Before he can raise more men for his cause, I want you to take the Dragonstone. From there, the King's Landing will be within our palms. Very well, I agreed with his plan. I heard that Lord Stark is captive inside the Dragonstone. If he is still alive, save him. The North will be indebted to us. If he is dead, avenge him. I nodded. The revenge I dreamt of was so close. I didn't care who sat on the throne. I just wanted to take everything the Lannisters had and see where Tywin's face when he realized that his actions were his doom. Red Comet. Edmure POV. A red comet appeared in the sky tonight. I hadn't even realized that it was time for it to appear. Maybe it was there for a couple of days or weeks, but it was the first time I saw it. Only now did I realize how much time I have spent fighting. I didn't go to sleep that night but instead wrote letters to my children and my wife. I don't know what came to me, but I felt sentimental. For some reason, I knew that I wouldn't be coming home soon. Once I finished with the letters, the outside started to brighten. My lord Sir Alan came to me in the morning. A scout has reported a disturbance in King Renly's camp. So, it is the time, I muttered. Wake everyone up. We are going to see Lords of the Reach. And bring me the scout. I want him to report what he saw to me personally. As you command, my lord. Sir Alan left to bring me the scout. My lord, you asked for me. A rough man came to me. Tell me what you saw and when you saw it. I had infiltrated the camp, as, by your orders, my lord, the man began. I don't know exactly what happened, but King Renly met with King Stannis 4 days ago. Later that night, a commotion fell on the whole camp. There was fighting among the lords, and Lord Tarly had almost crossed swords with Lord Tyrell. Thank you. You can go and rest, I told him. There were only a couple of reasons why a commotion would happen in Renly's camp. The first reason would be that he died. The second, the Lords of the Reach, got tired of Renly and are in fighting. No matter the reason, it was time to give them the chance to join my side once again. Have you seen the Red Comet, Lord Edmure? Lord Blackwood asked. I have, I replied. Has it been here a while, or did it appear out of nowhere? Some men said they saw it a couple of days ago. I personally only saw it today, Lord Blackwood answered. Men are talking, saying it represents you, Lord Edmure. Me? Yes, they call it the Redfish tail, Lord Blackwood replied. They think it represents your impending victory. Everyone will refer to it differently. I wouldn't put much thought about it. Once everyone got ready, I put on my armor with the help of Edmund. He worked hard as my squire, going beyond what was asked of him. He was a young and curious boy, only 11 years old. If he continued to work hard as he is now, he would be a great knight one day. Speaking of knights, Sir Alan was quite a capable man. I should keep him around. In these times, it was hard to find such a man. Once the war is over, plenty of newly risen knights won't have anywhere to go or do. But not many will be trustworthy. I led 1,000 men I had through the plains of the Reach. It would take a full day of riding to arrive at Bitterbridge. I wasn't worried. The lords had heard of my offer, and they were probably already looking for a chance to change their side. The King Jaehaerys has taken the crown lands, Lord Bolton commented once we stopped by a pond for horses to drink. What do you think of it, Lord Edmure? It is unexpected, but not unwelcomed, I replied. If we can convince the Reach to serve the King Jaehaerys, we can ride straight to King's Landing and join our forces. Do you think the war will be over once we take King's Landing? Lord Bolton asked. There will be plenty to clean up, I answered. But most Lannisters are in King's Landing, so only King Stannis alone will stand against us. What will happen to the Westerlands? That is for the king to decide, I replied to him. Still, there will be plenty of empty castles and lands for someone to manage. I knew what Lord Bolton was trying to do, and I let him. I wanted him to get closer to me, and he wanted to do so by himself. I have nothing to complain about. Once he starts to trust me, I will strike. In my future, there is no need for House Bolton to exist. My lord, a rider is coming close, Sir Alan came to me and reported. I held my sword's handle with my right hand and walked to see who had come. It surprised me to see Lord Randyll Tarly himself riding to me. The first thing I saw was a banner of a red huntsman in the green field. But it was his bold head and severe expression that gave away who he was. Lord Edmure Tully. Lord Randyll dismounted his horse and greeted me. Lord Randyll Tully, I greeted him back. I didn't expect to meet you there. Neither did I. I thought you were staying further away, Lord Randyll replied. I come to you to accept your offer and serve King Jaehaerys Targaryen, third of his name. I see. Tell me, Lord Tully, is Renly Baratheon dead? It seems that there is a reason why you are so close to the camp. Yes, Renly Baratheon was killed. Who Tyrells are blaming for his death? My son, Samwell, Sir Aemon Khuy, and Brian of Tarth are blamed for killing Renly Baratheon. Very well, I accept you in the name of King Jaehaerys, third of his name, to his service. Now, come, we need to reprimand the Tyrells for trying to accuse the heir of our king's vassal. My intention was clear, and it was precisely what Lord Tarly wanted. I had no love for the Tyrells. House Tully was as rich as they are, and Riverlands, under my reformation, yielded almost as much food as the Reach. There wasn't anything Tyrells could offer us that we didn't already have. The camp at Bitterbridge was in an uproar. Several men were arguing with each other. I didn't see many men of the Stormlands. They had already left to join Stannis or were done with the Reach. Nobody even questioned me as I galloped into their camp with 1,000 men. Soon enough, I arrived at the center of the camp. There it seems that Mace Tyrell was trying to appease his lords. I could see him sweating, trying to explain something. I rode through the men, and they let me through. I looked down on Lord Mace Tyrell from my horse. "Lord Edmure, what are you doing there?" Lord Tyrell asked. I ignored him and turned my horse to face the other lords. I looked at them to see who they were. Only House Florent from the Reach I didn't find. Of course, there was nobody from the Stormlands. Mace Tyrell tried to say something to me, but I spoke first in a loud voice for everyone to hear. "I, Edmure Tully, Lord Paramount of the Trident, come, in the name of King Jaehaerys Targaryen, third of his name, to offer you a chance to kneel to him and serve him. This is your last chance to do so, as I won't ask you the next time. I will accept everyone, no matter their status or previous allegiance." It was you, I heard a shout from behind me. "You killed King Renly." "Sir Loras Tyrell," I said slowly. "You will die if you accuse me once more of something you have no proof of." "It was Samwell Tarly, a man you sent to kill King Renly." Loras Tyrell didn't listen to my words. "Lord Tarly, I want you to prepare your men," I said coldly. "For those who won't follow me, I advise you to prepare for a battle. You think you can just come there like nothing after what you have done?" Loras Tyrell drew his sword. "I have no patience to speak with children." I dismissed Loras and turned to Mace Tyrell. "Is this the final stand of House Tyrell?" "Well, you see. You have to understand, Lord Edmure, that we can't." Mace tried to say something intelligent. "House Tyrell will stand with King Jaehaerys Targaryen, third of his name," a young voice replied instead of Mace. "Lower your weapon, Loras." "I, Garland Tyrell, apologize for treating you so poorly, Lord Edmure. Let's talk inside." I motioned for him to lead me. Sir Garland Tyrell led me into the central pavilion of the camp. There awaited me, Lady Olenna Tyrell and Margaery Tyrell, sitting by the table. I greeted them and sat with them. Garland and Mace joined me. "Lord Edmure," Garland began. "Let's talk about the conditions of us joining you." "Joining King Jaehaerys," I corrected him. "The conditions to you are the same as any other lord." "Surely we are worth more than any other lord," Olenna replied. "And what can you bring more than any other lord?" I asked. "I will answer, nothing. You lost the game, be glad that you are not kicked out of the board." "We have men," Mace Tyrell told me. "The men I don't need," I replied. "At this point, at least half of the Reach will submit to serve King Jaehaerys, with you or without you." "I already said we will serve King Jaehaerys," Garland responded. "Then is there to speak of something more?" I asked. "King Jaehaerys is young and not promised to marry anyone," Olenna commented. "My granddaughter is a similar age as the king. It isn't to me to decide his marriage." "You will have to talk to him personally," I replied. "Lord Tarly has a daughter of similar age too." "How can you compare my daughter to someone?" Mace started to rant. "Enough, don't play your games with me. As I said before, it is for King Jaehaerys to decide on his marriage." I stopped Mace. "Now I sure that you heard of King taking the Crown lands. Will you join me and ride to meet him, or should I tell the king that you refuse?" "When are we leaving?" Sir Garland asked. "As soon as possible, there's still Stannis left to take care of after Lannisters. I don't want to give him a chance to turn the situation in his favor," I told them. "And where is Lord Tarly's son?" "He is awaiting his trial," Loras Tyrell answered. "He has calmed down by now." "Tell me of what happened," I sighed. After Sir Garland told me what had happened, I wasn't surprised that Samwell took the blame. Still, I wouldn't let anything happen to that boy. No matter what Tyrells wanted, I held more power than them. "So, you saying that 3 of 7 Renly's guards plotted to kill him?" I asked. 3 people of different upbringing and places and not even the same gender plotted to get close to Renly as his guards and then kill him. Somehow their story of a shadow with Stannis' face sounds more believable. You can't be serious about believing in some magic? Mace asked. It is ridiculous. Is it? Have you never heard of the Shadowbinders of Ashai? I asked him. And it so happens that a priestess of Ashai is working for Stannis. Now, you will release them and be happy that you won't need to apologize to them. Sir Garland agreed with me, and no matter how Loras complained, it was already decided. It was time for my informants to work and spread rumors of how Stannis used dark magic and killed his brother. Not many will believe it, but many will consider it as long as Melisandre is by his side. Once I left the pavilion, I still could see the red comet in the sky. The comet meant only one thing. The magic had returned to the world. I feared no man, but magic is something I don't understand, so I will have to be watchful of it. High honor, low morals. Rob POV. We hunted the mountain clans for 3 weeks, and hundreds of them died at our hands. Yet my anger didn't subside. The images of entire villages burned to nothing, of men, women, elderly, and children laying on the ground. Crows feeding on their flesh, yet there was no Knight of the Vale among them. Great Uncle Brynden was great at tracking the clans. With Grey Wind's help, we managed to locate many of their camps. Still, it wasn't enough. The mountains were vast, and even with 10,000 men, we killed no more than 1,000 of them. From what Great Uncle Brynden said, it was 1/3 of their total number. We should give up on hunting for more of them, my uncle said to me as I thought about where to go next. Those who escaped went deep into the mountains, our horses won't be able to follow them, and we will become vulnerable to ambushes. It took 3 weeks to scare most of the mountain clans, I said. Why have the Vale Knights done nothing? They knew the mountains better than we, yet they have done nothing. So many innocents had to die for nothing. Lysa didn't let her knights leave, the Blackfish told me. These knights are of the Vale. My aunt isn't, I replied. We going to the Eyrie? Finally, I got tired of these barbarians, Theon commented. They don't have anything valuable on them. We are not going there to fight or rob. You better remember it, the Blackfish reprimanded Theon. I didn't know about that. My aunt isn't suitable to rule the Vale from what I have seen. If she persists in keeping her power, I will do anything to stop her. Even if it means I have to fight her. I can only hope she listens to the reason. Maybe she didn't think much of everyone that lived beyond the bloody gates. I didn't know if it was worse that way or not. All I knew was that people died when they didn't have to. The mountain clans only gained more strength with every attack. Even after killing 1/3 of them, I don't think they will hide for long, especially when winter comes. When hunger beckons them once more, will the Knights of the Vale stand against them and their people? From what I have seen, they will more likely stay in their castles, behind strong stone walls. The bloody gates stood firm and tall in our path. I saw men watching us from the towers above the gates as we rode close to it. I couldn't make out how many of them there were. Maybe dozens or maybe hundreds of men defended the gates. It was impossible to tell. Who would pass the bloody gate? A loud voice asked us. Robb Stark, I answered. With Sir Brynden Tully and Theon Greyjoy. And thousands of men behind you, a young man appeared and responded. Sir Donal Waynwood, the Blackfish, greeted the young man. We came there in the name of King Jaehaerys Targaryen, 3rd of his name. We serve no such king, Sir Brynden Tully, the young man responded. And you don't serve the Vale, I told the man. How long will you hide behind these gates while the mountain clans are butchering children and women? Watch what you are speaking of, Sir Donal warned me. Do I speak lies? I asked. My father used to tell stories of how honorable men of the Vale were. Did he speak lies? What do you wish to do with the army behind you? Sir Donal changed the subject. We came here to help your people, as it seems the Knights of the Vale are too afraid. Who do you think you are to talk like this of our men? Sir Donal asked. Robb Stark, first son of Lord Eddard Stark, nephew to Lady Lysa Arryn, I answered. I came there to speak with my aunt. I can't let you pass with the army behind you, Sir Donal told me. Then pass me with a score of men behind me, I replied. I didn't come to wage war but help the Vale deal with the mountain clans. I will send a raven to the Eyrie, Sir Donal said. Does the name of Stark mean nothing in the Vale anymore? I am sorry, but I must do my duty. I could do nothing about it. It was impossible to pass the bloody gates if they didn't let us pass. I could do nothing but ground my teeth and wait for the response from Uri. I could only hope that my aunt would at least let me pass. What do we do? Theon asked. We will wait, I answered. What if your aunt won't let us pass the gates? Then we won't pass them. We come here to help. Not wage war, the Blackfish said. Still, their honor isn't as high as it was once. Doing nothing while it was them who started this war. Their morals are lower than those of worms and vermin, Theon replied, and I found truth in his words. Then there is nothing for us to do there. We waited, and I hoped that my aunt had not abandoned her family and duties. We camped before the bloody gates for 5 days until a raven arrived from the Uri. I could only think of the saying dark wing, dark words after I read the short letter. It suited the situation well. We will be turning back, I said. It seems there is no saving the Vale. Just like this? Theon asked. What else can we do? We have driven the mountain clans out as much as we could. I could do nothing if the Vale itself doesn't want our help. I ordered the men to pack their things and be ready to leave by the first light of the next day. While the men were busy preparing to leave, I sat alone and thought of what to do next. I didn't want to give up, but what other choice did I have? When I was about to prepare to go to sleep for the night, I heard a commotion from the bloody gates. I didn't know what was happening, but I ordered the men to be prepared. It could be an attack by the mountain clans. After some time, everything quieted down. Before long, the bloody gates were opened, and men with a banner of bronze field rode to us. I was surprised to see Lord Royce, but I stayed vigilant. Lord Stark, a booming voice called out to me. We heard you have come to help the Vale. I, Jon Royce, Lord of Runestone, accept your help. Should we get inside, where you explain yourself, Lord Royce? I asked. Lord Royce agreed, and I followed him inside the gates. The Blackfish and Theon were behind me. Inside I saw Sir Donal Waynwood bound and protected by 2 men in arms. I didn't know what was happening, but Lord Royce was on our side. I heard of a host coming to the Vale, Lord Royce said. At this point, I could take anyone's help. The mountain clans become impossible to deal with. Someone is giving them steel weapons, and I swear some men pretend to be of the mountain clans wreaking havoc and pillaging. Yet Lady Arryn has done nothing. That is the reason we came. We heard of what was happening in the Vale, I replied. But why are you there, Lord Royce? It is worse than you heard, Lord Royce let out a sigh. We are in the civil war with your aunt. Please explain it, Lord Royce. Some of us have gotten tired of your aunt's inactions and her orders for our knights to stay in their castles. When we demanded her reasons, she got hysterical. She told us if we questioned her anymore, we would be treated as traitors. Surely, she doesn't have such a power to be like this, I commented. She alone not, but House Corbray, House Redfort, and House Waynwood are on her side. No, it seems that Littlefinger is running this mummer show behind everyone's backs. Your uncle, Lord Edmure, warned me of Littlefinger. If only I didn't underestimate that sly man. So, the Vale is in civil war? I asked. Me, Lord Hunter, and Lord Belmer are the only ones trying to end this madness. While the others are either on Lady Arryn's side or on neutral. What do you want of us? I asked him. Of all us, only you have the same blood as Lady Arryn and her son. So, I believe you have some say in their lives. Please support us. If we can take the gates of the moon, your aunt won't have any choice but to agree to meet us. Very well, the war started with my aunt's actions. She has a lot to answer for, I agreed with him. What is the situation right now? We lost quite a lot of men to the Red Forts and Corbrays. The Waynwoods hold the Gate of the Moon. We didn't want to risk sieging it right now, so we came to take over the bloody gates first. How many men do you have? The Blackfish asked. About 6,000. We know that the other side doesn't have more than 10,000. We should strike before it is too late, I commented. You said that House Waynwood is protecting the Gate of the Moon. Where are Corbrays and Red Forts? They are in the mountains opposite the Uri. It would be hard to fight them in the mountains. We need them to strike first. What do you plan? I would like you to start the siege of the Gates of the Moon, I explained to him. I will watch your backs, and if Corbrays and Red Forts show up, I will deal with them. You want for us to act as bait? Lord Royce asked. Ha, very well, I will entrust my back to you. It isn't like we have much of a choice. With our agreement, I left 100 men to defend the bloody gates while the rest of us followed Lord Royce. Soon enough, we met up with Lord Hunter and Lord Belmore. They were more than happy for us to help them. 3 Kings. Edmure POV. The mornings were getting colder with each day. It was the end of summer and the end of the dynasty. After this war, I will need to concentrate on strengthening the wall. It was time to start preparing for the winter. What are you thinking of, Lord Edmure? Lady Margaery asked as I looked at the rising sun. The winter is coming, I told her. Before the cold of winter, no one's status matters. I don't care for your games, my lady. Remember that I will smile as you talk to me, but I won't be listening to you. Do you hate our house? She asked. No, I hate that you aren't worth much with all your power and influence, I answered. I hate the incompetence of your father. I hate your little games and that I can't do anything to stop them. My lord Sir Alan come to me yelling. We got the news that Storm's End has fallen. Stannis is now marching to the King's Landing. I surprised by how fast you got the information, Lord Edmure, Lady Margaery commented. I ignored her and walked to the pavilion where Sir Garland was staying. Garland looked similar to his younger brother, but he was taller and more broadly built. He looked like a great warrior. Too bad he wasn't too interested in glory and fame. I knew it would be hard to control someone like him, so I didn't try. He was an excellent ally to have, better than his father and younger brother. Still, I was not too fond of House Tyrell. If they don't get what they want, they might jump to another ship. They are too fickle. How are the men? Are they ready to move? I asked Sir Garland. Everything is ready. We will be moving soon, I told him. Stannis has the Storm's End, so there is nothing to hold him anymore. Do you want to move on him straight away? No, Stannis knows the Kingswoods better than I do, I explained. If we don't move carefully, Stannis will use it against us. He might already be in the way of setting an ambush in the Kingswood. Then I will send scouts first to see where Stannis' men are at all times. Do that. I will send a rider to inform the king of the situation. He should be ready to siege King's Landing. Very well, Sir Garland agreed. I wanted to ask, where is Willers Tyrell? He leads some men to protect the Reach from the Dawn Raiders. So that was where he was. Willers was even more dangerous than Garland. My informants had trouble spying on him. Highgarden is well secured, so few spies get inside, and fewer manage to get out. Willers was very adept in information warfare, so he knew how to defend himself from spies. I had no idea that he was leading a separate host. Good thing that Doran didn't try to invade the Reach. For once, I am glad for his caution. Still, I would like to know what Doran is doing. He won't even inform his daughter, so it is hard to predict him before he takes action. The host of 20,000 cavalries and 30,000 foot followed me to the Kingswood. We used the Rosa Road, so the journey wasn't difficult. The road was well maintained, and it was plains from both sides, so there was a minimal chance for us to be caught off guard. I stopped when we reached the Kingswood. I didn't want to risk it. It was all too easy to get ambushed there. Stannis was a good commander. He would fight us in the woods if he knew of us coming. Sir Garland, what your scouts have told you? King Stannis is already at King's Landing. How many men does he have? About 20,000. Isn't that a bit too little? I asked. Shouldn't he have gathered more men from the Stormlands? He didn't have time. King Stannis mostly took cavalry, and the rest of his men were from Dragonstone. Stannis is no fool. He should have known that he would need more than cavalry, I said. He wouldn't have left without foot soldiers. I will send more men to scout the woods then. Do that. Lord Tarly, I will leave you with foot soldiers. Once we reach King's Landing, I want you to set up a camp as fast as possible. Lord Bolton, I want you to be with me. I might need to send you to command a force if the situation demands it. After giving the orders to everyone and organizing the host, Sir Garland's men returned. It seems I was partially correct. Stannis left his foot at the entrance of Kingswood at Bronze Agate. If he needed to retreat or call for reinforcements, it was a good position. Lord Edmure, my scouts, noticed that King Jaehaerys is nearing King's Landing with 30,000 men, Sir Garland informed me. We will take the cavalry and meet with the king, I told him. Lord Tully, I want you to set up a siege at Bronze Agate. Leave a portion of the men to your discretion. I don't want any more men joining from the Stormlands. As you wish, my lord. Sir Garland, you will be responsible for the left wing. Lord Rowan, you will take the command of the right wing. With orders established, I led the men through Kingswood. It was time to end this war. Still, we couldn't relax as, after this battle, there would be plenty of lords who would resist the new rule. Once we emerged from the woods, I could see the situation around King's Landing. Stannis occupied the Blackwater, and he held the Iron and Dragon gates of the city. King Jaehaerys arrived not long ago but was already set his men to the Lion Gates and Gates of the Gods. He took the tourney grounds to set up his camp. The west of the city was besieged by the forces of the Riverlands and the north. Stannis surrounded the east. Between them stood only the old gates. Both parties didn't try to take those gates. My lord, a rider is approaching, Sir Alan informed me. I see. Let him through. The rider came from Stannis. He brought a message to meet with Stannis and King Jaehaerys. I replied that we should do so at the old gates. After the messenger left, I sent my rider to the old gates to invite the Lannisters. We could attack Stannis now, Lord Bolton suggested. We have the men to win. If King Jaehaerys joins us, Stannis won't have any place to go. Lannisters have at least 30,000 men, I replied. If we don't want to allow Lannisters a chance to strike us from the behind, we would need a quick victory. The old lion has not left King's Landing yet, Lord Bolton commented. He might not dare to leave the walls. Or he might be waiting for a good opportunity, I responded. There is no need to rush. We have the men and resources to dwindle their strength slowly. As I finished my talks with Lord Bolton, a messenger came back. He delivered an agreement from Stannis to meet at the old gates. I told Sir Garland and Lord Bolton to go with me while leaving Lord Rowan in command. We were the first to arrive, and soon enough, King Jaehaerys rode next to us. He came with Lord Karstark and Lord Mallister. After Stannis arrived with the Red Woman and Sir Davos, the old gates opened, and Tywin Lannister came with Tyrion and, to my surprise, Joffrey. Nobody wanted to speak first, waiting for each other to start. We didn't even greet each other, as we knew we couldn't even address each other's titles. 3 kings, yet neither could acknowledge other kings, as it would justify their actions. I want you to lay down your weapons and kneel to me. That is the only chance I will give you. Why Tywin brought this little shit, I don't know. He is the weakest one of all the people here, yet he has more confidence than everyone else. I took a look at his youthful face. His green eyes didn't have any fear. As wind brushed his golden hair, for fools and ignorant, he might look like a king. It seems the news of your father's confession didn't reach you, Joffrey Waters Jaehaerys commented. Surrender, and I will spare your life. How dare a bastard to talk to me like this? I will cut your head and replace it with your dog's head. Even if he spoke so, I couldn't imagine the boy even managing to cut anyone's head on his own. His hands were soft. He had never been through hardships. It would be a miracle if he could hold an executioner's sword. Before everyone gets at each other's throats, I want to pass a message to you from your brother, Tyrion. I spoke for the first time. Would like you to hear it. I would like to, Lord Edmure, Tyrion replied. What did my brother want to say to me? He wanted to apologize, I said. Apologize for what? For lying to you, I answered. Jaime said that what he has told you about Tisha was a lie. She wasn't a whore, and it was your father who made him lie to you. Tisha told the truth and was indeed the crofter's daughter. He knows he won't ever meet you again and wanted you to know the truth. I could see cold settle in his eyes. He looked at his father. It took some time for me to remember this plot, and I had hired investigators to confirm it. Jaime never said anything about it to me, yet they didn't know that. If my words can create a rift between Tyrion and his father, it was all worth it. Are you done now? Stannis asked. Done with what? Jaehaerys asked back. With this madness. I am the rightful king of the Seven Kingdoms, as all of you know that Joffrey is a bastard of the Kingslayer. Rightful king? Who gave you this right? Your brother. If so, wasn't he the one who proved that this right could be ignored when he killed my father? Jaehaerys asked. All I see is one kingdom standing behind you, Lord Stannis. Jaehaerys' words cut deep into Stannis. I could already hear him grounding his teeth. Yet he was calm and didn't fall for the bait. Even if Stannis has the fewest men of all of us, he has some trump cards. What is more important to you, boy? Your ambitions or Lord Stark's life? I knew what Stannis meant. So, he finally will use one of his trump cards. I couldn't imagine what Jaehaerys would do. I couldn't understand what he was thinking right now. No matter what decision he made there, he would regret it. Still, before I could intervene, Jaehaerys answered. If it were my ambitions, I would choose my uncle's life. But I am there not because of my ambitions. I am here for the people behind me. For the North, where I grew up in. For the Riverlands that Lannisters wanted to burn. For the Dawn that experienced injustice in your brother's rebellion. I love and care for my uncle, he is like a father to me, but I have my duties and responsibility. It was a better answer than I could have expected. I could see in Stannis' eyes that he at least understood Jaehaerys even if he didn't want to agree with him. Just as I wanted to say something, I felt that the Red Woman was staring at me. I didn't know what she was looking for. How touching, I give you a day. If you do not lay your weapons by dawn, don't even think of mercy from me. Shut up, Joffrey, I couldn't take this little shit. You are the least important person there. All you have is a title that everyone there knows doesn't belong to you. You are nothing. You don't command even a single man. So, just shut your mouth. Lord Tywine, you at your end, surrender, and I will let you join the wall. Tyrion can still have the Casterly Rock, but nothing more. I only give you this chance. Edmure Tully Tywine calmly replied to me. You won't have this city. As long as I live, nobody will have the Casterly Rock. I came here to tell you that you will fail. I consider him mad if he didn't speak so calmly. Has he resigned to his death? I couldn't even respond to him because he left afterward. The old gates closed. Now only people left were Stannis, who stared at Jaehaerys and our companions. The Red Woman still stared at me, and I felt uncomfortable. Before we part ways, Lord Stannis Jaehaerys spoke before Stannis could leave. I propose a truce until Lannisters are defeated. I don't want to allow Lannisters an opportunity to strike us while we are fighting. I suggest for you to retreat, bastard of Winterfell. For your father's sake. For what it's worth, I don't hate you or your house. But I have my duties to my subjects, Jaehaerys replied. If you refuse to even listen to me, so be it. But there is no need for more people to die. I propose a duel. You and me, no one else needs to die. And I was starting to think that Jaehaerys has grown up. It was too late to question him. If I told him not to do this, people would begin to speculate where the real power lay. Damn you, Jaehaerys. Please refuse, Stannis. Incoming storms. Oberyn POV. The Dragonstone stood proud and firm. Still, it was time for it to fall. The Baratheon era will be gone with it. The stone gargoyles looked down on us as we neared the castle. It wasn't hard to take over the port, as it was mostly empty. From the first look, I could tell it would be impossible to take the castle swiftly. I would need to stay there for a while. The only option was to starve them, as I didn't believe they would surrender to me. There is only a token of men inside. If we could get inside, the battle would be over. Demon Sand was by my side. He was looking for a way to take the castle fast. It was a foolish thought. Still, it was true that we couldn't just stay still and do nothing. But we shouldn't be hasty. Even if Demon is one of the best swords of the Dawn, against stone walls, it means nothing. Set up a perimeter, rain on them with fire arrows. We might get lucky and set something on fire, I ordered the men. Dismantle the ships left there and start building ladders. There wasn't much else I could tell them to do. The farmer and fisherman below the castle were gone inside Dragonstone. So, we took their homes as our camps. There wasn't much food left behind, but we could sustain ourselves from the sea. And we brought enough resources for a long siege. Do you think there be plenty of loot, Prince Oberyn? Lord Vaith asked. Maybe a few dragon stones. For a right buyer, they would be worth a fortune. I heard that Stannis hired many sellswords. If there was anything, he had already sold it, Lady Nymella Toland replied. It's not like you need any more wealth, I responded to them. In the past 10 years, you both become one of the richest families in all Westeros. Not as rich as House Martell, Lord Vaith replied. Or House Tully. It truly shocked me when I heard he harbored a Targaryen. Who would imagine that? You can ask about it more from Lord Stark, Lady Toland. If he's still alive, that is. I didn't know what would be better, if he was alive or not. I had no love for him or his family. Still, I didn't know how to feel about the man who hid Rhaegar's bastard. Now, that same bastard is being called the king. Well, it didn't matter much in the long run. My hate mainly lies with the Lannisters. I am only mad that I won't be able to see Tywin's face when he loses everything. Even this battle didn't mean much if I couldn't take Stannis' daughter and wife as hostages. Eddard POV. I didn't need to see, to hear the battle. At least I could determine the time from these sounds. I could listen to men running outside the dungeons preparing for a battle in the morning. During the day, I could hear countless arrows raining. In the evening, I heard men screaming in pain. It repeated for a week until 2 men came to my cell. I could see that they were the Queen's men from one glance. Both wore grim faces. I could see through their eyes that they were desperate. Come with us, Lord Stark. So, this was the end. I didn't know who was sieging Dragonstone. Neither the North nor the Riverlands had a fleet to transfer men. Maybe Mallisters, but they were on the west coast. Still, whoever it was, they were my ally, and I was a valuable hostage. The men dragged me out of the dungeons. I was too weak to stand on my own feet. After Stannis left, nobody cared to make sure I was well fed. After all, I was a traitor, a man destined to die. Soon enough, I was brought outside the castle into the courtyard. 3 wooded pillars were standing in the middle of the yard. The sun was starting to set, and arrows in the sky diminished. I felt foreboding about this situation as the ominous red sky darkened. Today, we gathered there to offer a sacrifice to the Lord of the Light, Arla the Queen's Liz said. The Lord of the Light will shine us a path to the victory against these heathens. My queen, is it wise? The priestess isn't there, someone questioned her. Do not fear. The true God is with us. I never was so sure of my actions as I am right now. The woman was mad. Surely someone will tell her that gods won't turn the tide of the war. Nobody did. I was dragged in front of the queen. Soon enough, Jory and Harwin were dragged next to me. My lord, are you all right? Jory asked with a raspy voice. I am sorry, and thank you for your service till now, Sir Jory. Harwin, I knew we brought there not for a show. As the queen preached about her God of the Light. We were put on the wooden pillars with our hands and legs bound. Beneath us, wood and hay were piled up. At this point, we knew what they were going to do. Jory, Harwin, I said. You both served House Stark admirable. You don't deserve to die like this. I once again thank you. I promise you that our death won't be meaningless, and your names will be remembered fondly by the North. Are you done with your last words, Stark? The Queen asked. You are right. Your death won't be meaningless. It will bring victory to us and my husband, King Stannis. The North will fall soon after. The night is dark and full of terrors. Is all right to feel fear, my lady, I answered. For bravery is when you conquer your fear and rise above it. The light is a fickle thing. It can fade away as fast as it ignites. So, to rely on it will be your mistake as it is your husband's. Mother, father had forbidden for hurting Lord Stark. The little princess came and said to her mother. She was so tiny, yet braver than every other man there. I could see her trembling hands and tearful eyes, yet she stood before her mother. Sliss dismissed her daughter and ordered the guards to get her out of the way. Princess Shireen, I called out the girl. Don't blame yourself for our death, for we will bravely accept our fate. You are a brave and strong girl. Don't let fear control you as it does your mother. Sliss didn't care for my words as she dropped a torch at the hay and wood beneath us. The fire quickly spread and started to climb up. I could feel the heat rising towards me, but I could only think of the warmth of my wife and the cold of my home. Oberyn POV. The siege went well. Slowly but surely, we started to dwindle the men of Dragonstone. Once hit by our poisonous arrows, they would surely die painfully. Yet tonight, something was happening in the castle. 3 pillars of fire could be seen behind the walls. Do you think they are burning bodies? Demon asked. Why would they do so? No, it's something else, and I don't like it. As the fires burned and then disappeared behind the walls, I could feel a wind picking up. The sky was still clear, but you never can be sure in the sea. A storm can hit you at any time. We were on the island. We would be safe, it wouldn't be a big deal even if some ships drifted away. Let's go. We should rest for tonight, I said to Demon. Just as we returned to the house in the village, the rain started to pour. Not long after, thunder could be heard. To be safe, I ordered for everything we had on the ships to be brought to the village where we were staying. The wind started to blow stronger as men worked in the rain, carrying everything that wasn't nailed down from the ships to the village. A storm was soon upon us, and it felt like it would be a long one. A storm before. Edmure POV. It was clear that Jaehaerys had not grown yet. A boy inclined to rash decisions and recklessness. As the lords were done discussing the battle plans, I stayed with Jaehaerys. You were lucky that Stannis refused. Do you think I wouldn't be able to defeat him? Yes, you might be talented, but Stannis fought in many battles. He has more experience than you. Experience is an essential thing in a fight. Your declaration was reckless and would have jeopardized everything we worked on, I reprimanded the boy. You should have stayed in the Westerlands and what? Pillage and raid. The boy interrupted me. What would that accomplish? From our actions, only the small folk would suffer. Once we take King's Landing, we will end the war. End the war, you say? Don't be ridiculous, I replied to him. After we defeat the Lannisters and Baratheons, we must march to the Westerlands and the Stormlands to put every lord who won't kneel to you to the sword. There will be a lot of cleaning up. The boy remained silent at my words. Well, what was done was done. What mattered was how to win this battle and the ones that would come. The boy will learn and become a man. For now, I have to ensure he doesn't make any more mistakes. How should we proceed with this battle? The boy asked. Both Stannis and Tywin want to rid of us first, I said. This is a 3-way battle. If we attack Stannis, Tywin will strike us from behind and vice versa. The best action is to keep pressure on the city and wait. Wait. Yes, the city won't survive long without food, I replied. It has 500,000 people inside, soon enough, the starving will riot and fight those who have the food. Stannis isn't in a great position either. Still, we can't just do nothing. We should try to hold the gates with foot and attack Stannis with cavalry. We would need to defeat Stannis fast. It would work if there were only 1 or 2 gates. But we would need to scatter the men to all the city gates, and then our advantage in numbers would be lost. Tywin probably has about 30,000 men, maybe more if the conscribed men from the city. We have about 50,000, the boy agreed. For now, as I said, we have an advantage not only in numbers but in the situation too. We can always call for more men and more resources. At the same time, Stannis and Tywin are stuck with what they have. We should dig in and wait. I refuse. What? I couldn't believe him. We could use this situation and lure the Lannisters out, he said. We don't need to lure them. Lord Tarly should come soon with the rest of foot from the Reach. Then we can think about it. Lannisters are in the corner. Even rats bite when they are pushed into the corner. What a lion will do. I didn't answer. I knew it would not be an easy battle. Still, I refused to take a risk. We had the numbers and position. Time was on our side, too. There was no need to rush things even if we could find a chance. Fine, we can think of something later. For now, we should secure our camp with horse fences and pits, I told him. We shouldn't let our guard down. Very well, but I will send scouts to watch Stannis. If he gives me an opportunity, I will use it. Stannis is a seasoned commander. If he gives you an opportunity, it will be a trap to set you up. Then I will leave you to decide when to strike. If not, when, I replied. I still don't want to fight when we don't need to. We must fight, Jaehaerys told me. The sooner we get over with this, the better. I had no choice but to agree before I left him be. He was no fool but too eager and too impatient. I didn't show any disapproval in the public eye at Jaehaerys' decisions, but I will question him privately. For now, I need to prepare the camp. I rode around the camp, checking the tents of men in arms. I reprimanded every man who didn't tie his tent tightly or nailed it down to the ground deep enough. I made sure that the stables were secure. Next, I went to the armory and food storage and ensured they were well guarded. To check the whole camp would take too long, so I only reviewed the Riverlands campsite. I left Lord Bolton the North campsite and to Sir Gullen the Reach campsite. Riding through the camp, I met up with Lord Mallister. Lord Edmure, are you on patrol? Yes, just finishing. You should leave that to others. Why bother with it yourself? Patrek asked. To put fear into the men, now they will think that Lord Paramount will check on them. Next time, the men will do better. Thinking it would anger me, I answered and dismounted my horse. Now, let's check your tent, Sir Patrek Mallister. I walked past him into his tent. Seeing me, Patrek Skirrel spooked and, after greeting me, ran off. Patrek groaned when I picked up pieces of his small cloth from the ground. Good thing I was wearing leather gloves. The tent was a disaster. Common, don't you know a thing about privacy? What this? I asked, picking up a bottle of fine wine. Unauthorized merchandise. No discipline whatsoever. Lord Mallister, I expected better from your knights. My apologizes, my lord. Lord Mallister bowed his head. I will make sure to punish him accordingly. Night watch will be enough for his first misdemeanor. I laughed as Patrek groaned. I will confiscate this. After laughing with Lord Mallister at his son's expense, I couldn't contain myself and hugged my old friend. It was a long time since I saw him. He was left at Seaguard to watch for any Ironborn activities. Are you done with this nonsense? Patrek asked. Yes, yes. Still, you will keep night watch, and I will take this, I replied and took the wine bottle. I heard that your wife is pregnant, Patrek. Congratulations, Lord Mallister. At last, the boy could do something right, Lord Mallister responded. I will leave you to catch up with each other. You should have stayed with your wife, Patrek. Are you mad? I would better face an army than my wife, Patrek replied. I swear one moment she as sweet as honey. The other moment, I could see fire spitting out of her mouth. I live in fear every day at home. You damn coward, I slapped his back. Well, at least father has gotten off my back, he said. I swear once he heard the news, he became 10 years younger and won't stop smiling. Let's hope your child will resemble your wife more, I commented. What that should mean? Patrek asked. I was thinking of naming my child after you if I have a son. It was your wife's idea, wasn't it? Of course, I wouldn't want my child to have such a stupid name. What your tongue, Mallister, you speak to your Lord Paramount. I so sorry, my lord, please forgive his lowly subject of yours. Patrek bowed with one arm to his heart and another lifter above his head. When you will learn to bow correctly? I asked, laughing. Now I will feel bad that I didn't name any of my children after you. You still can, Patrek replied. Yes, if I have another girl, I will name her after you, I told him. We walked around the camp laughing and japing at each other. Taking sips of the wine, Patrek brought. When we finished the bottle, the sun was already gone beyond the horizon. We both knew that today might be the last day we could do so. Tomorrow we will start the battle. It would be a complicated battle with 3 armies fighting each other. There were few such kinds of battles in the history of Westeros. But today, I tried not to think about it and enjoy the night's cold breeze. Will you return home after this? Patrek asked. Probably no, the Westerlands would need to be pacified, and I don't know what we will do with the Stormlands. Take me with you, Patrek said. I can see that you have already forgotten how to relax while I was away. Someone has to keep an eye on you. You just don't want to return to your wife, I replied. It's just part of the reason, Patrek laughed. Still, I heard you gotten close to Lord Bolton. Of the little I know of him, I can say that I don't like him much. He is a powerful northern lord. The Riverlands should get closer to the north after all. If you don't want to tell the truth, so be it, Patrek saw through me. I don't care much about politics, and I know your plan's complexity. Even if they don't seem to go as you would want. The most I could do is think of where to get a drink. I knew that I had made mistakes. I had been taken advantage of. There were moments when I should have done more. A part of me was afraid to change too much, it was a mistake. For all my planning, I lacked resolve. In the end, I wasn't made for this kind of life, no matter how many times I tried to convince myself. Now I just wanted to end it and see my children grow to be better than me. I didn't say anything of it to Patrek. I hated to show myself being weak. We continued to jape at each other. Just when I thought of how to get another bottle of wine, the rain started to drizzle on us. Taking it as a sign to stop for tonight. We both walked back to our tents, but the drizzle became a shower before long. Before I managed to get into my tent, I heard a rumble of thunder coming from the sea. The wind started to pick up too. I felt like gods were on my side. The rain would make the ground muddy, making it harder for horses and men to do any fighting. And if the storm is big enough, it might destroy Stannis' fleet. The storm will only benefit us. We had enough resources and a good position to hold it out. Stannis, on the other hand, was stationed by the sea. His men won't have a good time. I am sure of that much. The young wolf. Rob POV. The Gates of the Moon is a stout castle. It had 4 tall towers that oversaw everything around the castle. Lord Royce's army stood outside the castle. They had set up siege engines but weren't in any hurry. My host didn't join with Royce's. We waited for Sir Lyn Corbray to show up with his host. They can't let us be, that I was sure of. Yet, it has been 4 days since we set up our camp in the Vale of Arryn, and no one has come. Maybe he saw us and didn't dare to challenge you, Rob Theon commented. Uncle, did you manage to see anything? I asked my great-uncle. I have captured a dozen or so scouts, he said. All of them said they were part of Lyn Corbray's host. Yet my scouts could not find them. They are hiding in the mountains, I concluded. Waiting for a chance to strike. If that's so, there's nothing we can do, great-uncle said. We could join with Lord Royce. After all, our goal is to take the Gates of the Moon, Theon replied. It wouldn't matter much if we joined Lord Royce, I responded. Keep looking for them, uncle. I will send a message to Lord Royce for him to start seriously attacking the castle. Very well, my uncle replied and left. What should I do? Theon asked. Do as you wish. I will go see how my men are doing. If Sir Lyn Corbray doesn't show up soon, I will join with Lord Royce. There is no meaning in waiting for a coward. Still, I was not too fond of the silence. We knew he was somewhere watching the siege. I went to sleep at night. My men still had high morale. We did kill the mountain clans, so you could say we accomplished our primary goal. But I can't let my aunt ruin this kingdom anymore. That damn little finger poisons her with his sweet words. I wonder if my father is still alive. Stannis wouldn't kill him, at least I hoped. I wonder what father would do in my place. Before falling asleep, I saw Grey Wind leaving my tent, going for a night hunt. The mountains contained many preys for me to hunt, from rabbits to deer. The mountains were covered by a forest full of trees and bushes for me to sneak under. Even when a full moon shone onto the forest, the light didn't reach the ground. Shadows covered my presence as I crawled to my prey. Silent as a night, I got close to a rabbit. Swiftly as a wind, I plunged at him. After tearing the rabbit apart, I smelled smoke and heard voices. Leaving the rabbit on the ground, I followed the scent and came upon a camp of humans. They were not sleeping but preparing for something. I saw steel swords in their hands and plate armor on their bodies. I tried getting closer to see more. But before I could do so, the humans climbed on their horses. A man with long brown hair and a thin body yelled orders. The humans listened to him and then laughed with him. I stayed in the shadows as they rode off. My eyes opened to see the roof of my tent. It wasn't the first time I dreamed of being Grey Wind. I knew what I saw, thousands of men preparing for battle. It was hard to believe that men would attack us at night. The roads are treacherous in the light of day. At night, I could not imagine how to cross them. However, it didn't matter. I trusted what I saw. They will attack us soon, and I had to prepare for it. I quickly got dressed and took my sword before leaving my tent. I yelled for the men to wake up and get up. The camp soon became bustling with men. Some who slept with their armor quickly got up and joined me. Others cursed as they got off their tents half-dressed and with their weapons in their hands. "Rob, what going on?" My uncle was the first to come to me and ask. Just before I answered him, I had a thought. They shouldn't know that we were behind Lord Royce's host. So, why would they attack us? No, they were going for Lord Royce. I looked at my great-uncle, and a plan formed in my mind. "Uncle, go to Lord Royce and warn of a night raid," I told him. "Tell him that he has to hold them until we come." "A night raid?" he asked. "Go, we don't have time for me to explain." He looked hesitant at me but still listened to me and left. There was no time for foot soldiers to prepare. "I will need to only use cavalry on this." I didn't have many of them, but if we manage to strike Celine Corbray from behind, we will manage to win. "Rob, what the hell is going on?" Theon came to me, barely dressed. "Prepare your horse. We have the battle to win," I told him. Dismissing Theon's confused expression and ordered my men to prepare horses. There was no time to lose. If we miss this opportunity, we won't have a second one. I should move, but I waited. I saw as Celine Corbray's host fought against Lord Royce. With the warning coming to him fast enough, he managed to put some defenses. Still, it wasn't sufficient as Celine Corbray's host went deeper and deeper. "What are we waiting for, Rob?" Theon asked, clutching the reins of his horse. I didn't answer but watched as Celine Corbray went to the defenses of Lord Royce. "I won't give him a chance to escape." I held my hand up. Seeing my signal, Theon took a horn. Letting my hand fall, Theon blew the horn, and we rode to the battle. We rode fast. Our cavalry struck Celine Corbray's host back before realizing what was happening. There were maybe 5,000 of them and about 3,000 of us. Still, I didn't let my forces go too deep but encircled them. I knew he had more foot soldiers. I couldn't let them hide in the mountains, especially if Celine Corbray escaped us. This madness will end tonight. Cutting down the third man I encountered, I saw a thin knight with long black hair going for me. Celine Corbray wasn't a fool. He saw that to escape this encirclement, he would need to go through us with all his force or kill me to make others panic. Too bad for him, I knew that too, as 4 men quickly came in front of me to defend me. At that moment, I realized how inexperienced I was as Celine Corbray cut them down like they were made of straw. Before I could get my mind straight, Celine Corbray was upon me. Somehow, I blocked his swing with my sword but fell from my horse. "You should be stuck, boy," Celine said. "You thought you could defeat me. You alone are not enough. Good thing I am never alone." At my words sunk into him, Grey Wind jumped on him from the side. I watched as my companion tore his neck wide open. He coughed on his blood. Standing up, I walked to him and finished his suffering. Soon enough, we finished the rest of those who didn't surrender. Without clear leadership, they fell quickly. After the battle, I had time to get up on my horse. I rode to Lord Royce, who was covered in blood. "Lord Stark, thank you for saving us." Lord Royce bowed to me. "If not for you, I don't know how many we would have lost." "I was just doing my duty," I answered. "Still, it isn't over. Prepare your horses. I know where the rest of them are hiding." Lord Royce quickly agreed with me and gathered his men. I led them where I saw the camp from the eyes of Grey Wind. They were hiding in a clearing halfway into the mountain. All sides were covered by lush forest. It was a great place to hide a host, but they couldn't see us as we approached them from the forest. I didn't rush at them and ordered the men to encircle them. My great-uncle took down the sentries quietly. So, when we struck, it was a short and swift battle. Rob, we got Lord Corbray and 2 Red Fort brothers alive. Theon came to me to report after the battle. I looked at the captives. There was no one to stop us from taking the gates of the moon. My aunt won't be able to hide in the Uri. Once we bring the order back to the Vale, I can return to be by John's side. The end of the storm. Edmure POV. For 3 days and 3 nights, the storm raged. The wind and the rain got stronger each day, but as the 4th day came, the storm ended, revealing its destruction. The ground was wet and muddy, and your feet would sink into it. Dozens of tents flew away with the wind. You could see plenty of places where the lighting scorched the ground. If the storm lasted any longer, we could see some casualties from cold. The granaries and armory were well built, so they didn't get much damage. But the stables weren't so lucky. Scores of horses had run off. My lord, one of my best scouts, came to me. Stannis' ships were mostly destroyed. 4 ships were left still afloat. Thank you for your hard work, Liam, I replied. Keep a watch on Stannis. As you wish, my lord. Once the scout left my tent, I called for Edmund to help me put on my armor. Our host sat doing nothing but hiding from the storm for 3 days and 3 nights. It isn't hard to predict a council to be called. Once Edmund helped me put on my full plate armor, I left for the king's pavilion on the beaten path. I wanted to talk with the king first before other lords came. I wanted to know what he plans and share my own opinions. Most lords would agree with anything the king would suggest. We had the numbers, so most would think we could take risks, but I didn't want to take any chances. I didn't want to lose men pointlessly. I entered the king's pavilion with the permission of the guards. I was surprised to see Jaehaerys already speaking with Lord Karstark. Still, I didn't show any displeasure, and it was good that the Lord of the North had warmed to the idea of Jaehaerys becoming the king. Lord Edmure the king greeted me. Your Grace, Lord Karstark, I greeted the men. I was talking with Lord Karstark about attacking Stannis. I would like to hear what you think. I first should learn what you are planning in more detail. I was going to give Lord Karstark 20,000 cavalry and 5,000 foot to attack Stannis. I think it is a great time for a surprise attack against Stannis. Once Stannis is defeated, it wouldn't be hard to deal with the Lannisters. I have to agree with Lord Karstark, I replied. You do? Jaehaerys asked. I thought you didn't want to take any risk. I didn't, but I just got the news that Stannis lost his ships to the storm, I told him. After the storm, it will be easier to defend our camp. It is the same with Stannis' camp, Lord Karstark said. Stannis' camp was by the sea. It was hit harder by the storm. Most of his men will be tired, and his camp will be in disarray. We should strike today. Very well, would you take the lead, Lord Tully? Jaehaerys asked. Your Grace, I would gladly lead the cavalry in your name, Lord Karstark said before I could answer. Your Grace, I would suggest to give me 5,000 cavalries to test the defences of Stannis. Lord Karstark can lead the rest of the cavalry behind me. Very well, I trust in your capabilities, Lord Tully. Lord Karstark will support you. As you command, Your Grace, Lord Karstark, and I replied. Take the men you need. I will inform the other lords later. As you said, Lord Tully, we should attack fast, not giving Stannis a moment to rest. I will ask the Reach to give part of their cavalry to you, Lord Karstark. They have not fought any battles yet. It is time for them to prove themselves. I left together with Lord Karstark. On the way to our respective camps, I met with Patrek. Quickly explaining the situation, I ordered him to prepare the best riders. There is no way that Stannis has not ready for him to be attacked. I rode on my horse, Rain, in front of the 5,000 gathered Riverlanders. Patrek has decided to join me instead of his father. The men all wore heavy armor. Once Edmund gave me my lance, I spoke to the men. Well, men, let's see what the stag is made of. He has demanded that we kneel to him while offering nothing in return. Where was he when Lannisters burned our homes? We owe him nothing, and he deserves nothing. This is the end of him. Show no mercy. After giving my speech, I rode in first. Our horses dug deep into the ground with their hooves as we rode. Riding just out of the range of the walls of King's Landing, we soon reached the Dragon Gate, where Stannis set his camp. I saw that the camp was in shambles as I got closer. The men stood with their spears and swords, and in front of them was Stannis on his horse. There weren't much of defenses for our horse to be hindered. It might have worked on someone else, but I was a paranoid bastard. I slowed down before we got into the camp. Stannis wouldn't have offered himself so easily. It was a trap. Instead of going forward, I turned to the side with my men following me. Arrows didn't do much to us. They just bounced off our armors. While going around his camp, I saw that only the front was without fences and pits. It was a trap. Stannis, not wanting to let us so quickly, gave chase with about 10,000 horses. We couldn't escape from him, as the sea was before us. We had to ride along the sea, as now Stannis had an advantage in numbers and position. It was hard to ride on muddy ground and make sudden turns. Not long after, Stannis caught up to us. There was nothing we could do but ground our teeth and face them. Stannis' cavalry hit us hard, with better speed and position than ours. We took a big hit but quickly recovered. I broke my lance on the first man and quickly took out my Valyrian sword. The red sword cut the men rapidly. A lance hit me after I killed 4 men, knocking me out of my horse. I quickly put myself in a ball and put my shield over my head. I was trampled by horses badly. Even if my armor and shield protected me from the worst, I felt the hits. Time seemed to stop for me as I felt my body being broken by horse hooves. Just as I lost my strength, it stopped. Slowly and painfully, I stood up at the sight of Stannis retreating and Lord Karstark giving chase. My body aches badly, but I don't think I have broken any of my bones. Maybe my ribs, but otherwise, my armor protected me well, or I was lucky. Edmure, I heard Patrek and a few others yelling for me. I am fine. Go after Stannis, I yelled out. It was an excellent chance to catch him. There wasn't a place he could escape to. I wasn't in good shape to do anything. I heard fighting from Stannis' camp. Lord Karstark's forces were finishing the rest of Stannis' forces. My lord, are you truly all right? Sir Alan came to me. I will be fine, I told him. Don't worry about me too much. Let me help you, Sir Alan said and held his left hand to me. Sir Alan, why do you wish to die? I asked him. What do you mean, my lord? He tried to smile. Show me your right hand, I demanded him. I had known the man for a long time now. I knew he was right-handed. There was no way he would have held his left hand and hid his right if he wasn't trying to do something to me. The knight smiled at me and showed me his right hand holding a dagger. Well, I didn't want this to be painful for you, Sir Alan said. Guards! I yelled, and 3 men left behind turned to me immediately. I was in no condition to fight, and I quickly rolled away for the false knight as 3 guards came to me. Sir Alan drew his sword and showed me his true skill by killing them without a problem. Who are you? I asked. It doesn't matter who I am, he said. But I will say, you are a danger to the one and true king. And this is the best chance I will have to kill you. He moved fast and soon was upon me, pointing his sword at me. I managed to deflect the blade with my gauntlets. Still, his knife found a way to my shoulder joints. Yet it was his mistake. Grabbing his hand, I headbutted him. Not letting him go, I punched him in the chin afterward. He managed to distance himself from me and again pointed his sword at me. I lay on the ground as he came at me. Yet all he found was mud on his face. I swung at his legs, taking a broken lance, and he fell to the ground. I climbed on him and took his neck with my hands. He tried to stab me with his sword, but he couldn't move his hand well under me. He spat at my eyes and hit my torso with his knee as I saw him turn purple. I reeled back from the pain in my chest. My ribs were broken, and now my shoulder had a dagger inside. It seems that I wasn't paranoid enough this time. You damn hard to kill, Sir Alan spoke. I waited for the best chance to kill you for months, and even now, When you can't stand up, you still can fight. He walked to me once again. I yanked the dagger off my shoulder and threw it at him. He blocked it and kept walking. Before I could find any weapon, he was upon me. I looked at him and laughed. What's so funny? Finding me laughing at him, he stopped for a moment but not for long. Yet, my answer came. Patrick rode behind and stuck him with his sword. Alan was down on the ground next to me, he didn't move, but I still told out of the way. How many times have I had to save you, Edmure? I swear, without me, you would have died dozen times. Check if he's still alive. If he is, keep him alive, I told Patrick. Ah, he's dead, Patrick told me after rolling Alan on his back. He hit his face on a rock. I stood up with the help of two men who came with Patrick. Slowly I walked to Alan's body. His face was caved in. I saw a bloody rock which was hidden under the mud. Damn it. I still didn't know who sent him. Thanks, Patrick, I said. What the situation with Stannis? I don't know. I wouldn't be able to catch up to them, so I thought I'd leave it to Lord Karstark. Well, I was tired and beaten up. I told Patrick to take me back to our camp. Even if Stannis isn't captured, his host is beaten. I will count today as victory no matter what. I was too tired to lament about Alan's betrayal. The good news doesn't last. I was brought back to the camp and laid into my tent by Patrick before he went to look for a healer. My body was tired, and it hurt like hell. The healer came not long after. He ordered my squire to help him remove my dented and broken armor and my torn clothes. The healer was an older man who was a septon too. I saw him a couple of times in the camp praying with some men or giving sermons. He looked kindly with his short grey beard and balding head. He wore a dirty white robe. Tell me when it hurts, my lord, the priest told me as he started to touch my body. I didn't need to say anything as my painful hisses spoke everything he needed to hear. Looking down at my own body, I saw how many nasty bruises I had sustained. I guess I should be grateful to the gods for managing to survive this ordeal. 3 broken ribs and the rest are probably fractured, my lord, the priest informed me. Good news is that you don't have any internal injuries. What is bad news? I asked. How pessimistic, the stab wound in your shoulder is troublesome. I suggest not trying to lift anything for at least a month, the priest told me. It will take a month and a half for the ribs to heal fully. So, I suggest not moving much in that time. Is that all? It seems that your arm and leg bones are bruised, but nothing too serious. Your head didn't sustain any injuries. You should count yourself lucky, my lord, the priest gave his report. I could make some nightshade if you have difficulty sleeping. I will be fine, I replied. Edmund, tell me what happened to the camp while we were gone. The Lannisters tried to attack us, but His Grace predicted it and managed to defend without too many losses. At least some good news. It seems that Jaehaerys took my words seriously. If Lord Karstark manages to catch Stannis, the victory will be ours. I wanted to go and talk with Jaehaerys, but Edmund stopped me. The healer said you should rest, my lord, Edmund told me. There is no time for this. I tried to push him away, but I didn't have the strength. You should listen to your squire, Lord Tully. Jaehaerys came inside my tent. Would you leave us, Edmund? As you wish, your grace. Edmund bowed and left. You were right, Jaehaerys said. Right about what, your grace? You should address me as John, at least while we are alone. I don't want to forget who I am. You are king, I told him. It is just a title. Anyway, Stannis' camp was a trap. The pits and spikes hidden behind mud would have stopped your horses if you went inside. I heard the report from Sir Patrick. If you have not lured Stannis of his camp, we would have lost a lot of men. I heard Lannisters tried to attack you. They tried. In the end, they had no choice but to retreat. The ground is too soft for a prolonged battle, and our defenses stood firm. What of Stannis' camp? Lord Karstark left portion of his men to clear it. They put on the fight, but in the end, we took it. We captured some Florence, the Red Priestess, and a few knights left behind. And? I asked. It seems that Sir Davos Seaworth, with a couple of hundreds of men, had taken the good ships and escaped. Back to the Dragonstone, I guessed. Probably. Well, it doesn't matter, Stannis' host is defeated. As long as Stannis was captured, we could use him to get Lord Stark from captivity. There wasn't much I could do to help Jaehaerys with anything. I can only leave the rest to him and hope for the best. As the day started to end, Jaehaerys left after informing me everything I needed to know. It was a long day. Tomorrow we will begin besieging King's Landing in full force. I stayed in my tent for the night, but I knew that I couldn't afford to rest. I lay in my tent for 3 days, doing nothing but resting. But when I heard Lord Karstark had returned, I had to get up even when Edmund protested. With his help, I walked to the king's pavilion. There I saw Lord Karstark with Lord Tarly greeting the king. "Your Grace, I present you Stannis Baratheon." Lord Karstark dragged Stannis. "You have done well, Lord Karstark," the king commented. "The credit can't be only with me, Your Grace." Lord Tarly was marching to King's Landing and intercepted Stannis' escape. "Lord Tarly, thank you for your services," the king said. "It was my duty, Your Grace," Lord Tarly replied. "Lord Stannis," the king turned to the captive. "I asked you before you cooperate with me to fight against the Lannisters, and you refused. Now you are there before me, defeated. Do with me as you wish, boy. Knee to me, proclaim me as your king and renounce your claim on the Iron Throne, and I will give you a choice to join the Night's Watch. I am the rightful king. That didn't change even if I am defeated. I giving you a chance to let your daughter live. Renounce your claim, and your daughter can rule as Lady of Storm's End, as long as she kneels to me. I won't give you another chance. My daughter is the rightful heir to the Iron Throne after me. Kill me, boy, but justice will prevail. Justice. I told you, I don't hate the House Baratheon for what they did in the past. I wouldn't blame your family for the death of my siblings, even if Robert Baratheon himself laughed and insulted their bodies. But now you spit on me, so be it. I will keep you alive until my uncle returns to us, but I will personally behead you once he is. Take him away and keep him locked." 2 Karstark men took Stannis away. Many discussed with each other. Many were surprised that Stannis didn't take Jaehaerys' generous offer. I wasn't. Stannis is a stubborn man who only believes in justice. He doesn't realize that justice is something men decide upon. "Your Grace, the Red Woman wants an audience with you," a messenger came to inform the king. "Very well, bring her here," the king said. The Red Woman had unimaginable power that could help us in the future. She would be a great asset in the court, but there were too many disadvantages to having her serving the king. The king himself is of the north. The faith will make a fuss over religion if we push it further. Soon the Red Woman was brought to stand before the king. She was beautiful, with long, vibrant red and orange hair. Her eyes were captivating red, as were her lips. She stood tall with a slender body. Many were impressed with her beauty. I saw many looking at her breast with lustful expressions. Yet the Red Woman only looked at me. "You wanted to see me?" the king asked her, trying not to look at her revealed pale skin. "Yes, Your Grace. I saw in flames as a hero reborn who will lead us in the victory against the great others. Your champion is already defeated." I was mistaken. "He was no champion," she replied, and then again looked at me. "Edmund," I called for my squire. "Yes, my lord." "Bring my sword." My squire quickly left to do as I commanded. I knew what I needed to do. The Red Woman spoke with the king as I waited. Once Edmund brought my sword, I walked to the Red Woman. Everyone saw me, and the king looked at me curiously as if asking what I wanted. I didn't answer, and just as the Red Woman was about to speak to me, I drew my sword. The lords and knights were surprised, but I swung my sword before anyone could say or do anything. The Red Woman's head flew from her shoulders. "Lord Tully," the king shouted. "What is the meaning of this?" "I am sorry, Your Grace," I bowed my head as the head of the Red Woman rolled on the ground. "But this woman is too dangerous, a priestess of Ashai, and she can use blood magic. For your safety, I deemed it necessary to kill her." What the king wanted to say next didn't leave his mouth, as the Red Woman's body disintegrated into dust, and only a necklace was left behind. I picked the necklace with my sword. I didn't know what it was, but it needed to be sealed and never see daylight again. I will forgive you for this transaction, as it seems you are right about her. The king broke the silence. But I won't be so generous the next time. I bowed again, hiding the pain in my face. My chest hurt like hell just from a couple of movements. When a young man barged into the tent, I was prepared to ask to be dismissed. Everyone drew their swords as they were already tense, and now someone unknown came. Your Grace, the young man breathed heavily and barely could speak between his breaths. I bring grave news. Speak, the king demanded. The Ironborn, they have attacked the north. What? It wasn't only the king who was shocked. Probably the only one who wasn't was me. I knew they would strike someday. What better time to attack than when everyone concentrates on the King's Landing? The Iron Fleet tried to take the Moat Cailin, but they were repelled. Where are the Iron Fleet now? They regrouped and now are going for Deepwood Motte. How dare these bastards, Lord Glover yelled. Calm down, Lord Glover. The king tried to calm the man down. How can I? They trying to reap my lands. The north has enough strong men to repel them, the king said. Let's not lose our minds. We have to take King's Landing first. It will take too long, Lord Glover tried to argue. Then let's begin our assault, the king calmly replied. I want battering rams, siege towers, and trebuchets to be built immediately. Now that no one stops us, we will put every man to work. Aye, Your Grace, everyone agreed. There wasn't anything for me to do, so with the help of Edmund, I went back to my tent. The king was right. We have to put everything into besieging King's Landing. The sooner the city falls, the sooner we can take care of the rest of the kingdoms. The fall. Edmure POV. A mist settled on the ground. It was thin but still obscured one's vision. It didn't stop the trebuchets from hitting the walls of the city. King Jaehaerys' forces surrounded the city. Every gate was being besieged. And after a month of letting the Lannisters suffer under the falling rain of rocks, we finally can move. During this month, there were plenty of riots in the city. Every lord agreed that the city was weakened enough. It was time to storm it. The North, the Riverlands, and the Reach joining hands had created an army of 100,000 men. There was no hope for the Lannisters. Should they try to run, we will hunt them down. Are you sure you are ready, my lord? Edmund asked as he fastened my armor. I am ready as I can be. But the healer said it would take at least 1.5 months for you to heal fully. I am fine. Prepare my horse. Edmund did as commanded and left my tent. After putting my sword in the belt on my waist, I took the helm from the table. Red and blue were the colors of House Tully, and so was my armor. I still felt the discomfort in my movements, but it was something I could manage. Leading the tent, Edmund was waiting for me with my horse rein. I caressed my horse with care. The black stallion was by my side for a long time. He accompanied me in many battles. He was the trustworthy steed that I always could count on. Mounting him, I left Edmund behind. My squire wasn't ready for our actual battle just yet. Edmure Patrek greeted me. Good luck out there. To you too, I replied. Be careful of the flea bottom. It is dense with crumbling buildings, a great place for an ambush. So, you have heard that father and I are going through iron gates. I know where everyone is going, I answered. Should we start calling you All-Knowing instead of Redfish? It was you who named me in the first place. If you want to complain, do it to yourself. Lord Edmure, Sir Patrek. Lord Bolton rode next to me. I am to ride with you, Lord Edmure, through the Gate of the Gods. Our force will be the biggest. We are to ride straight to the Red Keep, I said. Once the Red Keep is ours, this battle will be over. We had enough men to cover all the gates. Once we breach the gates, it will be up to us to take the city down. After a month of being besieged, most of the towers on the walls were destroyed, so sending battering rams to breach the gates wouldn't be so difficult anymore. As we spoke with each other, the battering rams were pushed forward. Patrek, seeing that it was time to join his father, left. Lord Bolton and I went for our positions too. We waited beyond the reach of arrows as the gates were battered. It is time, Lord Edmure, Lord Bolton said as the gates were almost broken. Send the men. We shall join too. The foot went first to secure the path. Once the gates were breached, the foot pushed back the Lannister men and took control of the gates. With a signal, I ordered my men to ride with me. We entered the city without too much of a problem, and once in King's Landing, we didn't stop. The path was secured, and we rode fast. Our horses trampled everyone who tried to stop us. The city was in pure chaos. In Cobbler's Square, the first genuine obstacle presented itself. A couple of hundred knights wanted to challenge us. My lance broke upon them, not giving them a chance to give a good fight. Arrows flew behind the buildings or on top of them. Our steel armor stopped them. If it didn't, the arrows couldn't pierce through the chain mail. I left the foot to deal with them and led my 2,000 knights through the city. We were the first to reach the city center, but I could see and hear the fighting in the streets of King's Landing. Many of the Lannisters' men surrender in the sight of us. Others would die to our swords. Just as I could feel the victory in our hands, I smelled something. The smell was like no other, yet it was familiar. Wildfire, the word came to me. It smelled like wildfire. Everyone, to the ground. My yelling was drowned by the sound of the great September of Baelor being consumed by the dark emerald flames. I dropped to the ground and hit rain to run away. The September wasn't far from the city's center, and I could see the flames spreading. The screams came first, then the smell of burned flesh. To the Red Keep I ordered the men. The flames had blocked our path to retreat. The only way was to go forward. Most of us lost our horses in the panic, or, like me, others dismounted and let them run freely. In this chaos, it would be almost impossible to control them. We pushed forward through the meager defenses. Those who had not surrendered before were now running in panic and fear. Yet it was not over. I saw that the dark emerald flames suddenly engulfed the flea bottom. I was worried about Patrek as I knew he was fighting there, but I had to move forward. By the time we reached the walls of the Red Keep, half of the city was burning. Everyone was running through the streets, trying to find a place to go. I saw burning men and children alike burned alive. The screams have gotten only louder and louder. Arrows, someone screamed, and I held my shield above my head. Lord Bolton, are you all right? In the chaos, I saw Roose Bolton fall to the ground. Lord Edmure, I am fine. Only my shoulder got hit. Too bad, I said, taking the arrow from his shoulder. It seems I have to do all the work. Before Lord Bolton could realize what I meant, I thrust the arrows into his neck. He looked at me with a shocked face. Yet his eyes were accepting his death. Even in the hell that the city turned into, I had to do my job. Boltons don't have a place in my future. My lord, is everything all right? Some knight came to check on us. Lord Bolton was hit into the neck, I said as Lord Bolton breathed his last. He is dead. What are your orders? We keep moving to the Red Keep, I said. I gathered the remaining men and pushed forward. I was surprised to see the Red Keep almost empty. The gates were opened. I feared that it was a trap, but I soon saw weapons and shields dropped on the ground. The men who guarded the keep had run away. Search all the chambers, I ordered the men. The rest come with me to the throne room. I knew it would be hard for the others to join me. So, I had no choice but to rush and take the Red Keep myself. The few thousand I had with me split and went inside the keep. A few knights tried to stand before me on the way to the throne room. My Valyrian sword cut through them like they were made of paper. Once we arrived at the throne room, I was tired. Covered in dirt, ashes, and blood, I forced the doors to be opened. On the Iron Throne sat Joffrey, below him 50 knights. They wore full armor and had swords with shields in their hands. Behind me stood about 70 tired but furious men. Kill him, kill them all, the little shit screamed. You are dressed as knights, I said to the men who stood before me. You may call yourself such, but you die like dogs. They rushed at me, and I stepped back. Not everyone could fit through the doorway and could use it to dwindle some of them. I blocked one sword with my shield and another with my sword before kicking the third away from me. Letting one get closer, I hit his head with my shield. After 3 hits, he fell to the ground. I bent my head to avoid a sword. And stabbed my own at someone's neck. Even though it looked like they pushed us back into the hallway. The truth was that those knights had to step over their dead companions. It was too late to realize it, as only 10 were left soon enough. Pushing myself to one knight, I drove my sword through his armpit. A few blades grazed me, but my armor protected me well. It was not hard to kill the last of them, who rushed, consumed by madness. The last one's head flew quite the distance. "Are you done, bastard?" I asked the false king walking through 50 dead knights. "Hound, kill him." I looked at the man with the hound helm. He looked at me and then back to his king. He drew his great sword and then dropped it to Joffrey's feet. The hound took his helm next and threw it on Joffrey's lap. "Fight him yourself," the hound said and backed off. "I will have your head, hound. I will have all of your heads." The boy has gone mad from fear. Standing up from his throne, he tried to lift the great sword, yet he couldn't do so. The tip of the sword stayed on the floor. Getting tired of this nonsense, I walked up to him and bashed his head with my shield. He dropped to the ground like a log. I was tired, too, so I sat on the steps below the Iron Throne. I waited for the rest of my men to be done searching the Red Keep. From the windows, I saw smoke filling the sky. It was a dark sky, even though it should be in the middle of the day. "My lord, we searched all the keep," one of the knights returned shortly after. "We found the Queen Regent." "The rest of the Lannisters?" I asked. "Apart from the servants, and there were few of them. Neither Tywin nor Tyrion was seen in the keep. Tommen and Myrcella are missing too." "Bring the queen to me," I told them. "I am sorry, she is dead." "Dead? Who killed her?" "She did it herself, we found an empty cup near her." "Probably poison." "Question everybody. Someone should know where are the rest of the Lannisters." It should be a sweet victory, yet only a bitter taste was left in my mouth. I couldn't rest, not yet. I ordered 100 men to stay in the keep while the rest followed me. The Lannisters had escaped, they could run, but there was no place to hide. Thousands of people in the city needed help, and I had thousands of men in my command. The Hand. Edmure POV. I looked down on Maester Pycelle as he knelt before me. He was found in his chambers and brought to me. The pathetic old man whimpered as I drew my sword. I put the blade against his neck, and he pissed himself. I didn't know if he was acting or not, but I didn't care. Pycelle told me everything that I asked of him. I didn't even need to torture him. Kevan Lannister took the bastard children and escaped back to Westerlands when we fought against Stannis. Tywin took a ship that drifted away from Stannis' fleet. The Maester killed himself at the sight of the city burning, I said to one of my men. The man understood what I meant, picked up the Maester, and threw him out of the window. Pycelle was a creature of Lannisters. He would never be trusted, even if he was abandoned. Only a few knew of him, and besides me, there were only a dozen of my most trusted men in the Red Keep. "My lord, the king is coming into the Red Keep. Lead him to the throne room. I will meet him there." It was a good thing that Jaehaerys survived. Otherwise, all this death would be meaningless. It was already hard to deal with the quilt, I felt. It was my fault so many died. I knew this wouldn't have happened if I was not Edmure. My actions led to this tragedy. When I entered the throne room, I saw Lord Tully, Lord Karstark, and many more. Yet, there was no one from the Mallister party. I suppressed my worry as I saw Jaehaerys. His eyes were bloodshot. There were ashes in his hair and blood on his clothes. "Where are they?" the king asked after seeing me. "Where are the Lannisters?" "Gone, your grace. Only Joffrey was found. He was detained. The Queen Regent killed herself, and the rest had escaped. I want them dead, all of them." The king didn't shout, but everyone could hear his voice. "Your grace, the Lannister can run, but there is no place they can hide," I said. "We should concentrate our forces on saving the city. Tens of thousands of men are hurt or trapped under rubble. We need to help them." "Lord Tully is right, your grace." Lord Tully agreed with me. "The Lannister lost almost all their men, they might return to Casterly Rock, but I promise they won't leave it again." "You are right. Lord Tully, I give you control of all the men. Use them to stop the fires and save as many people as possible. Lord Tully, we will need food, healers, and other things to help the people of King's Landing." I will send a raven to every lord for them to prepare food and medicine to be brought here. Maesters and healers will come along. Your Grace, what about your coronation? Lord Fossoe asked. My coronation. And where should I be coronated? In the September of Baylor. Look through the window, my lord. It is nothing but rubble. The Red Keep didn't sustain any damage, your Grace. We should celebrate your victory. And who will celebrate it? The people who lost their homes and families. Are you telling me to show them how better we are? Your Grace, I didn't mean to. Keep quiet. We don't have time for this nonsense. If you have nothing better to do, go help put down the fire. Your Grace. Sir Garland walked in. Sir Garland Tyrell, report how many losses your men suffered. Many. We were not far away from the great September of Baylor. There weren't many fights, but a few thousand were lost to the fires. I ordered the rest of my men to help evacuate the small folk and stop the fire from spreading. Lord Tully, I don't see Lord Bolton with you, Lord Carstark inquired. He was hit with an arrow. We rushed to the Red Keep when the fires started. There was no place for us to retreat. I don't see Lord Mallister, G. Harries commented. Lord Mallister was responsible for iron gates. Their path was along the Flea Bottom, Lord Tarley said. The Flea Bottom received the worst of fires. Then it seems that we don't have time. I know you are tired, but we have a city to save. Lord Tarley, take half the men already gathered and go to the Flea Bottom. Sir Garland, lead the men from the Reach and Riverlands to help people in the vicinity of the Great September. Lord Carstark, take the men from the north, and secure and clear the streets. We will need them to transport the injured. With orders given, the lords moved. I stayed behind, as I was expecting G. Harries wanted to talk with me in private. G. Harries looked at the Iron Throne when we were left alone. His eyes were filled with hatred as he looked at the throne. He already hated the seat even before he was seated. Your Grace, I called out to him. Call me by my name. G. Harries. I missed being Jon Snow, a bastard of Winterfell. It was simpler times then. You are a king now, I told him. A king of ashes and graveyards. The city will be rebuilt. Do we have enough gold to do so? And even if we did, how long will it take? We start with the harbor. Once trade continues, we can amass more gold from it. You chose me to become the king so you could control me. I was surprised he knew. I thought I needed to rule outside your control for the realm to prosper. Yet I was mistaken. I am just a boy that knows little of what it means to rule. I need you to rule. It is true. I thought that I knew better than everyone else. If I had the blood of kings, I might have taken the throne myself. But this destruction was my fault. I could have defeated Tywin in Riverlands, and the Lannisters would have fallen afterward. Yet I deemed it to be too risky and costly. I know better suited to rule than you, G. Harries. So, we are both failures. You have not failed anyone. What you don't know, you will learn. You will be a great king that brings peace and prosperity to the realm. Not alone, G. Harries replied. I need a hand. I need you by my side. I already failed. Then fail again. I can't rule alone, and it was you who brought me here. Who else could I trust to be my hand? Your uncle, Ned. You heard that Ironborn are raiding the north. My uncle is needed back in the north. Very well, at least for now, I will stand beside you as your hand. Good. Now Lord Hand, what do you advise me to do next? Even if I don't like it, I would advise you to marry Margaery Tyrell, to ask for Tyrells to rebuild the city. Make a seat in your small council for city management or something, and let one of Tyrells sit on it. G. Harries nodded and sat on the Iron Throne. He calmed down and looked at the smoke-filled sky through the window. With a slight bow, I left him alone. I had a lot of things to do. I needed to fix the mess I had created. Tyrion POV. Even miles away from the city, I could see the smoke. How many have died? Thousands? Tens of thousands? Or has the number reached 100,000? The Lannister name will be cursed by everyone who survived. I looked at the person responsible for it. Tywin Lannister looked at the city with empty eyes. Even when our ship sailed further and further away from King's Landing, It looked like we would never escape the sight of the smoke. I feared a ship would show up from the horizon to hunt us down. And all that could protect me would be a crossbow on the barrel next to me. The men with us looked nervous, to say at least. Every single of them had some attachment to King's Landing. Seeing the capital burn like this, I could only imagine what they felt and thought. Yet I was mostly curious about what Tywine thought about it. "So, what now?" I asked him. "Kevan will hold Casterly Rock until we return." "Return from where?" "From Essos. We will hire sellswords to fight for us. Once we make an army, we will take what is ours. With what we will pay the sellswords." He didn't answer. I knew it was all lost. Nobody would welcome us even if we came back with hundreds of thousands of men. Everyone will fight nail and tooth to keep us away. By Tywine's words, the Targaryen bastard will be too busy rebuilding the city to do anything. Yet I believe that we gave him the 7 kingdoms by taking away King's Landing from him. Tell me, did Edmure tell the truth about Tisha? She was a whore, there's nothing else to it. Was she a whore before meeting me or after? Don't concern yourself with such things. Answer me. I didn't know where this anger came from. She should have known her place, that was all I needed to hear. Where is she now? Wherever the whores go, Tywine replied. I had not even realized that I had picked up the crossbow next to me and pointed it at Tywine. He looked shocked but not afraid. He looked like I was a child throwing a tantrum. The men near us reached for their swords. "I am your father, Tyrion. Put down the crossbow. I have a brother I won't ever see. I have a wife that I will never be able to find. But I have no father. I never did have a father." The bolt pierced his stomach. Tywine staggered backward and held to the rail for support. The men drew their swords and awaited Tywine's order to kill me. I awaited it, for I had nothing to lose. They will call me the Kinslayer, but a Lannister name can't get worse. As Tywine looked at me, he opened his mouth. He didn't have a chance to say anything before a sword pierced his neck. Bronn stood behind Tywine and pushed him over the deck's rail into the cold sea. "Now you are the Lord, Tyrion," Bronn said. I turned to look at him and then to the other men. Everyone knelt to me. I should have done so ages ago if I knew that it would be so easy to take the seat from my father. Yet now, that seat meant nothing. "Where are we sailing, my lord?" Bronn asked. "To where the whore go," I answered. "We will sail through the Lies, Tioche, and Myr. We shall enjoy the best whores in the world as a Lannister should." Dark Wings. Rob POV. Once Theon arrived at my room at the Gates of the Moon, I put the letter on the table. Dark Wings, darker news. I hated that I couldn't do anything to change the news that had arrived. I read it half a dozen times, not believing it at first 5 times. "Rob, you called me," Theon said. "Is it about your aunt?" "I already said we should dispose of the mad woman." "You are speaking of my aunt." "I won't be a kinslayer. There are other ways. You can send her to Silent Sisters. There she will not cost you any trouble." "I called you there to talk about not my family but yours," I told him. "Take a look at the letter." Theon hesitated for a moment. At first, he wanted to ask me about it, but he took the letter after a moment. I watched him as he read it. His wary eyes turned into shocked ones as he finished reading it. "It is a lie," he said after putting down the letter. "It isn't," I replied. "What now?" "I have my duty," I said. "But you not mine ward, but my father's. I should take you to the dungeons and keep you here till my father returns. And I should wait for my death." "I can't help you much," I said, taking a bag from a drawer and throwing it to him. "There are some gold dragons and some silver stags inside. I will send men after you tomorrow morning. I suggest you go to Gulltown. If you're lucky, you might catch a ship to Essos. Rob. Go, take a horse, and leave quietly." Theon nodded and turned to leave, stopping at the door for a moment before leaving. It hurt to see my friend leaving. I knew I wouldn't see him again. If he returns, I will have to face him as my enemy. It felt like the wars would never end. After dealing with Lannister in Riverlands, even after dealing with Vale, I will have to ride straight to North to fight Ironborn. Rob the Blackfish came to me while I was thinking. Lysa agreed to meet you. Finally, where does she want the meeting to be held? At Uri. Fine, we will move in the morning, I replied. Prepare for the journey. I want every lord to come with us. Every. Yes, even Waynwood and Corbray. I want this to end. I knew what he thought about. After winning the battle with Sir Lyn Corbray, the Waynwood surrendered the Gates of the Moon without much trouble. I didn't trust them, so I put them with other lords on Baelish's side. But I don't have any more patience for this farce. Once we leave tomorrow, I will send a few men to look for Theon. Hopefully, they won't look too hard. Nobody but me knew of what happened in the north. Still, I won't be able to keep that information for long. I will tell everyone tomorrow. What do you mean, Theon is gone? The Blackfish banged the table in anger at the soldier's report. Take a dozen men and look for him. He shouldn't be far. Look at the villages nearby. I held a cold face, trying not to show emotion. It was better that nobody knew that I let Theon go. I can't go myself or send any lord to look, as we are going to the Uri today. The men will look at every village, and by the time they reach Gultow, he will be gone. Rob, I could go look for him, the Blackfish said. No, I will need you. We are leaving for Uri. There is no time to waste. My words were final. Nobody disagreed and went back to prepare. It was a long climb to the mountain, and I didn't know what awaited me there. Will my aunt listen to me, or has Littlefinger wrapped his fingers around her? After a long climb up the mountain, we finally reached the Uri. It was only possible with Maya Stone's help. The climb was challenging, but the girl a few years older didn't have trouble leading us. It was my first time seeing the castle. It was impressive, but without it being on top of the mountain, it was nothing special. And being on top of the mountain, the castle was made impractical. It was small compared to Winterfell or Harrenhal. In winter, it was too cold to live there. Lord Stark, I hope your journey wasn't too hard, a short man with a slender build greeted me. I am Petter Baelish, and I welcome you to the Uri. I came to meet with Lady Arryn, not you, Lord Baelish. I tried my best to hide my disgust for the man. The man laughed, but I didn't see any laughter in his green-grey eyes. He had a young face, but some grey was in his short black hair. I followed him, and other lords followed me. Once we arrived at the Great Hall, where my aunt sat on the high throne, I could finally end this farce. Lady Arryn, I present you Lord Stark and his companions. Littlefinger bowed to my aunt. I knew what he was doing. He put my aunt above himself, so he would not be blamed for anything. In the end, he would claim that he only listened to Lady Regent of the Vale. And at the time, I thought Edmure's lessons were a waste of time. You brought an army at my door, my aunt told me. If we have foregone the greetings, aunt, then so be it, I replied. Your rule only brought war, and your inactions dissatisfied many lords. With the power of King Jaehaerys Targaryen, I abolish your title as Lady Regent of the Vale. King Jaehaerys. I have not knelt to no such king. It's that all you have to say? My lords, let's not come to the blows. I am sure we can talk through this. Littlefinger intercepted himself. Who would replace Lady Arryn? Lord Royce. What of it? I asked the slight man. Would King Jaehaerys be responsible if Lord Royce tried to overthrow Arryn's? You dare to insult me? Lord Royce was livid. You gathered the other lords to act against the House Arryn. You were the first to jump in opposition when Lady Arryn made a slight mistake in her judgment. Is it too far-fetched that you would try to take over, Lord Royce? And who would you nominate, Lord Baelish? Myself, I served Lord Arryn in the small council. My house is small and insignificant, so if I tried something, I would be met by opposition and be powerless against them. Aunt, do you have something to say? Fine, I accept that I made mistakes and am not suited to rule. But how can I trust anyone else? My boy is sick. I know they will use it against him and me. Lord Baelish is an old friend and served well under my husband. I am sure he will rule wisely and justly. I see, so this was his plan. It is true. We can't let just anyone take control of the whole Vale. Does anyone else have anything to say? I listened to the other lords and made sure to remember those who spoke for Littlefinger. Lord Royce was adamant about not letting Littlefinger into power. Some nominated themselves. Even if most of them selected Lord Royce as Lord Regent, it only worked in Littlefinger's favour to prove his point. I heard all. As a nephew of Lady Arryn and appointed envoy of King Jaehaerys, I think I have a say too. I gathered everyone's attention to me. I choose Sir Brynden Tully as Lord Regent. He has no lands. He served for years at the Bloody Gates and is the great-uncle of Lord Robin. I don't see anyone more suitable for the position. I am sure you can trust him, aunt, after he came to the Vale with you. Lord Stark, Sir Brynden is a great man, but he is not of the Vale. Littlefinger tried to disagree. At this point, he lived in the Vale as long as you did. You say you served under Lord Arryn, but why have you not told everyone there that you served under the Lannisters too? Was it not you who accused Lannisters of killing Lord Arryn, yet you had no problem serving under them? There is no way that King Jaehaerys or I could trust you to rule. Is there anyone else who disagrees with it? Nobody spoke against it, not even Blackfish. With the decision made, this farce was finally over. Even my aunt could not speak against it. The first thing he did as Lord Regent, Uncle Brynden, sent Littlefinger home. Nobody would be surprised if, on his way, he encountered mountain clans. My brother is probably making a fuss in heavens now, the Blackfish said. Did you know why I was called Blackfish, Rob? Have you not gotten the name in the Five-Penny War? No, my brother, your grandfather, gave the name. In his mind, I was the black sheep of the family. It was because I refused to marry and settle down. He wanted to marry me to the Red Wines first and then to dozen other houses. He would never have thought I would rule over the Vale. It had to be done. Yes, I am an old man now. It will take at least 10 years until Robin is ready to take the seat. I will be stuck there for the rest of my life. Didn't you stay at the Bloody Gate? And if nothing had happened, you would have stayed there for longer. Now you have a better seat. The difference is that I wanted to stay at Bloody Gate. Well, it is too late to throw a fit now. Good, I send a raven to the gates of the moon to inform my men of what happened. I am sure we won't hear of Littlefinger anymore. And at some point, I liked the brat who stayed at Riverrun. It seems my brother was a better judge of character than I. He let a sight at the end of his words. I should be going too, I told him. I will go to Gulltown and take a boat to White Harbour. It is time for me to return home. After saying my goodbyes to my great-uncle, I met Robin for the first time. He was a spoiled and sick child. Even if he was the same age as Bran, he wasn't as mature as my brother. I hope my great-uncle will teach him well. Court. Edmure POV. I took good care to reorganize the Tower of the Hand. I closed all the secret tunnels I could find. But that was the easy part of my job. I had to take inventory of the things the Red Keep had. The treasure vault was almost empty, the armory wasn't looked after for a long time, and even the granary was a mess. Everything was a mess. As of now, I was the only one in the small council. There is too much work for me alone. I have already advised Jaehaerys to appoint my wife, Arianne, as Mistress of Whispers. It was the most critical job. We needed to know what people were thinking. The revolt would be disastrous if it happened. There was a question of the King's Guards, too. It would put many men at ease if there were 7 great and renowned warriors protecting the king. But there weren't that many that were suitable for such a duty. Too many I could not trust. My lord, the king has summoned you, a messenger informed me. With a sigh, I stood up from my table and walked to the throne room. On the way, I took a look at the city through the windows. After a few days, the fire finally stopped. Still, there was much to clean up. People are still lost beneath the rubble. Jaehaerys sat on the Iron Throne, not looking too pleased, but at least his face was somehow relaxed. Soon I saw the reason why he was in a somehow agreeable mood. Lord Jason Mallister and his son Sir Patrick knelt before Jaehaerys. Now that the hand has come, you can report, Lord Mallister. Jaehaerys instructed the man once he saw me. As you wish, your grace, Jason replied. We lost almost everyone to the fires. Only the vanguard survived. Seeing that our forces would not be able to join with His Majesty's, I have decided to help common folk to escape the fires. You did good, the king praised Jason. As of today, I appoint you as my master of laws. I want you, Lord Malister, to protect mine city and bring order and peace to it. As you wish. Jason knelt once more in agreement. Once the ceremony had ended, next came Lord Karstark with other lords of the north. It was clear that they were restless. I knew what they wanted, and it seems that Jaehaerys knew it too. The northern lords only had to kneel before the king. Lord Karstark, Lord Umber, Lady Mormont, the king called every lord and lady. I will be eternally thankful for what you have done for me. Yet, I don't have much to offer you right now. Still, I can't keep you at my court when the Ironborn bastards ravage your lands. I already have sent a letter to Lord Redwine to mobilize his fleet to support the north. You have my blessing to leave whenever you want. The northern lords didn't stand ceremony and simply thanked Jaehaerys before leaving. I only realized how long the line was to meet with the king. And thinking about how much work I would have to do afterward gave me a headache. At least I could put my worries about Patrek to the rest. My head of the late wasn't in the right place. I still couldn't let go of the thought that it was my fault that the city had burned. Every time I slept, I dreamed of the burning corpses trying to take me with them to the seven hells. I knew I should rest and put my head straight, but there was no time for it. I had a ton of work to do. The city won't be rebuilt by itself. The people won't be fed by themselves. And even now, the new Septon has come to the king to ask for the Great September to be rebuilt. The Great September will be rebuilt in time. I took the blame from the religious people. Otherwise, people will speak of how the king is a heathen who doesn't follow the seven. But now isn't the time. Some people need homes more than a September. A September is home of the gods. You can't deny them their home. I was taught that gods lived with us. How can gods live with us when we don't have a place to live for now? It shut the Septon up, but I could see he wasn't satisfied and would bring trouble. After the Septon, another 24 petty lords or knights came to complain about something. Most were not necessary to even listen to, but it was clear that many held on to some hatred from what happened to the city. Yet there wasn't anyone to blame for it. After finishing the last of petitioners, an acolyte came to deliver the letters. Jaehaerys read one after another but stopped at one particular letter. His face changed instantly. Jaehaerys crumbled the letter in his hands. Prince Oberyn took Dragonstone. Jaehaerys said. From your expression, it wasn't all that the letter said. Lord Eddard Stark is dead, he replied. Jaehaerys, I tried to comfort him, but he dismissed me. Leave. I wish to be left alone. I did as he commanded. In the end, Ned couldn't be saved. I left the throne room, but before I could get far, Patrek showed himself to me. I motioned him to follow me back to the Tower of the Hand. Patrek was the only one I could talk to in this city freely. How are you holding up? Patrek asked. There is a lot of work to be done. You know, I hated you for what you did to the phrase. I thought it was heinous, no matter what your reason was. But at least you had a reason. What reason did the Lannister have to do this? You hated me. I asked. Well, I disliked that part of you. The part that can be utterly ruthless. I was not ruthless enough. I should have fought Lannisters in the Riverlands with everything I had. Maybe, all we can do is blame ourselves. We should concentrate on rebuilding the city. You always were steadfast, Patrek said. But I am not as steadfast as you, so I will drink myself to sleep. Don't drink yourself to death, or I might join you. No, you won't. You have a lot of work to do. Damn him. Once I arrived at my solar, I sat behind the table filled with papers. I had to secure trade first. Resources needed to travel to the city, but it would take time to fix the harbor. Dunkendale will have to do. It had a large enough port and wasn't far from King's Landing. Lord Renfred Riker ruled Duskendale now. He had knelt to Jaehaerys before the burning of King's Landing. Well, even if he wanted to betray us, there wasn't anyone he could sell his services to. Lannisters are gone, and those that aren't will wish to be gone. Guards stood behind the dining hall. They bowed to me and let me in. Jaehaerys was eating alone. Once he saw me, he put down his fork and knife and motioned for me to sit. I did as he wished. I took a bottle of wine and poured a cup for him and a cup for myself. I forgot to inform of what else the letter from Prince Oberyn said. It was understandable, Your Grace, I told him. Her own followers killed Queen's Liz, but there was no sight of Princess Shireen. Sir Davos Seaworth. Prince Oberyn mentioned seeing one of Stannis' ships near but couldn't confirm who it was. I don't like it. First Lannisters escape and now Baratheons too. They are only remnants. They have no gold or power. Only their name remains. I want to know where they are and what they are doing. Then I implore you to take my wife as your mistress of whispers. She has my connections to the informants in Westeros and Essos. Aren't they your informants? I have not had a direct connection to them for some time. By now, she is better suited to be mistress of whispers than anyone else. Fine. With Princess Arianne, we have 3 spots filled in the small council. Lord Redwine should have the seat of Master of Ships, at least until we manage to build our own fleet. Then only Master of the Coin and Grand Maester are left. And Commander of the Kingsguard. How can there be a Commander of the Kingsguard when there is no Kingsguard? I will assign them later. Harry's added the last part after seeing my expression. Stannis has no use for us anymore. He has, I told him. People are looking for someone to put their blame on too. Joffrey and Stannis will do. Execute them in public. Execution isn't a show. It will be if you so command, I replied. People need to see the ones responsible for their misery. I will think about it, he replied. Harry's tried to eat more after our talk, but I could see he was forcing himself. The burden of the Iron Throne was settling on his shoulders. Looking at him forcing himself to eat, I looked at myself. I was getting thin. It was some time since I trained myself. My muscles of 15 years of training were getting weaker. Your Grace, Lord Blackwood wants an audience, a guard informed us. Let him inside. Lord Blackwood entered not alone but with a bound man. The man was quite beaten up, yet he looked familiar. Harry's looked at the beaten man with curiosity and then turned to look at Lord Blackwood. He didn't ask who the man was, but Lord Blackwood still answered. This is Lord Jon Osbracken. Oh, I had forgotten about him, I said. The fool tried to escape blending in with refugees. Too bad he went through the gates I was guarding. Your Grace, I beg for forgiveness. Lord Bracken pleaded. Forgiveness? Harry's asked. I will take black, Your Grace. Please spare my life. For someone who boldly declared for Lannisters, you look quite pathetic. Take him to the black cells. He will go to the wall with the others, Harry's said. Lord Blackwood nodded and left with Jon Osbracken. The wall didn't need men like him. I will have to ensure he doesn't leave the black cells alive. Many die from food poisoning, and it wouldn't be a surprise if a prisoner ate some very spoiled food. After all, these are some trying times we live in. After Lord Blackwood left, Harry's didn't say anything for a while until Sir Garland came. The Knight of House Tyrell didn't look too good. He was dirty, and his hair was disheveled. He didn't look like he came from House Tyrell at all. Your Grace, I am happy to announce that the fire is officially stopped. I saw it through my window, Harry's replied calmly. I want numbers. How many died? Of our army, about 20,000, half being from Lord Mallister's host, of people of the city, it reaches 100,000. I see Harry's gripped his wine cup so hard that it started to bend. We still are looking for survivors in the rubble. Lord Tully, Harry's called for me. I decided to do as you suggested. I will give my people a show. I could see Harry's resolve. I bowed to him and left together with Sir Garland. I had the job of organizing the show. But first, I had to spread the truth that people needed to believe. The truth about Joffrey and Stannis. Of their incompetence and ambitions that put many lives to the death. The execution. Jon POV. The Iron Throne was made so the kings wouldn't be able to sit on it comfortably. It worked, and even though I sat on it every day since I took it, I never felt comfortable. Every day I would listen to complaints, requests, and disputes of petty lords. Small folk at least sounded honest. Many people were coming every day. But I hated the merchants mostly. They would ask for their homes to be rebuilt first, and some even were caught lying. They said their properties were destroyed in the fire when they didn't even have any. If not for Lord Tully's pragmatism, many would have tricked me. I hated that I would believe in these fake tales. I would have exiled them from Westeros if we didn't need merchants. Gold was in high demand now. I will need to send Lord Tully to Westerlands after we stabilize the situation in the city. The Lannisters should have some gold left in their castle. Damn the Lannisters. Thinking about them, my anger rises. I want to kill them for what they have done. But it did wake me up to reality. It showed me what greed for power could do. It made me think of all my decisions, so I would never become something like Tywin. Your Grace, there are dozen more petitioners, a guard informed me. Dozen more I could handle. Thinking of Lord Tully's work these days, it wasn't that difficult for me to listen to petitioners. After it was over for today, I left for the small council room. I was always the last to come. For now, Tyrell's made half of the council. Let's get it over, I told them without any formality. The people are demanding justice, Your Grace. Lord Mallister spoke first. The Septons demand for the Great September to be rebuilt first. Sir Garland Tyrell worked as commander of the City Watch. With each day, they gather more and more people. How is rebuilding going, Lord Mace Tyrell? I had to call him by name as there were too many of them. It is coming nicely if I have to say so myself. It is going too slow. Lord Tully, my hand, said in a cold tone. The harbour is still a long way from being operational, not speaking of housing. For now, I am sending some people to Harrenhal. Harrenhal will be able to house 10,000, and other towns in Riverlands will take up a couple of hundreds each, but not much more. The bigger problem is feeding them. The grain is coming in slower than it is consumed. Let people hunt in Kingswood and fish in the Blackwater Bay, I said. It will lessen the food shortage a little. Don't worry, Your Grace, the Reach will soon be able to fill the warehouses with grain, Lord Mace Tyrell said in a joyful voice. I don't doubt Reach's capabilities, but there are no warehouses to begin with, Lord Tully replied. Most of the warehouses were in the harbour district. Lord Mace Tyrell, I want the harbour to be able to operate by the end of this month, I said. Your Grace, is impossible. It is just too little time. If you can't do it, I will find someone who can, I told him. Your Grace, Lord Mallister got my attention. We need to give people the justice they want before riots start. Very well, it seems I can't get it delayed any longer. I let a sigh, announced to everyone that I will execute Joffrey and Stannis tomorrow. With that, the meeting was over. Yet the work never ended. I will need to look into the September. I don't want a religious uprising on my hands. Some days, I wish I was just the bastard of Winterfell. I was starting to miss Lady's stark cold stares. Thousands of people stood before me. They looked at me. None of them knew who I was. They only knew what I was. Standing in front of them with colorful silk clothes. Gold and silver jewelry adorned me. I felt like a jester performing a show to them. Joffrey and Stannis were brought to me, and the people cheered. As the two kings knelt before their blocks, the crowd threw rotting tomatoes and dirt at them. They screamed for justice, yet no one knew why. Justice of what? They only heard what we told them and didn't question it. The hot sun made me sick. At times I felt like I couldn't breathe. I am a king, I told myself, act like a king. Then I would remember the previous kings. Should I act as Robert? He was beloved by many yet betrayed by his closest people. Act like Joffrey or like Stannis? Maybe like Aerys. No, I can't act like a king. I needed to be a king. I stood tall before the crowd. With my raised hand, the crowd calmed down. The silver crown sitting on my head reflected the hot sun. The crown was light, yet it felt heavy at this moment. My people, we have suffered below the Lannisters' rule, I shouted. I, King Jaehaerys Targaryen, third of his name, bring before you the kings that should have protected you. They should have provided for you. Yet they only brought war, murder, and pain upon you. One was a pretender taking a name from Baratheons. The other has left you to suffer, abandoning his brothers, killing honorable and just lords. Now they will face justice. The crowd cheered. I turned and faced Joffrey and Stannis. A year ago, I would have been looking up to them. Now I look down on them. Joffrey thrashed around with his bound hands. He cried in fear. Stannis had a stone face. He knew his fate and accepted it. Do either of you have any last words? I asked them. Let the people hear them. I am the rightful king. You just a bastard, Joffrey yelled through his tears. I am the king. I am the king. What about you, Stannis? I ignored Joffrey and turned to the older man. I have lost, I might die today, but you will fight for the rest of your life. I wish you fortune in the coming wars. Stannis spoke quietly, only for me to hear. I desperately wanted to say that there would be no wars after this. Yet even I didn't believe it. There will always be someone to fight, someone who wants me dead, someone who wants the Iron Throne. And I will fight for the rest of my life. You asked for justice, I yelled to the people. The king had heard you, and the king will bring it to you. The false king, Joffrey Waters, I sentence you to death in the name of the Seven. I brought my sword up. Lord Tully asked me to let someone else do the deed. But I couldn't forget my roots. I am of the north, and in the north, if you sentence someone to death, you have to look at their eyes as you do the deed. I could not hide behind the executioner. My sword fell, and the crowd cheered loudly. Stannis Baratheon, you, master of ships, serving under King Robert's rule, have left him to die. You abandoned your duties and your brothers. You are no king but a coward. A coward that killed honorable and just Lord Stark. I sentence you to death. The crowd once again cheered as my sword fell and a head rolled. The people were celebrating. I wanted to ask them if they were entertained, for I was tired. As the show ended, I left, but people stayed and celebrated. It was over, I said to myself. Yet I knew it was only the beginning. Back at the Red Keep, I asked to eat dinner with Lord Tully. I was not too fond of his personality. I hated how he could look so strong all the time. No matter what is thrown at him, he will always stand firm. I felt weak compared to him. Yet, he was someone I could trust fully. You did great out there, Your Grace, Lord Tully said. Did I? Yes, your speech was strong and short. People like it. Then it is good, I guess, I replied. When will Margaery Tyrell arrive? She is on her way. Sir Samwell Tarly is escorting her. Sir Samwell Tarly. It had been a long time since I saw him. It felt like a whole eternity. I still hold the memories of us playing at Harrenhal, when I was still a bastard, dear to me. I wonder how Cyrilla is doing. She always acted like she was more mature than us. I will announce the wedding between Lady Margaery and me once she arrives, I said. Very well, still I suggest holding off the wedding till the new year. The following year will bring the end of the century, and by that time, we will be stable enough not to depend on the Tyrells. I agreed. I still wasn't comfortable being a king. I was not ready to start a family. Yet I knew I needed an heir. For now, Robb was my heir, but I knew that not many would support him. The Seven Kingdoms would again break into civil war if something happened to me. How is the situation with small folk? I asked. They are satisfied for now, Lord Tully answered. So far, the weather was nice. There isn't much complaining about people sleeping in the tents. Winter is coming, I replied. Soon, it will be too cold for them to sleep outside. It is still summer, Your Grace. For how long? A year, maybe two. Can you rebuild the King's Landing in that time? I not only rebuild it but make it better than it ever was, Lord Tully answered without hesitation. I make sure King's Landing would become worthy of its name. It will be the most splendid city in the known world. I envied his confidence and determination. But it was fine. I didn't need to be him to be a good king. I only needed to remember what my father, no, what my uncle taught me. I learned many things from Lord Mallister too. I had to stand on my own feet. This war of ours. Edmure POV. Thousands of tents were built outside King's Landing. The situation has finally calmed down. With the execution of Stannis and Joffrey, people have seen their new king and what he is capable of. It will still take much time to rebuild the city, but at least we can start the work now. My lord, I came to report to you a young man came to me when I was walking around the outside of the city. He was nothing more than a blacksmith's apprentice, and he looked like one. His lowly servant, have heard of the Septons gathering people, telling them that the king has no right to the throne. Continue with your observations, I told him. He was one of my spies. At times like this, the information is most valuable. Merchants were good at grasping the situation in certain regions, and knowing what kind of products a lord bought would show what they were planning, what they were lacking, and so on. But when it comes to ordinary people, the merchants can't give valuable information. To know what small folk is thinking, I need to rely on the small folk to tell me. I have taken in orphans from villages and towns for the past 10 years and given them training. Now dozens of them are scattered in cities working as bakers, blacksmiths, scribes, tailors, and so on. It took 10 years to lay the foundation for this kind of organization. Still, it was a small organization that didn't have an ear for any lord. But in the next 10 years, I will have blacksmiths and cooks working in their castles. When that time comes, House Tully will have to fear nothing. Now that I am the hand of the king, it is time to further my plans. This disaster shouldn't have happened, but it allowed getting more talented children without a home or family to work for House Tully. Even if it left a bad taste in my mouth, I must secure my house's power for the following centuries. I don't want to rely on the merchants for too long. I have to watch them not betray me, and they ask for a price too high every so often. It is becoming troublesome to control them. Still, they work well as distractions for other forces. Varys still is somewhere in the world, scheming and planning his following action. I can't trust the Tyrells not to seek more power for themselves. Now I have to watch small folk and ensure they aren't manipulated to do something stupid. My lord, who was that? Edmund, my faithful squire, asked. The blacksmith apprentice, he came to report about my armor. It will be fixed soon. Your armor? Yes, it had too many dents and scratches. The war has not ended, young man. There are still many battles to be fought. What I have said was true, most of Stormallands and Crown lands had surrendered to Jaehaerys, but it doesn't mean that it was everyone. The Westerlands became lands brimming with chaos, where lords fought each other, bandits roamed all the roads, and the leadership was unclear. Lord Edmure, His Highness has requested for you. A messenger came just as I was done with my walk. Lead the way. Soon enough, I returned to the Red Keep. Walking up to the throne room, I saw the king sitting on the Iron Throne, waiting for me. I knelt before him, and he motioned for everyone to leave us alone. Once we were alone, I stood up. Lord Edmure Tully, I have a task for you. I am ready to receive your commands, your grace. The situation in the city has become stable at long last, but we can't let down our guard. It is time we finish this war of ours. What do you wish for me to do? I want you to gather the Riverlands army and march to the Westerlands. It is time we put them down, the king commanded. Those who surrender only will need to pay for their mistakes, and those who don't, you don't need to show mercy to them and take everything they have. I would like to ask, why me? Why not send Tyrells? After all, I am your hand. I have much work here. Because people are afraid of you, that was the first I heard. I know that some Septons are causing trouble. I want them to show their heads so I can take them. So that is how it is. The king wasn't sitting on the throne all day long without listening to people. He has grown. Still, I don't wish for him to become a cold king. What people need to see isn't more bloodshed but kindness. With the execution of Stannis and Joffrey, he showed his strength. Now it is time for him to reveal his heart. Your Grace, as the hand of the king, I would counsel you not to kill any men of religion. No matter their actions, you can't turn faith into your enemy. In these trying times, many will turn to religion. They will not be pleased. What would you suggest I should do? Use Tyrells, make them put Septons into their place, and then show mercy to them. You want to make Tyrells into the enemy of the faith. Yes, we rely too much on them. It is time they rely on you, your grace. Listening to your words makes me wonder if I am suited to be the king. No one is suited, your grace. At some point, I thought I was the only one suited, if only I had the blood I confessed. But I was too arrogant, I failed you and myself, and I will fail many more times. You will do so too, but as long as we can work together, we will be able to cover our backs and fix our mistakes. Very well, then I will put all my trust in you. And I will put my trust in you, Your Grace. There were no lies in our words. It is time we thoroughly worked together to put this realm to peace. Part of me felt relieved. I should have relied on others more. It is time we end this war of ours. The dungeons were damp and dark as always. Weaker minds would go insane in no time in these black cells. Yet Sander Clegane seemed fine. Looking at the flame from my torch, he showed no fear of darkness. No, he feared the fire more. Have you come for my head? No, I came to tell you how I killed your brother. Would you like to hear it? Was it painful? He burned alive in wildfire and then drowned in the river. His body probably won't be found, ever. Burned alive. Hey, so there is some justice in the world. Yes, even if it is not much. You have said what you wanted. You can leave me be. I can, or I can take you out of this cell. There is no place for me outside. I was just a dog to Lannisters. Yes, their hound. Still, do you want to die here? Here or another place, what is the difference? I lived as a dog. I will die as one, by your hand or another's. What if I gave you another chance? Be your dog. I don't see much difference. I don't need a dog. I need a sword. A sword that would kill my enemies. It is said you are the best swordsman in the known world. Better than the Kingslayer, at least. You could kill anyone with me or without me. Yes, I could, but you see, I have many enemies, and their number will only increase. Come with me, forget your past and carve a future for yourself as my sword. Hey, it would be at least better than rot in there. I would never have imagined wanting someone like him to be on my side. Yet Sir Alan, if it was his actual name, made me realize again that I can't fight alone. I needed someone to watch my back, but there weren't many skilled and, at the same time, trustworthy to do so. Finding Patrek wasn't easy. No, maybe I didn't want to find him in the first place. Seeing him in this state, it was no wonder that Lord Jason Mallister didn't want to see his son. Seeing him like this made me only mad at myself because it was my fault for him to become like this. Taking a bucket of cold water, I poured it on him. He woke up with deep grasps of air. His eyes were still hazy and horrified. I understood why. I never stopped hearing their screams, either. I still see the burning bodies when I close my eyes. It is no different with Patrek. Where? Who? Get up, Patrek. Edmure, what in the seven hells what this for? I only wanted to help you wash up, so you wouldn't need to waste time, I said, and poured another bucket of cold water over him. Look, now you're all clean. Fuck, do you want to fight me? It is time to end this drinking, Patrek. Never. Patrek, I am asking nicely. Edmure, you sure grew, have you not? Patrek put his hand over my shoulder and then punched me. But I am still older. You should show some respect to your elders. Good thing I knew he wouldn't just listen to me, so when he tried to push me out of his way and run past me, my new sword grabbed him. The hound was not only big but strong enough to lift Patrek into the air and hold him there. Let me go, Edmure. Was it my father who told you to stop me? No, your father doesn't want to see you like this. It is time we leave, Patrek. Leave where? Don't you think those bastards living in the Westerlands so peacefully should taste some iron for what they have done? So that's how it is. Patrek calmed down, and the hound let him go. You are right. I already can't taste wine anymore. Maybe their blood would be as sweet. Then let's prepare. It is time to show them that this war of ours has not yet ended. To the west. Edmure POV. Looking at the map of the Westerlands, I tried to determine the path and strategy I should take. I had to look at how much time I could waste on one or the other, keep or castle. Some might surrender immediately, but I knew that the lords of the Westerlands were proud men. Some might fight to the end. So, have you planned our journey, Edmure? Patrek asked. We are leaving tomorrow morning, aren't we? We are. I bet we will go through the Gold Road, so we will first take Deepden, Hornval, and Silver Hill. All of them are located in hilly mountainous terrain, I told him. Neither of them would be easy to take. We have Lord Seret of Silver Rush and Lord Lydon of Deepden as our hostages. It shouldn't be challenging to convince them to surrender completely. Both of them don't have any heirs. So, we will take them with us, and if they let us station our men in their keeps, I will free them. What I am worried about is Hornval. Andros Brax was killed in the Riverlands. I don't think Sir Titos Brax will let his father's killers take Hornval easily. Well, we won't know until we try it, Patrek said. It is already late. You should rest. You are right. Even if it isn't easy, Hornval will fall before me. I would take 15,000 men from Riverlands with me. I planned to take the castles to Casterly Rock to establish a line for resources. Once Casterly Rock was taken, the rest of the Westerlands should surrender sooner rather than later. Then I would go to Seaguard to support the North with the war against the Ironborn. Well, rest at least a little bit, Patrek said. I will be going. Don't drink tonight. We are leaving with the dawn. I was concerned about Patrek's condition, but there was little I could do. Still, I should try to be with him for as long as possible. I can't let him fall too deep into despair. Yet, I knew that there would be another war after this war. We left King's Landing without much commotion, but we could not avoid it altogether. The camps outside the walls of King's Landing saw 15,000 men leaving, and thousands of people gathered to watch us. I tried my best to dismiss them and not give any attention to them. I could see from their eyes that they wanted to know who we were, where we were going, and so on. It was the same when the men of the North had left. Well, this time, many more have recognized who I was. It was a surprise when a woman with a little girl came in front of my horse and me. I expected that something like this would happen. She and her daughter were dirty. She was wearing nothing but rags. She was probably one of the many who lost their home to the wildfire. Please, sir, spare a coin. I stopped one knight who wanted to push the woman out of the way. I knew that I should choose my following action carefully. The people there have lost almost everything. If they are pushed around more, they might revolt. Still, giving this woman some coins only invite others to jump in front of us and beg for more. I don't have any coins with me now, I said to the woman and took off my cloak. Have this cloak, sell it and get some coins, or keep it and protect yourself from the cold. I waited until the woman took the cloak and left our path before continuing riding. Maybe shocked that I would not only not insult and push the woman out of the way but give her my cloak, no one else tried to jump on our path. People just looked at us. Seeing my actions, my knights took off their cloaks and threw them at the people. The cloaks weren't expensive, but they still were made from good and firm cloth. They had the Trout of House Tully embroidered on them. They were worth some coins. As we passed the camps on the outskirts of the Gold Road, people started to cheer for their gifts. I didn't say anything to them and just passed them quietly. I felt proud of my knights too. The feeling of guilt that they had to lose their homes never disappeared from me. I reaffirmed to myself not to make such a mistake ever again. The first castle that we arrived at was Deepden. It was the closest to Gold Road. The castle wasn't big and didn't have walls outside its courtyard. It was built into a mountain, with only one way in and out. Lord Lydon said that the castle was initially nothing but a mine before it was fortified. As we have agreed, Lord Lydon, you might go back to your home, but I will leave 30 men to keep watch. So, I am nothing but a prisoner of my own home. Trust me, Lord Lydon, there are worse fates. Until the war is over, I will watch you and your lands. If we see that you are trying to gather some men, I will have no problem getting rid of you. I am no fool. I hope so for your well-being. What next, Edmure? Patrek asked. Should we go to Hornval of Silver Hill? Sander Clegane, I called out to my sword. Take 300 men and Lord Seret to Silver Hill. Leave 50 men in there and come to Hornval. What if Lord Seret doesn't keep his word? Asked Clegane. Kill him, and if you can't take the castle, return to me. I have no time or patience for the lords of the Westerlands. If they can't accept their loss, they can die screaming as they like. I don't care for their pride. Tywin Lannister had thrown the pride of the Westerlands away when he burned King's Landing. Hornvale was a bit longer away from Gold Road than the map suggested. Even with the guide, traveling through the hills and mountains took some time to reach this castle. And the welcoming for us wasn't the warmest one. Yet it was something that I expected. Hornvale was a more immense castle than Deepden, and the new lord seemed prepared for our arrival. Lord Tytos Brax refused to listen to my offer and closed his gates to us. As expected, I would have to take the castle by force. Looking around the castle walls, I found it was situated inside a hilly and mountainous terrain. At first glance, it looked pretty hard to siege, and it was, but the terrain that Lord Brax relied upon was his weakness. Patrek, get ready. We will storm the castle tonight. A plan formed inside my mind as I waited for the night. Lord Brax didn't have more than 100 men protecting his home. A group of elite knights could take on them if we moved fast and silently. So, when the night fell, I took 30 of my best men and instructed Patrek to be prepared to storm the castle once the gates were opened. The terrain worked for us as we moved behind rocks and cliffs. Shadows covered us from the sight of Lord Brax's guards. We wore leather armor to move as quietly as possible. It took time, but we arrived at the walls and were undetected. There we silently set up a ladder and started to climb. I was the first to arrive on the wall. Quickly looking around to see any patrols, I motioned for the rest to follow. Of course, it didn't take long before I saw 2 torches from each side getting to our position. I motioned for 2 of my men to take care of the guys left to us while I went to the 2 ones on the left. As the 2 men were getting closer, I moved. They saw only a shadow before one's neck was cut wide open. The other didn't have time to react when I stabbed him into the chest. I left my Valyrian sword inside him, covered his mouth with one hand, and grabbed his torch with another. Looking behind me, I saw that the other guys were taken care of too. Once I was sure nobody was behind them, I dragged the bodies back to our ladder. 3 of my men quickly took off the armor of these men and wore them themselves. Taking the torches, they moved to secure our position. When all 30 men climbed the walls, we split into 2 groups. One went left and the other right. So far, my plan has worked. It seems Lord Brax didn't expect us to attack tonight. Moving fast, we soon took control of the towers on the walls and were prepared to take on the gates. Signaling Patrek with our torches to start moving, we climbed down the walls and attacked the guards. We have foregone sneaking, as the rest of the castle would hear the gates opening anyway. We had to move fast at this point, and so we did. The guards didn't expect 30 men to attack them, and we killed them quickly. I instructed a couple of my men to open the gates while the rest formed a semicircle to protect our position from the incoming guards. As expected, we were heard, and Lord Brax himself soon came out with about 60 guards by his side. Lord Brax, I greeted him. Lord Edmure Tully, he greeted me back. I would suggest you surrender, I said. The gates are ours, and soon the rest of my men will arrive. Then I have to take care of you before they arrive. Knowing that he had to take me hostage before the rest of my men arrived, he rushed at me. Too bad for him, I wasn't someone to be taken lightly. He was a big man with some skill, so I took on him myself. You killed my father and brothers, Tytos Brax said when our swords clashed. Did you expect I would let them do as they wished in my lands? Our swords clashed a few more times. I don't remember killing them personally, but I had killed many. If it weren't me who killed them, it would have been my men. Blocking his 4th strike with my sword, I kicked at his legs for him to lose his balance. As he started to lose to me, one of his guards quickly came to help him. The guard swung his sword widely. Anyone would have been able to dodge this kind of attack, but I didn't have the luxury to step back. So, I stepped forward, catching his hand with my own, and thrust my sword into his chest. By the time the guard had fallen to the ground, Lord Brax was already close to me to swing his sword. I once again blocked his sword with mine. I knew he wanted to push past me and close the gates before it was too late, but it was already too late when Patrek came running behind me. Seeing that he had lost, he became enraged and started to swing at me wildly. His swings were intense but too broad, easy for me to dodge, and cut deep into his chest. He no longer needed to live, so I took his head here and now. After seeing their lord die, the rest quickly fell too. Hornval is yours, Edmure Patrek said. Secure the keep, I ordered. Hornval was only one of the castles I would have to take. Next would be Golden Tooth. Once secured, we would have both paths from King's Landing and the Riverlands in our hands. Then there would be nothing that could stop us from moving on Casterly Rock. Old friends. John POV. I looked at the new Grand Maester, Marwyn, the mage people called him. He didn't look like a maester or a mage. He looked more like some sailor that I met in Seaguard. His nose was probably broken a dozen times to look so crooked, and his teeth were red, probably from chewing too much sour leaf. And yet there he is, my new maester. The other choice was Gorman Tyrell, uncle to Lord Mace Tyrell. I don't know what strings Edmure pulled for Marwyn to be elected, but I hope it wasn't a wrong decision. It was already hard to limit the influence of Tyrells, so I could never trust a Tyrell as my maester. Still, looking at Marwyn, all I wanted was to groan in despair. Welcome to King's Landing, Maester Marwyn, I said with a smile. I must apologize, but I must put you to work immediately. Many injured people need to be looked after. Maester Marwyn didn't stand a ceremony and left for his station. I was left sitting on the Iron Throne, awaiting the next guest. Ariane Martell and her children were the next guests, and one of the most important guests I would meet today. The new Mistress of Whispers. She looked as beautiful as the first time I saw her. She didn't wear exposing clothes that Dornish are famous for. Yet her red and blue velvet dress only enchanted her beauty and elegance. The whole court was stunned by her, and I knew it was what she wanted. Princess Ariane Martell, I welcome you to King's Landing. Thank you, Your Grace, she gave a respectful bow. I hope to be of service to you and your reign. From her sharp eyes, I could tell she would keep an eye on me as she would on my enemies. I remember when I wished to be Stark and the Lord of Winterfell. What a foolish child I was then. Now I could not wish enough to be Jon Snow, bastard of Winterfell. It wasn't the responsibility and the duty that didn't let me sleep at night. It was the eyes of everyone looking at me. They held doubt, expectation, and venom. I had to look at those eyes with a firm resolve and a smile on my lips. Otherwise, it felt like I was going to be devoured by them. The day just began after Ariane Martell arrived, yet soon another important guest came. Margaery Tyrell, my wife-to-be. She was a beautiful woman like Ariane, but her eyes held ambition. From one look, I could tell I was nothing but a toy for her to play with. Edmure had warned me not to be influenced by beauty because behind that beauty laid thorns that would make me bleed. Both Ariane and Margaery only enforced that notion. They were dangerous women. I feel ashamed for being afraid of Lady Stark in my childhood. Their smiles were more terrifying than Lady Stark's cold gaze ever could. I strained myself to smile for the rest of the day. There was only one guest today that I was happy to see, Samwell Tarly. It felt like an eternity had come and gone since I saw him. He still looked awkward and hesitant in his steps. Once our eyes met, I could tell that he and I wanted to get out of there as soon as possible. Your Grace, a guard came up to me as I was prepared to finish the court for today. Prince Oberyn Martell has arrived. I almost cursed. I knew he was coming from Dragonstone, but I hoped it would take a few more days for him to arrive. I could do nothing but tell the guard to announce Prince Oberyn's arrival. Prince Oberyn Martell strode to me with confidence that I rarely see. His head held high. His companions shared the same enthusiasm. He knelt to me exaggeratedly, and his smile stretched from one ear to another when he stood up. Yet his eyes held venom and nothing else. Your Grace, the Dragonstone is yours, he said. Thank you for your services, Prince Oberyn. I will make sure you are rewarded accordingly, I replied, even if I badly wanted to ask what he wanted now and be done with it. Your words are enough, he responded. I also bring you a gift. With a clap of his hands, his companions brought a sword covered in cloth. I started to become tense. Edmure has warned me that I should be careful of Prince Oberyn. He will try to pick out my words and actions to use them against me. I present you a Valyrian steel sword. Please accept my sincere gift. It was indeed an enormous Valyrian greatsword. It was ice. I understood what he was up to. He wanted me to make him a fool. I can't accept it, as it belongs to House Stark, and if I point it out, I will take him for a fool. He will use it to justify his aggression against me later. He put me on the spot in our first meeting. I had no other choice but to do as he wished. Uncle, don't you recognize the sword you are holding? Before I could say anything, Ariane interrupted us. Even a woman who doesn't know anything about fighting knows it is ice. The sword belongs to House Stark. Please don't make a fool of yourself and House Martell with your ignorance. I'm sure it is an honest mistake. I used the situation to save Oberyn's face. Not many had seen the famous sword of House Stark, Ice. I will ensure Lord Robb Stark hears of your deed. I motioned to Lord Mallister to take the sword from Oberyn's hands. I wanted to sigh in relief. Once Oberyn was done with his acting, he knelt to me and proclaimed his loyalty. It was the most insincere proclamation I have gotten so far. And with that, I ended the court before anything unexpected could happen. Still, I had a feast to attend and guests to entertain for tonight. I felt exhausted even thinking about it. It will be a long night. I felt my body give up as I sat on my bed. I was too exhausted even to sleep. Oberyn was a viper that was hard to deal with, and I had Margaery Tyrell by my side the whole evening. It wasn't easy to avoid her thorns. From tomorrow onwards, it will only get worse. Your Grace, Sir Samwell Tarly and Maester Marwyn's acolyte want to have a meeting with you. The guard behind the doors of my chamber informed me. I was happy when I heard Samwell's name, but I grew confused when I heard of Maester's acolyte. I hope nothing serious happened as I wanted to talk with Samwell alone. Let them in, I told the guard. John, it was so long. Sam jumped to hug me once the doors were open. The guard almost pulled his sword before I motioned him to leave me. Look whom I found. Hello, John. Sarilla. I couldn't believe my eyes. I thought you were a girl. PFF, Sarilla snorted. That all you have to say after so long? Sorry, I was just surprised. How come you are Maester Marwyn acolyte? How come you are a king? Sarilla asked instead of answering. I thought you were the bastard of Winterfell. If only it were the truth, I murmured. Sit down. Let's drink some wine. I think I drank too much for tonight, Sam said. It was so uncomfortable sitting next to Sir Loras Tyrell. He looked at me like he would kill me at any moment. I believe the renowned Sir Samwell Tarly the Red would be able to defend himself, I replied. So will you tell me, how in the Seven Hells have you become the king of the Seven Kingdoms? Sarilla asked. If only I knew, I said. I am a son of Rhaegar Targaryen and Lyanna Stark. My uncle Eddard Stark had taken me as his bastard to protect me from Robert Baratheon. Sounds more like a fairy tale, Sarilla commented. I know, I agreed, and then took documents from my drawer. But these documents prove that Rhaegar had married Lyanna before my birth, making me his true-born son. This is Diary of Septon Maynard. Sarilla picked up a book. So, it is true, Lyanna Stark married Rhaegar Targaryen. The Roberts' rebellion was fought over a lie. Don't I know, I groaned. My real father and siblings died because of me. You were not even born when they died. Sam quickly came to my defense. It is unfair to blame you for their deaths. Tell that to Prince Oberyn, I replied. My father will hold a grudge against you, but he knows you are innocent. He might be mean to you, but he is loyal to his family, and Ariane is loyal to you. My father won't cross a line. Have you not been at the court? He was baiting me to insult him, I told her. And Ariane insulted him instead. Ariane will be able to handle my father. You don't have to worry too much. I will trust in your words. I felt relieved at her words. Anyhow, tell me, how did you become an acolyte? I thought only men were able to do so. Well, I wanted to learn, and those old fools couldn't tell I was a girl with a simple disguise. Seriously? I asked in disbelief. What about Maester Marwyn? He might know, but if it doesn't involve magic, he won't care. What kind of person is Maester Marwyn? I asked, wondering. He is eccentric, but he is very knowledgeable. He has traveled the world and knows what he is talking about. Why is he called the Mage? Samwell asked. Well, he dabbles in the magical world too often, and other maesters don't like it. No other maester wants to believe in magic. I saw Stannis Red Priestess turn into dust when her head was cut off. I saw executions before, and that wasn't normal. I saw a shadow with Stannis' face kill Renly, Samwell added. It seems I will have to talk with the Magi, murmured. You should, Sarilla told me. He claims that the dragons have returned. Dragons? I asked. What is the world come to? Soon I will hear that the White Walkers have come back. Your Grace, the guard knocked on my door. Maester Marwyn and a man from the Night Watch want to see you. They say it is an emergency. A man from the Night Watch. I got a bad feeling, a horrible feeling. With a nod to Sam and Sarilla, I left my chambers and went straight to Maester's chambers. Sarilla and Sam were close behind me. I only hoped that my words didn't jinx anything. The Lion of the Night's Watch. Jaime POV. The first thing that greeted me when I left the ship was the cold. White Harbor was pretty far south in the north and was cold there already. Here on Eastwatch by the sea, the air was freezing. Once a gust of wind touched me, my skin became numb. We didn't even stay a night in Eastwatch. As soon as we ate, we were pushed into carts on the way to Castle Black. 24 of us were going there. Others would be left in various castles on the way. I couldn't even look out the window to see the glorious wall, as it was too cold. Of course, I knew long ago that the Lannister men would be divided into various groups and left in different places, so we would not be able to work together. From the behavior of the people around us, I could tell there would be no kindness for us. The people here were like the lands around them, grey. They didn't hide their dissatisfaction with us. I will have to accept that I will die freezing my balls on the wall. Tyrion would laugh at my situation, so I laughed too. No one found any humor in my snickering, and my throat started to hurt from the cold, so I stopped. The cold freezes even the humor from people. Maybe that is why the Starks always have such long and stern faces. I didn't know if I should be happy or desperate at arriving at Castle Black. One on hand, I finally have shelter from the cold, even if it isn't for long. On the other hand, there won't be a chance to escape anymore. Not that there was a chance, to begin with. But if I was desperate enough, I don't think anyone would be able to stop me. Jaime Lannister, a gruff old man, greeted me once I left the carriage. Welcome to Castle Black. You won't find much gold there, and the red you see will be only blood. Then maybe I will make the castle red with your all blood, I replied. You can try if you can beat 1,000 warriors. If not, the only red will be your blood, the gruff old man responded. From today onwards, I am your commander, Gia Mormont. I heard of your skill with a sword, so I won't put you through training. Tomorrow morning you will say your vows. Rest for today. Once I entered the dining hall, the binding of my hands was cut. For a moment, I considered taking a sword and carving out of there. Yet where would I go? With me gone, Edmure won't have anything to bind him from killing Tommen and Myrcella. I will have to stay there and do as they wish with me. Sit with me, Lannister, a man my age told me. You are a Stark. Not many had such a long face, cold grey eyes, and brown hair. I will tell you now, once you say your vows, you will be a ranger. He dismissed my words and told me. More importantly, you will work with me. You don't have to watch over me, I said. I won't run and can take care of myself. Lannister's word means nothing here, especially yours, Kingslayer. If you say so. It seems that I will spend my days there quietly as possible. I don't think I will be in any position of power, especially when most of the men I see are from the north, the Vale, or the Riverlands. Every region has some reason to hate a Lannister, especially theirs. I wonder if I killed any of their family members, maybe brothers or fathers. Well, it didn't matter. The word has probably already spread of how we burned farms and let someone like the Mountain do as he wishes in their lands. I don't think I will be able to sleep with my eyes closed, especially if I don't want a dagger getting to my heart. Night gathers, and now my watch begins. It shall not end until my death. I shall take no wife, hold no lands, father no children. I shall wear no crowns and win no glory. I shall live and die at my post. I am the sword in the darkness. I am the watcher on the walls. I am the shield that guards the realms of men. I pledge my life and honor to the Night's Watch for this night and all the nights to come. I repeated the words as I was told. The essence of the oath was supposed to be an honor, duty, and sacrifice, yet I felt neither when I said those words. I wondered how many people here thought of honor, duty, and sacrifice. Probably not even one. Jaime Lannister to the Rangers. Lord Commander Jeor Mormont announced. Come with me. Benjen Stark, the first Ranger, told me. This is Sir Waymar Royce. You will be ranging with him for now. You will listen to his orders as he listens to mine and as I listen to Lord Commander. We won't tolerate disobedience. Yeah, sure, I replied. Benjen Stark looked at me with distaste and left me with a young man. I would keep my head down and listen to others, Kingslayer the boy told me. Is it an order? I asked. You think you are better than everyone else in here? You might be right, the boy told me. But out there, beyond the wall, you will need your brothers to survive, especially now. Why now? Come with me. I will introduce you to your other brothers, who mostly will come with us on our ventures beyond the wall. He ignored me and led the way. We left the church and went to the courtyard of the castle. I saw as boys trained with older men. I noticed that most men are taught in groups of 3 or 4. Every group was balanced. Where there were more robust men, there were weaker men in the same group. In the past years, there was an influx of men, but mostly they were old men and boys. They left their families not to burden them. Some of the older men are veterans of at least one war, so they know some skills. The boys are mostly useless when they come their way, Waymar explained. Still, more than half are put as stewards and builders, so they aren't useless completely. The ones who make rangers are put into the more experienced teams and have to work themselves to their skill. You think I will need to work up to your skill? I asked with a snort. None of them could even touch me. I heard about you, Kingslayer, the boy said. The best swordsman in the 7 kingdoms, at least until Lord Edmure Tully defeated you. And he is about 10 years younger than you. Do you want to test me, boy? I am skilled, but I know my limits. He didn't rise to provocation. You don't need to prove anything. Most of the men here know of you and your skill with a sword. But you know nothing of what is beyond the wall. You don't know the cold or the terrifying nights. You wouldn't last long alone beyond the wall. I would suggest that you listen to us and learn from us. I snorted at his words. There was nothing for me to learn from a boy like him. I was taught by the best about swords and war. He thinks too much of himself if he believes he can teach me anything. Soon enough, he will understand that too. We arrived. Kingslayer the boy stopped in front of 2 men. This is Will, a good climber and scout. This one is Guard. He was a ranger for 40 years. He will teach you the best if you want to learn how not to freeze to death. A man barely older than you and a scrawny old man, I commented. Don't say they are the best the watch can offer. Lord Commander thought that you would think like that, so he already gave us a mission, the boy said. Rest for tonight. Go to Donal Noe, the blacksmith of the Night's Watch, and collect your weapon and armor. We will leave tomorrow morning. I wasn't there even for 2 days and would have to leave already. It was clear Lord Commander didn't want me here. He was mistaken if he hoped I would die to some snow and wind. The cold won't stop me. The Lannister gold is colder than anything they've seen. The clothes and armor were a bit loose. When I complained, the one-armed blacksmith laughed and said I should be grateful that they weren't too tight. The sword was barely passable for castle-forged one. I had to sharpen it myself. The food was bland, and the beer was too watery. The bed was hard as a rock. I hope you rested well. We will ride for the whole day, won't stop to rest till the night, Waymar Royce told me. This will be your horse. What is our mission? I asked, trying to hide my irritation. We will check on the outposts beyond the wall. Some have gone silent. What will we be looking for? Wildlings are expected, the scrawny old man said. But we should be prepared for worse. Worse. White Walkers, Will the climber answered me. And Snooks and Grumpkins too. I asked with a laugh. Don't try to scare me with fairy tales. A year ago, I would have said the same, Waymar replied. But now, there are things that are impossible to explain. More and more rangers have gone missing. The wildlings seem to be running in fear from something that even they can't explain. Those wildlings are probably tricking you all, so you would be too afraid to go on the ranges. If only that were the truth, but it is hard to believe when wildlings disappear from their campsites and villages, Waymar replied. Why is it so hard to believe? Because they leave behind their clothes, weapons, and food. God was the one to answer me. All of these things are scarce. Some would risk their lives to get them, so it is hard to believe they would leave them behind. I didn't ask anything else and just rode behind them. They were superstitious. I was afraid that they would jump every time a wind would howl. I would have preferred if I traveled with Benjamin Stark than these scaredy cats. I would instead go alone. I didn't need anyone. The Black Cloak. Jamie POV. The cold was unbearable. The wind bit my skin like a vicious beast. Even under a heavy black cloak and fur covering my body, the cold still found its way to my skin. It was hard to breathe. If I breathed through the nose, it would start hurting. My throat ached, breathing through my mouth. I was amazed by my companions. I could now acknowledge them, even if I didn't like it. They didn't seem to mind the cold that much. Truly nothing could have prepared me for this. It still wasn't even winter yet. I didn't know how I would survive then. We should reach the next outpost soon, Kingslayer Waymar Royce said. Try not to freeze to death till then. I am fine. It is nothing. Sure, and your shivering is from excitement, Waymar laughed. In the first month, I was surprised about the cold here. It can get pretty cold in the mountains of Vale, especially the winds. They are harsh and vicious as shadow cats. Yet it still didn't prepare me for this. You still were better than Kingslayer. We didn't need to light so many bonfires for you. By now, every wilderling knows of us, the old scrawny guard said. It's been a month. He should have gotten used to it by now. To be fair, it is getting colder each day, and it is his first time so far north. You can't expect more. I said I am fine, I said before they could continue talking about me like I wasn't here. Waymar and Will laughed at me, while Guard only grumbled. I am still a Lannister. I won't be complaining, no matter how hard it gets. Even if this past month was probably the most brutal in my life, being a prisoner wasn't so bad. Still, I refuse to show any weakness. We arrived, Waymar said. Finally, the Kingslayer can stop breathing so heavily, it gets annoying, Guard complained. I tried to breathe more quietly, but it was impossible. Each breath I took was painful and always felt like it was not enough. Only now, after a month, I realized how powerless I was. I enjoyed King's Landing's warmth too much, for too long. Let's go, I said as I couldn't wait to cuddle near the hearth. Wait, Waymar stopped us. There is no smoke. What does it matter? I asked in annoyance. It is already evening. Even if they don't need to warm themselves, they should be cooking dinner. Yet there is no smoke, Waymar explained. Prepare for a battle. The wildlings might have taken the outpost. Damn it, a fight isn't something I wanted now. My muscles were stiff from the cold, and I could barely feel my fingers. It was probably the first time in my life that I dreaded a fight. There was no way I could win against even inexperienced warriors, and I heard that the wildlings were great warriors. I don't see anyone, Will said as he climbed off his horse and drew his sword. They might have seen our fires and are preparing to ambush us, Waymar replied. Or maybe they took what they could find in the outpost and ran away. Either way, we should proceed with caution, Guard added. Kingslayer stays with the horses. We don't want them to run away if they are spooked. Or being stolen. If it were any other situation, I would have bashed his face for even suggesting for me to stay. But everyone knew I was not in the condition to fight right now. I hated myself right now. It was the same hate I felt when I had to leave my children to Edmure's will. The powerlessness gnaws deep inside me. Come, Kingslayer. It was intense minutes as I watched them getting closer to the cabin. It was a relief when they called out for me. It seems there won't be any fight for now. Getting inside the cabin, the first thing I saw was a body. From the black cloak, I could tell he was a man of the night watch. So, the wildlings already left, I commented. Help me, Waymar ignored me and started to undress the dead man. Are you mad? I asked. There is no blood on him, Waymar said and opened the man's chest. Something is wrong. Look at a stab wound, yet there is no blood. The wound froze, Will said. Find the others. There should be at least 3 more. Guard and I left searching nearby but found nothing, no bodies or horses. Guard pointed out that no traces were left coming to the cabin of leaving it. The wildlings rarely would cover their traces, and if the rangers ran away, there should be left something. The body is at least a couple of days old, yet I don't see maggots, and it looks like he died recently coming back to the cabin, I heard Waymar's comment. Then how can you be sure it is a couple of days old? Will asked. The food, it was left unattended. He pointed to the table where the half-eaten stew stank awfully. We could not find anything, no bodies, not even any signs of fighting, Guard reported. Waymar suddenly got up from the body and looked around the cabin. He went from one corner to another, picking up something. While he did so, I went to the hearth and started to make fire. The night was descending, and it was becoming intensely cold. Kingslayer, Waymar called out. I started to hate him calling me so. Do you know of anything that could shatter a castle-forged sword? Shatter? I asked. A hammer or a mace might break a sword, but I never heard them shattering swords. A Valyrian sword, maybe. But even then, it would be a stretch. Then how do you explain this? He asked and showed us pieces of the blade and a sword hilt. Cold, Guard soothingly said. I heard Noi saying that if steel freezes, it can shatter into tiny pieces. Was there a night so cold recently that it could freeze a sword to such a degree? Waymar asked. If there were, the Kingslayer would have already died. I hated how right Guard was. So, what could do something like this? I asked. I heard White Walkers carry swords made of ice, Will replied. Waymar, we heard of the rumors recently. It could be them. Again, with this nonsense I couldn't take it anymore. The sword might have been already heavily damaged and not taken care of. A wildling might have hit the sword from such an angle that the sword shattered. Maybe Waymar didn't agree but didn't disagree either. We will stay for the night, and with the sun, we will leave for the wall. Guard, can you ride to the outpost we were previously and warn them of what happened there? Alone. I don't like it, Guard grumbled. You are the most experienced ranger of all of us. I can only trust you with this. I will take the body to the Maester Eamon. He might find something that I could never. It will take a long time for us to reach the wall with the body, I said. Sorry, Kingslayer, your training is over, Waymar said. We will ride day and night if it has a clear sky. So, rest as much as possible tonight because you won't have another chance in some time. Shit, so this was only training for me. I hated that I couldn't refute his words. It was better to swallow my pride for now and rest as much as possible, as Waymar suggested. I will suffer on the way back, which I was sure of. Should we set a watch? Will asked. No, we need to be well rested tonight, and whoever attacked this outpost has not returned for days. I will stay until the hearth is burning well, Guard said. Now I regret Lord Commander's decision to set out these outposts. Craster could not be trusted anymore, Waymar said. Who is Craster? I asked. A wildling that we used for information about the wildlings, Guard replied. Benjen Stark doesn't trust him anymore, so he advised Lord Commander to set out outposts beyond the wall. It was a brilliant idea as we got more information than ever. With the resources we have given in these past few years, we can take more risks, Waymar added. If you weren't suffering so much from the cold, you would have realized that we came to check on these outposts and gather information of what they know. I didn't reply, as I remember them talking about the sightings of the wildlings, but I didn't care to listen more. But from Guard words, I could gather that Benjen Stark was second in command after Lord Commander. Once I would probably have killed myself rather than serve under a Stark. Now I was happy if I didn't fucking freeze to death. I woke up in the middle of the night. Damn the cold. I swear it made me piss every couple of hours. The fire in the hearth was still smoldering, so I added more wood and let it go ablaze. I get as much warmth as possible tonight. Nobody was on the watch tonight, as Waymar thought everyone should rest as much as possible. When I stepped outside, I almost tripped over the body of the man of the night watch. It was left out not to bother us inside, yet it still managed to bother me. The black cloak covered his body. Like me, he was a brother of the night watch, yet I still find it hard to hold on to the same sentiment. I only have one brother. Even if he was only half the man, I cared for him more than I would care about any of them ever. I wondered what Tyrion was doing now. Maybe he was happy to be the heir to Casterly Rock, finally. Father can't deny him now. Nobody will get me out of this service. Father might have hoped that he could make me retire from Kingsguard, but now I was stuck in this cold for the rest of my life. I walked a bit away from the body to take a piss. I laughed a bit, remembering how Tyrion boasted that he would piss off the world's edge. And now I am pissing beyond that edge. Damn, I hope Tommen and Myrcella are fine. I hope that Cersei is missing me as I am missing her. After I was done, I walked back to the cabin. Yet I stopped by the door as I noticed that the body was gone. I quickly took out my sword, fearing wolves had taken the body unbeknownst to me. A cold chill settled as I imagined a pack of wolves watching me. Quickly returning to the cabin, I was ready to wake everyone when I saw a man standing over Waymar and strangling him as he gasped for breath. Without hesitation, I stabbed the man in the back and pushed him away. Waymar, are you all right? I checked on him as he was catching his breath. Behind you, he said between hard breaths. I quickly turned around and found the man on his feet. He cast a shadow on us. Were wildlings so hard to kill? Again I stabbed him, this time right through his heart. The man fell towards me, and I let out a sigh. Yet the relief was short-lived when the man grabbed my neck and lifted me into the air. What kind of strength could a man have to lift me with one hand? And most importantly, why isn't he dead yet? When I saw his face, I understood why he didn't die. He was the dead man from the night watch we find in this cabin. Before the man could crush my neck, guard tackled him to the ground. I fell on my back, and Will helped me get up. Guard didn't last long on top of the man as he was pushed away. Waymar took my sword from the man's chest and cut his arm off with a mighty swing. Yet it was not enough. With the other hand, the man grabbed Waymar by his head and smashed him against the wall. What in the seven hell's going on? I took my sword from the ground by instinct alone and cut the man's head off his shoulders. I screamed in horror as the man, now without his head, turned to me and tried to grab me. Will came to my rescue, shoving a burning log at his chest. Guard took another log and did the same, while Waymar held the headless man, not letting him escape the fire. Soon I joined them and pushed the now burning headless man out of the cabin. Breathless, we watched as he burned. Nobody spoke, but horror in our eyes said everything. As his burning body stopped moving, we breathed a sigh of relief simultaneously. Turning back, I went to pick up my sword. I would never sleep without it ever again. The second time in my life and the same night, I screamed in horror when I saw the dismemberment head still moving its jaw. Waymar quickly ran up to me and became stiff at the sight of the head. Guard and Will took their swords and went to stab the head. Wait, Waymar stopped them. Take a sack, and put the head inside. We are bringing it back to the wall. I am not touching it, even if you tell me I can leave the watch afterward, I said and backed away. Waymar, the bravest man I ever met, took a sack and put the head inside it. I missed my home when the most I had to fear was the king finding out about Cersei and me. I had never experienced so much stress, and everything else in my life now looked so simple and peaceful. The anguish of a lion. Kevan POV. 2.5 years. With the family, the servants, and the guards, we have resources for 2.5 years to survive. Casterly Rock can hold on for only that long. After that, I didn't know what would happen. Tywin should need to return with an army to bring back the family from this ruin. He told me to trust him as I had trusted him all those years, yet I had too many doubts this time. Even if he brings tens of thousands of sellswords, the Riverlands alone could defeat us. The news of King's Landing burning made it even more stressful. What was Tywin thinking? Even if we won all the coming wars, the Lannister name is tarnished forever. We are nothing but murderers now. Father, a raven came. My boy Martin came to the Solar to deliver a letter. It was a short letter, but it said everything it needed. Golden Tooth has fallen. Lord Edmure Tully now had a direct supply chain from the Riverlands. Even a fool would know where he is going next. By now, the world has learned of Edmure Tully's command capabilities. I was starting to feel anxious. Will I be able to hold Casterly Rock? There was no instance in the known history of Casterly Rock being taken. Not by force, at least. I shouldn't doubt myself, yet a foreboding feeling stayed with me. If I lose, the Lannisters' name will disappear into the annals of history. And only be remembered for our crimes. I was too wearied already. I didn't know if I could handle a prolonged siege. But I had to protect my children and Tommen and Myrcella. Tommen was crucial for the restoration of the Lannister rule. He is the king now that Joffrey was executed. He is the only hope we have. Yet Tommen was a king with no kingdom to rule. In the eyes of everyone, he was nothing but a boy, to some even a bastard boy born of incest. It was hard to rebuff that statement. Even the children thought it was true. I started to get lost and could not find a way to restore our family. Everything was crumbling before my eyes. Edmure Tully has arrived with an army behind him. I did everything I could to prepare for the siege. Bows and arrows were made, and jars of oil were designed. Food and water were secured, yet looking at the army of the Riverland, I only had doubts about my victory. I could only hope to last long enough for Tywin to come back. Father Lance, my firstborn, came to me. Lord Edmure Tully has requested a parley. I will agree, I said. I didn't know what I hoped for this parley. There was little hope that Lord Edmure would give me anything advantageous. It was just a formality, and I had to uphold it too. A lion stands proudly. My brother has said it many times. No matter what, a lion stands proudly. Lord Kevan Lannister Edmure Tully greeted me. His red hair was menacing. His blue eyes were piercing. Lord Edmure Tully, I greeted him, trying to hide my discomfort. I will offer you mercy if you surrender, he told me, even if he knew my answer. I can't do that. Casterly Rock stood for thousands of years and will stand for thousands of years to come. It will, Edmure agreed. But not in the hands of a Lannister. Surrender now, and I will allow you and your male Lannister's relatives to serve at the wall. There is no hope for you to win. I could not deny him. Even if we hold for a year or two, what then? No matter how big the host that Tywin brings will be, it would never be big enough to defeat the rest of the Seven Kingdoms. Still, I must stand my ground and do my duty as a brother, a father, and a lord. House Lannister will not surrender, I told him. So be it. But remember, it is you who forsaken the lives of the children. As Edmure Tully rode back to his camp, I saw his red hair flutter in the wind. His hair reminded me of blood, and I could already see blood scattering in the halls of Casterly Rock. I knew that Edmure would not show any mercy to us, not after what happened to King's Landing. Father, what should we do? Lancel asked when I returned. There is nothing for you to worry about. Casterly Rock won't fall. I will do everything to protect it. Not just because Tywin wanted it, but because it is my home too. There are only two paths to take for Edmure to take this castle. The first was to climb the stone hill this castle was carved into. The other was to force themselves through the tunnels of the mountain. Both paths were dangerous for him, but he probably will use both approaches simultaneously to pressure me. The tunnel is narrow, so not many men can enter it at once. Stonehill is steep and tall, so it will be hard to climb and hide from my archers. I can do this. I have to protect my home. Seeing Edmure's men carve their path up the hill was not surprising. They didn't try to scale the stone hill all at once. Little by little, they hammered iron spikes to hold on rope ladders. It was hard to hit them with arrows or stones as the hill was too steep to aim at them accurately. Most stones would bounce off the mountain before they reached them and only hit those at the bottom. In the past few weeks, my confidence has returned. I could confirm that Casterly Rock could still stand against any force. I will not let it fall into anyone's hands. For my and my children's future. For our family's future, I can't let it fall into Edmure's or anyone else's hands. For tonight I returned to my bedchambers. Tomorrow I will have to keep watch on the enemy's actions. I could tell from the battering rams that they were planning to force their way through the tunnels. Just as I was prepared to sleep, someone started to pound the doors of my chambers. "What is it?" I asked, tired of sleepless nights. "My lord, there was a fire in the granary." Hearing those words, I quickly put on some clothes and ran out of my chambers. Food was most important in these times. I already had a hard time trusting my men. I dismissed everyone that had not grown up in this castle or served for decades and had some affinity with us. But it would be hard to guarantee their loyalty if they start starving. Arriving at the granary, I was relieved that the fire was put down quickly and not much damage was done to the food. Still, I was furious at the guards that let something like this happen, but when I ordered to find them, they were nowhere to be seen. I sent men to search for them in all the castle, but they could not be found. They disappeared like they never existed. It was impossible. Someone was covering for them. They might have started the fire accidentally, and the guards were afraid of punishment, so someone helped them to hide. After all, if we could destroy the whole city with 500,000 innocent people in it, there was no doubt what would happen to the traitors. As I thought, I should be worried the most about the men inside the castle than the ones outside. For now, I could only double the guards. It would be fine as long as the situation didn't repeat itself. 3 dead in the past few days since the fire in the granary. All of them were found in their beds. They were killed while they slept, and now my men couldn't sleep at night. Some started talking about the ghost of Lan the Clever, saying the actions of Tywin angered his spirit, and he returned to punish the rest of them. It was impossible to stop these talks. It started to become increasingly burdening for me to handle everything. I could fight against an army, but what do I do about ghosts? I could do nothing even if I knew it wasn't the truth and someone had betrayed me. Suppose I was interrogating my guards one by one. It would only anger them more. I needed to find evidence before I accused anyone. If I am wrong and the killings continue, the men would blame me for killing the innocent and worry if it was their time next time. I wondered what Tywin would have done. Would putting them in fear of me work? Another 2 fires, one in the kitchen and another at the armory. Neither did much damage, but they were just distractions. Once the fires were put down, I sent men to search for culprits, but what they found was my son Lancel naked. He was just out of bed, yet his neck was cut open. When I saw his body, I almost collapsed. Martin and Willem, my last 2 sons, had to hold me. They helped me to cover Lancel's body. I stayed for the rest of the day by his side and prayed. "Why, my son? They have gone too far." Before the day could end, a messenger came to me and informed me that the Riverland host wanted another parley. I barely had any strength to attend it, but I had to do my duty. At the bottom of the stone hill, I met not with Edmure Tully but with Sir Patrick Mallister. "Tell me your demands." I didn't have the strength to greet them. "It is the same as before," Patrick Mallister replied, not interested in formalities. "Surrender, and the male Lannisters will be given the option to serve at the wall." "So, nothing has changed from before?" I asked. "No, now we are almost at the top of the stone hill. Look up." I did as he said and saw rope ladders hammered into the hill. Another week and they would reach the top. I was so preoccupied with the inside of my home that I didn't even realize what was happening outside. Was it time to give up? At least my remaining sons could live on. But what kind of life do they have at the wall? They won't be trusted to take high positions with a tarnished name. They would only struggle and freeze to death. "Exile them from Westeros," I said. "Let them take a ship to Essos, and I will surrender. And let them return in 5 years with sellswords to seek vengeance." "I don't think so. They will make an oath." "How many did the Kingslayer make? How many did he break?" Patrick Mallister asked. "Then there is nothing for us to speak about." I returned to my son's side. I could not leave him, not for tonight, at least. "Tywin, what do you want me to do? I can't even protect my son. How could I preserve your legacy?" It was all over. We have failed. I stayed by my son's side into a deep night. "You should have accepted the offer." I heard a voice in the dark. "It was you, the one who did this." "Yes, I gave you more than one chance to surrender, to spare your children. Their blood is in your hands as it is on mine. I should have known you would find another path, Lord Edmure Tully. Kill me, but I beg you to spare my children. They are all I have left. It is a sad fate, he said. But you have no one but yourselves to blame. I will marry your daughter Janie to my youngest, so he can claim Casterly Rock. It is up to your sons for them to survive. So, Aslan, the clever took Casterly Rock, the history repeats, you will do it too. What now? Kill yourself and leave a letter for your children, he said, and threw me a dagger. If your sons don't surrender, I will kill them. Then there won't be anyone who can lead the defenses. Tell me, how did you get into the castle? Let's just say I had to crawl through shit. I did as he said. I wrote my will to my remaining sons to surrender and took the dagger. I did not doubt that Edmure could kill me and then kill my sons after. I have lost from the beginning. The least I could do was atone for Tywines and my mistakes. I only hope my children live long enough for people to forget about our crimes. The King's Dinner. John POV. I read the report from Lord Edmure Tully, informing me that Casterly Rock has fallen. Tommen and Myrcella Waters were taken as hostages, and most Lannister males went to the wall. I should be happy about this news, but the head at the table of Grand Maester Solar didn't let me. What should I do? I asked the head, and its eyes moved toward me as if hearing me. It did nothing but give me nightmares. For now, only me, the Maester, Sam, Sarala, and the men of Night Watch knew about it. I was hesitant to tell anyone else about it. Panic would bring nothing good, but I knew this had to be my most important task. I needed to prepare if the legends about the Long Night were true. For now, I had the Maester pore over the libraries of Red Keep and ask for more information from the Citadel. I should wait for Lord Tully before revealing it to others. The lords of the small council should know first. Then I should gradually disclose it to others. I knew that my enemies would use it to hurt my rule if I handled it poorly. Your Grace, you are still here? The Maester asked when he came back. Did you find anything? I perused some old books and scrolls, but so far, I couldn't find much. Even though the library of Red Keep is expansive, it doesn't have many old books. I mean books from 1,000 years ago. I already told the Citadel that the young king wants to know about the Long Night and asked them to send all the books here. It seems that all we can do. I would like to advise you to ask about these books from Winterfell, one of the oldest castles, and I heard their library has many books, even from the Age of Heroes. You are right. If anyone has the answers we are looking for, it would be Winterfell. The wall itself should have more information too. It was only a matter of digging the old books out of the dust. There was nothing else I could do. Not long ago, I, like everyone else, thought of something like that to be only a legend. At best, a distant past that was better to be forgotten. Yet it was time to remember that time. You look tired, Your Grace, my soon-to-be wife, Margaery, commented. You should eat more. It is said that a healthy body is a healthy mind. Thank you for your concern, my lady. I will make sure to eat plenty. It was just another dinner with the Tyrell family. I had to have good relations with every one of them. Sir Garland was likable, so it wasn't hard to befriend him. The problem was Lord Mace Tyrell. I couldn't stand him. He was everything I didn't like about Southern lords. His boasting was the worst. Lady Olenna Tyrell rarely shies away from stating her opinions about anything. It wouldn't be a problem, but listening to her spiteful words often made me awkward. Sir Loras Tyrell was another problem. It seems that his hatred for Sam didn't lessen at all during the time he was here. What is there for the young king to worry about? Lady Olenna said. He has so many lords to care for everything he needs. Not many are capable of doing what I need, I replied, glancing at Lord Mace Tyrell. I have to worry that they don't cause more trouble. I ended up looking at Sir Loras Tyrell. I am sure they are doing the best they can, Margaery said. If gods are willing, I am sure your problems will be solved in no time. Speaking of gods, Sir Garland, how is the situation with the faith? I asked. I can't stop people from listening to the sermons of the Septon. And what do the sermons say? That base-born shouldn't be trusted. They are born of lust, lies, and weakness. So, they are treacherous and wanton by nature, I finished Sir Garland's words. I heard it many times before. What did you expect? Was there a bastard king before? Of course, the faith would not accept it so easily. Mother, His Grace G. Harries isn't a bastard. Lady Ailary Hightower defended me. People don't forget so easily, dear Lady Olenna commented. They still remember our king as the bastard of Winterfell and nothing more. Yet, they forget that there was a king who established rule over the Riverlands for 3 centuries. I remember Benedict Rivers founded House Justman, I said. Sir Garland, how do the Septons manage to gather so many people to their sermons? Food and clothing, he replied. And where do they get it? Speak with Lady Orianne and find it who provides the faith its resources. Will do, Your Grace. Lady Margaery, I heard you have given away food leftovers from Red Keep to the homeless and those in need. I just wanted to be of help. And I thank you for your hard work. Would you mind going to the small folk camps and handing out more food, clothing, and medicine? Of course not, Your Grace. It is too dangerous. Mace Tyrell interrupted me. Gods only know what could happen to my daughter if those uncouth people tried something. Especially when they are concentrated in these camps of theirs. Father, I have Loras and a dozen more guards to watch over me. No, I agree with your father, Lady Margaery, I said. I will give you more guards. Your Grace, any more armed men and people will start to fear me. They will pretend to be your servants and help you with your work. Agree with me. I can't risk my soon-to-be wife's life. I had to add the soon-to-be, so they wouldn't get themselves over their heads and remind them that this title still can change. Very well, Your Grace. I will speak of how kind and generous you are. I thought it was a family dinner, not a small council, Lady Olenna stated. Now, I don't want to hear more of your work. Who knows how many times I would be able to enjoy a family dinner in my old age. I listened to her words and didn't speak more about any tasks. For now, I was satisfied that I managed to get an opportunity to set some spies into House Tyrell's entourage. I had to keep a close eye on them and their activities. Another day and another dinner, this time with Martells. It was a smaller family but probably more dangerous. Prince Oberyn Martell didn't hide his dislike for me. Lady Orianne hid her emotions too well. I couldn't tell what she was thinking behind that smile of hers. The saving grace I had was the children of Orianne and Edmure Tully. Neither Oberyn nor I could disagree with them. If they asked something, we had no other choice but to answer them. So, most of the evening was spent telling them stories of our battles and feats. If we started to get into more gruesome details, we would feel the fierce eyes of Lady Orianne upon us. I still can't believe I ever feared Lady Stark back in Winterfell. Lady Orianne was way more terrifying, and she did nothing but smile. That smile would give me nightmares. What happened to the Mad Lion? Gerald Tully asked. Did father defeat him? Which Mad Lion? Oberyn asked. The king beheaded the little bastard Mad Lion, the Mad Lioness poisoned herself, and the old Mad Lion ran away with a tail between his legs. Your father is now fighting the rest of the lions in the Westerlands, I told the children. When will he return? Elia asked. When he defeats our enemies, Oberyn answered. But there are so many of them, Elia complained. There is always an enemy that father has to fight. My dear Lady Orianne took Elia and sat her on her lap. Your father is strong and will soon defeat all the bad men, so you must be strong and wait for him. Fine, Elia grumbled and took an apple pie. Will you ride a dragon? Axel asked me. Will you take me with you to ride a dragon? Me too, both Elia and Geralt added. Now, you all know that no dragons are left in the world, Orianne told them. I promise that if I ever ride a dragon, I will take you with me, I said, and it was enough for children. After that, dinner went on quietly. With children listening to Oberyn's stories about his journey to Essos. At the same time, I talked about the North, Winterfell, and the Wall. Soon I started to tell the stories about the long night that old Nan had told me when I was a child. But now, it wasn't easy to speak about knowing that those stories might be real. Father told me that the children of the forest joined hands with the first men and, with obsidian blades, defeated the others. Then the giants built the wall, and the children of the forest enchanted it with magic. And after hearing about my stories, Elia started to tell what she knew. And Brandon the Builder established the night watch I finished for her. You know a lot. Father said you can learn a lot from legends, Elia replied. No, he said you can learn a lot from history, Axel told her. No, legends. History. Soon the children started to fight about who was right while Gerald took all the sweet rolls from the table. When Elia and Axel saw what Gerald was doing, they began to fight over the sweet rolls. While watching the children fighting, Ariane tried to calm them down. Something came to my mind: obsidian blades. I remember hearing about them before. Realizing I had something to work with, I excused myself from dinner and went straight to the Maester. At last, I had a place to begin my research. If there is some truth to the legends, then the obsidian blades are the answer we are looking for. I still remember what Joran from the Night's Watch told me. That the man was dead before finding his body. He rose at night and attacked the rangers. After stabbing him many times, the man didn't fall. They defeated it only after cutting its head and burning its body. So far, the only thing that could kill the dead was the fire. Obsidian, otherwise called dragon glass, is found mostly on volcanic places like Dragonstone, the Maester Marwyn explained. I can see that it might work. The White Walkers are created from ice and cold. So, logically fire and heat would make their worst enemies. What about Valyrian steel? Sarala asked. It is hard to say. The Valyrian steel didn't exist in the Age of Heroes. At least it was not called Valyrian steel back then. I heard a legend about Azor Ahai and the Lightbringer, Sam added. Maybe we should look into the Lightbringer. There are plenty of legends. It is hard to tell which one comes first, the Maester replied. Still, so far, the safest way to kill those abominations is fire. No wildfire. The city had just started to be rebuilt. I will not let wildfire enter anywhere near it, I said. Work on obsidian and try to uncover more about the legends and cover that head. It creeps me out. I left the Maester to his work and returned to my solar. I have written to Rob and explained the situation. I hope the war with the Greyjoys will end soon, and Rob could focus on strengthening the wall. I turned to the reports on my table and started to read them. Lady Ariane worked fast and delivered me people who worked with the Septons. Reading her information, I realized that it was the merchants that helped to supply them with the resources they needed. Not waiting for anything, I called out from Sir Garland. You called me, Your Grace? Sir Garland asked. There are the names. I want you to raid their homes and ships. What pretext should I use? Tell them they are suspected of slavery, I told him. Tarnish their reputation with the small folk. So, they are the ones supporting the faith. It will be done. I will let the word spread that Septons uses their merchandise and has helped them. I will be counting on you. It was time to do something about the faith uprising. I could not let them set up a militia of their own. First, put their reputation into the questioning. If the Septons are deemed to do something heretic, all their words about me or my rule will be considered nothing but hearsay. Set sails. Edmure POV. 20 warships were all that was left of the Lannister fleet. Even after seizing 36 merchant ships, it was not nearly enough to do anything. I could do nothing but wait for the Red Wine fleet to arrive at Lannisport. Seaguard and the North have about 100 warships combined, and with 200 warships of the Red Wine fleet, it should be enough to take on the Iron Islands. I wanted to be done with them fast. Winter was coming, and some enemies were still in hiding. For now, I could do nothing but organize the loot of the Casterly Rock and Lannisport to be transported to Riverrun and King's Landing. With the gold my campaign to the west earned, it would be enough to rebuild a portion of King's Landing. Maybe the Greyjoy revolt would bring some good things. It wouldn't be hard to convince the rest of the kingdoms to annex the Iron Islands to the north without it. At the same time, the Riverlands can take the northern part of the Westerlands. Then Stormlands could be taken as new Crown lands, and the Marches would be a good gift for Dawn. First time in 300 years, the Seven Kingdoms will face such changes. No, it might be the first time in its history. The Riverlands and the North will become unimaginably stronger, as will the Crown lands. I only hope that Tyrells won't ask too much in exchange. So far, they have done the least for the war and get to marry the king. They should be satisfied with what they got. I have sent the Hound to take care of all the small houses scattered in the Westerlands. I do not doubt they will all surrender now that Casterly Rock is mine. As I watched the sunset over the sea, I started to think of my family and how much I missed my children. After this is over, I should spend more time with them. A drink. Patrick walked up to me and offered me a bottle of wine. Lannister sure knew how to enjoy themselves. Best what Arbor could offer. You always knew when to offer me a drink, I replied, smiling, and took the bottle. What are you thinking about now? The past, the present, and the future. Of everything, you mean? Patrick asked. I always said you should relax more. The Westerlands are ours now. There are still the Iron Islands left, I said. And soon they will be gone too. But it is funny that we are returning to the Iron Islands after all those years. Do you think they have already forgotten why you are called the Redfish? If they did, then I will remind them. I stayed with Patrick talking about nothing and drinking until nothing to drink was left. I enjoyed the moment. It was hard to find a peaceful and refreshing evening such as this. I enjoyed it so much that the next day I woke up on the streets of Lannisport. It was embarrassing to wake up being guarded by 5 knights of the Riverlands. They just laughed and said they didn't want to disturb my sleep. Sometimes I never want to wake up, as, in my dreams, I live a peaceful life. Yet sometimes, I don't want to sleep, as, in my nightmares, I see a never-ending night. Now I am looking at the Red Wine fleet sailing to the port. 200 warships and twice that number of smaller merchant galleys and cogs. It was an impressive fleet. So, there they are, Patrick commented. Will you wait for your hound to come back? There is no need, I replied. My sword is cutting down the last resistance in the Westerlands. Then we should prepare. And so, we prepared. Men started to line up by the port, awaiting the ships. Weapons and food were delivered and ready to be transported to the ships. Part of the Red Wine fleet will go a bit north to take the men of the north. I decided to strike and take control of some ports in the Iron Islands now. The information I received from Rob told me that most of the men of the Iron Islands were driven out of the north, so now they should be returning defeated and tired. Their morale would be at its lowest. There won't be a better time to strike than now. We had enough ships and men. There was nothing to be afraid of. We should go, I said when the first ship landed. I think that is Lord Paxter Redwine. Patrick pointed at the freckled and orange-haired man who climbed down the ship. Let's go, I nodded in agreement and walked to the man. Lord Edmure Tully, I presume. Lord Paxter Redwine, it is good to see you in good health. I should thank you, Paxter said suddenly. Thank me for what? I heard you were the first to storm the Red Keep. My sons were held hostage there. If not for you, they might have died. I only did my duty. I have heard of hostages kept in the Red Keep, but I didn't care for them as I had to worry about other things. Now, let's talk of the blood we will need to spill in the Iron Islands. I want honor, not blood, Lord Tully, Lord Paxter replied as he led us to his ship. Everyone wants honor, Lord Redwine, but not everyone is prepared to pay the price for it. And what would that price be? Iron price. We will pay the iron price for our honor, I told him. Now, the day has just begun. We should prepare to set sails as soon as possible. I didn't want to waste more time than needed. I wanted to be done with it as soon as possible and return to my family. I was ready to spill some blood for the honor. Land and power were just something that just came with honor. Hey, Ned would probably curse me for my thoughts about honor. Asher POV. Where it went so wrong, from the start of the campaign, taking lands off the north was a mistake. Of my 30 ships, only 25 returned. It could have been worse. Of Uncle's Iron Fleet, only about half are left. Who could have known that the western shore was so well protected? The fleet my father worked so hard to prepare was mostly gone. Our raiding wasn't a surprise for the north, with towers built to oversee the sea. We shouldn't have thought that the north was unprotected. It had enough men to defend until more came. And more came. We couldn't even set foot into their lands properly before they were upon us. Rob's wolf probably ate all those left behind in the north. Well, our time was coming in too. The news of the Red Wine fleet moving has already reached us. Now is only a question of how much time we have until combined forces of the Riverlands attack us, the north, and the Reach. Take the ships and leave, Asher. Uncle Roderick Harlaw suggested. The old man was the only one who cared about my safety. And leave my father, my mother. I would run away like a coward. There is nothing you can do, and we still don't know what happened to your brother. He might be dead by now. Take your ships and leave. Go to Essos, find a better life there. Who will follow a craven woman? I asked. Sensible men will, Uncle said. When the Redfish comes, he will not let you live, Asher. He will kill all of the Greyjoys. At least it would help if you survived. Do it for me, for your mother. For the Iron Islands. I will return, I said, grinding my teeth. I knew it was the only choice left for me. I will not let the Greenlanders rule the Iron Islands. I will return, I promise. I will be waiting. Damn it all. I never thought a day would come when I needed to run away from home. I needed to convince as many men as possible to run away with me. Tristaifa will listen to me, and Carl too. But for how long? Will they listen to me when we arrive in Essos? If they see a weakness in me, I will be done. Well, it was no use thinking about it now. I needed to act. I didn't know how much time we had until the Red Wine fleet came. If I wanted to slip through them, I needed to act now. Tristaifa was the first one I found after leaving the 10 Towers. He was one of the few I could fully trust. Asher, are we returning to Pike? No, we are leaving the Iron Islands. What? Triss asked, shocked. Gather everyone. I will tell them that we are leaving for Essos. Triss was still shaken a bit about my decision, but in the end, he nodded and left to do as I had tasked him. For now, I should spend some time with my mother, as I am sure I won't see her once I leave. Maybe I won't see the Iron Islands ever again. 19 ships is better than we could have expected, Carl the maid commented. I suspect few might leave us on the way to Essos, though. It is fine, I replied. We rebuilt our fleet and returned stronger than ever. After all, what is dead may never die, but rises again stronger and harder. Triss finished my words. We can sell our services as sell sails. After gathering enough gold, we could buy more ships and men. It will take years, Carl responded. Even if it takes decades, I will return to take what is rightfully mine, no matter what. And we will be with you, Triss replied. Good, set sails while the wind is on our side. Set sails. Carl delivered my orders to the rest of my men. The Black Wind and 18 more ships left the Iron Islands. Damn that Redfish, damn the North and the 7 Kingdoms. I will return one day and repay you all with the iron price. With so much iron that none of you could ever be able to hold. Return of the Redfish. Edmure POV. The wind ruffled my hair as I ate an orange. Hundreds of ships surrounded my own. Well, it was Lord Paxter's ship, but mostly my men were on board. The weather was excellent, the sun warmed me, and the wind was refreshing, yet I was tense. The Iron Islands aren't far away, and I predict that before we reach them, we will be intercepted. You are worrying again, Edmure Patrek said next to me. I am not. I am anticipating. Anticipating what? Patrek asked. Ships on the way. A voice was heard through the ship. This I said and then turned to the one shouting. How many? Scores. Give me that. I took a far eye from him and climbed the mast for a better view. 70 to 80 warships, my guess would be on Iron Fleet. Victorian Greyjoy, huh? Patrek commented. Most likely, I agreed before walking to Lord Paxter, who came out of his cabin. Lord Paxter, order the other ships to surround the fleet. I don't want any of them escaping. Already on it, Lord Paxter took a cage with a colorful bird inside and set it free. Once the other captains see the bird, they will know what to do. Good, look for a large ship with a ram. It should be Victorians, I told him. It is better we face him rather than any other ships. My ship is biggest with most men, Paxter Redwine agreed. It will bring honor to my house to defeat Victorian Greyjoy personally. He is a tough one, I don't doubt your skill, but it would be better to leave him to me, I said. My Valyrian sword will cut through his armor without a problem. I know my abilities well, Lord Tully. He is all yours. Our fleet dwarfed theirs. While our sails covered the sea in various colors, the Iron Fleet covered the sea in only black. Soon, the sea will take on their bloods red. After dressing myself in my full plate armor and fastening my sword and dagger, I walked to the front of the ship and looked for my prey. There he comes. It seems that Victorian wants to take on the biggest ship, 2 Patrek said, pointing to the ship coming straight for us. Archers prepare, Lord Paxter yelled. Draw, aim, loose. Shields, I cried, shields up. After our arrows hit their ship, it was our return to receive some back. It was a greeting between us, as only a few men got shot. As we both approached, I backed down and embraced for collision. The Iron Victory hit us fast and hard. The Ironborn jumped on our ship quickly, but they saw my sword first. My sword moved faster than the Ironborn, cutting through their armor. Yet, it was only the beginning, as one after another of them jumped to kill me. My shield blocked their axes and sword, but my shield didn't last long before it was dented and finally broken. After I lost my shield, I had to go on the defensive and block attacks with my sword. There's your shield. Patrek shoved a shield into me as he stabbed the one I was blocking with my sword. You always lose yours. You know me well, I replied, and kicked one man who was after Patrek and cut down the other who tried to kill me. Stay back. There comes Victorian. It wasn't hard to notice him. He stood above the rest, walking towards us. His massive steel axe chopped down everyone who tried to stop him. He looked like an armored bull. He was breaking the men in front of him. That was until I stood before him. You are the fish, aren't you? The man was as tall as I asked. Yes, I am the fish that will devour the kraken, I answered, and stabbed him without waiting for anything. He blocked my sword with his shield as I blocked his axe with my own. He was physically stronger than me, but I was sure I was the smarter one. As we stood at a standstill, Victorian pushed me back a little. I dropped my sword, quickly took my dagger, and went for his eyes. He had no other choice but back off. I used it and bashed my shield at his head before stabbing my dagger at his left shoulder. I left the blade inside him. Picking up my sword before Victorian could do anything, I once again stood before him. Maybe he was angered, or he usually is reckless. He threw his shield at me. I bent down to dodge the shield and then used my shield to press close to him. While he batted my back with his axe shaft, I stabbed his legs with my Valyrian sword. As I was about to stab him again, he punched my sides. Even though my armor defended me, it still hurt like hell. You are a brave one. I will give you that, Victorian said, and rushed at me again. Once again, I blocked his axe with my shield. At least I tied as his axe broke it, and I was pushed back. He tried to reach me with his axe, now that I have no shield. Yet my sword had a longer reach, so I stabbed him into the chest and then pushed my sword with all my body through his armor and ribcage. Victorian head-butted me when I came close enough. I let go of my sword that was now stuck inside him and fell to the ground with my head ringing. When I came to it, I saw Victorian raising his axe again, but he was too slow. I managed to roll out of his reach and stood up. You were a brave one, too, I said before I kicked his hand. Victorian didn't have the strength to hold on to his axe, so he dropped it. With all my power, I grabbed his steel axe and swung it at his head. Through the helm, the axe went, splitting his skull into two with his brain matter splashing on my face. The battle was almost over when I got the blood and brain out of my eyes. The Ironborn were defeated. It wasn't a surprise as we had more men, and with their leader dead, their morale quickly fell. Seeing me covered in blood, those still alive decided to jump into the sea. The Redfish has returned for your sorry asses, Patrek announced next to me. Clean the deck, and burn the Ironborn ships, Lord Paxter yelled. The whole battle of the fleets was getting to an end. The Red Wine fleet surrounded the Iron fleet and filled them with fire arrows, firstly burning their sails and then boarding them. Few ships managed to escape, but it was an overwhelming victory. The Iron Islands showed themselves not long after the Battle of the Fleets. We didn't have a chance to rest, but everyone knew we needed to push forward, so no one complained. While other ships split to sail to the other islands, Lord Paxter and I sailed to Pike. Lord Sport would be the most challenging battle. There wasn't a particular plan in charging into Lord Sport. While we still didn't reach the land, the men let loose arrows at whatever they could hit. I knew that the first encounter was most important. I needed to pierce through their defenses if I wanted to set the town aflame fast. "Prepare the horses," I ordered as we landed. Every ship had half a dozen of horses for knights. Rain was with me, too, so once we landed, I ordered the archers to support us while knights pushed through the defenses and the rest of the men set their position to invade the land safely. "Your shield, my lord," one of the men gave me his shield. It was already the third one I had today. My arm had become quite numb from using it so much. After the battle, I would need to see a healer to see if I had not cracked my bone or something. I hopped on Rain and waited for the boat to get closer. "It is too risky to lead the men," Edmure Patrek advised. "Once we pierce the defenses, I will fall back," I promised. "If something happened to you, I would have to flee to Essos or face your wife's wrath," Patrek said. "So, don't die." "Hey, you too," I replied, and just as the boat hit the ground, I jumped to the front. Rain, my faithful old companion, carried me to the land where I faced the first man standing before me. My lance sent him flying as it did to the next one. Rain pushed forward, knocking down anyone trying to stop me. My lance only broke at the fifth man. Then I drew my Valyrian sword. Dozens of knights followed me close behind. Soon we broke through, and it was time to rely on the rest of our men to set their positions and support us before we were overwhelmed. Lord Paxter didn't disappoint me as he quickly came to help us out. As I promised to Patrek, I fell back. When most of the men came to the land, I ordered them to start storming Lord Sport. The town didn't last long on the onslaught of thousands of Greenlanders and was soon set ablaze. I showed no mercy and ordered the ones running to be killed before they reached the castle of Pike. "Lord Sport is ours, my lord," Lord Paxter reported. "Good. Set up the camp and prepare to siege Pike. The Seastone Throne will be destroyed soon enough." I didn't rush to storm Pike. The men were already tired and not prepared to storm the castle. Even though I didn't want to waste time, I knew when to slow down. First, we needed to secure a camp, then build tread buckets to destroy the walls. I will not risk my men's lives needlessly. "Patrek, take some men and secure the town. Tell everyone that if they wanted to live, they better stay in their houses. Make sure to discipline our men if they start robbing and raping. We are not Ironborn, and I will not tolerate this kind of behavior." "It will be done," Patrek said. "After seeing you split the head of Victorian Greyjoy, not many will dare to defy your orders." Finally, after a long day, we could rest. The men quickly brought out the supplies from the ships and set out to build tread buckets. Paxter took control of organizing the operation while I went to a healer to check out my arm and see that none of the cuts I received would be infected. I started to regret leaving Edmund back at Casterly Rock as I took off my armor. My arms barely had the strength to hold onto my plate and chainmail. I could only drop it all to the ground and leave it here for now. It was too burdensome to set it neatly somewhere. As I walked to the healer, I thought of the past. It has been 10 years already since I came to these islands and earned my title. It was such a long time, yet I could still taste the blood and flesh in my mouth. It never left me. Lord Tully the healer greeted me when I arrived. "My left arm is numb," I informed him. "And my back hurts quite a bit. I only noticed the pain in my back once I removed my armor." The healer started touching my arm and back, checking where it hurt. In the end, it wasn't anything serious, but the healer advised me to take at least a few days of rest. I agreed as it would take time for tread buckets to be built and for the siege to begin. "I will ensure the Iron Islands don't forget my name this time. I will make Haverfear reaving. They will not set foot in our lands for centuries to come. Balon Greyjoy will regret setting his sight on the Greenlands. This time not only will his crown be crushed, I will execute him personally." The Drowned Crown. Edmure POV. It wasn't my first time in the siege, so I knew what would happen by now. The other islands have reached a standstill, as only the Lord Castles stood before our victory. I have ordered most men to come to me in taking Pike and only leave a bare minimum to keep the watch over them. I wanted it to be over as soon as possible. The men quickly built tread buckets, and finding good rocks wasn't difficult, so now all left was to break the walls of Pike. Once the walls fall, the rest wouldn't be too complicated. At most, they had 1,000 men inside. I was sure that, Slowly but surely, we would be able to take it. Even if I wanted it to be done fast, I was realistic and didn't see a reason to sacrifice men if not necessary. My lord, a fleet is approaching, a messenger reported. With what banners? Banners from the Riverlands and the north. Couldn't you say it for a start? You almost scared me to death. I thought we were attacked from behind. My apologies, my lord, Sir Patrick Malister has ordered me to say it like this. Damn him, it's fine. I patted the messenger's shoulder as he looked nervous. Can you wait for them to land and lead Lord Stark to me? Of course, my lord, it would be my honor. Good, now go. Patrick was getting bored, not doing anything for the past few days. I will have him patrol our camp at night. I will see how he messes with me then. Good thing I enjoyed preparing for siege and didn't find it as tedious as Patrick. Maybe I was not too fond of unexpected situations, so I tried to eliminate them as much as possible. I didn't watch as the host from the north arrived. I was busy looking at our logistics. It would be bad if a storm hit, and we wouldn't be able to get food for my men. I ensured that medicine, weapon quality, and quantity were up to standards. I despised those who stole the resources reserved for soldiers the most. So, I ensured everything was in order and checked on officers regularly. My lord, Lord Stark wants to meet you, the guard outside my tent informed me. Let him in, I said. Uncle Ed Muir. It has been a long time. Rob didn't look like the boy I remembered him to be. The wars had been hard on you, Rob, I said after hugging him. To you, too, Rob said. I heard what you have done in the Vale. You did well. Thank you, uncle. Did you hear anything about Littlefinger? I asked, as I was too busy to inquire about the information on the Vale. He has not returned home. It seems the wildlings attacked him on the way. How is Lysa doing? Last time I saw her, she was hysterical. Mother is worried about her and little Robin. Cat should be worried about herself more, I said. How has she been? Mother tries to look strong for children's sake, but I see her eyes being red from time to time. What about you? I will manage. My father's remains are now resting in the crypts. Good, I didn't want to probe him further. Is that ice on your back? Yes, at first, I wanted to leave it at home, but ever since I held the sword, I couldn't let it go. It felt like I would be too defenseless if I did so. I know the feeling, I said. And from what I heard, you used it well against the Ironborn invaders. I barely got a chance to fight them, Rob laughed. When I arrived at the western shore, only a few places had Ironborn left. They didn't expect such fierce resistance. Fierce and swift, I agreed. Still, I am now worried about the north part of the north. Wildlings. It seems so. When I returned to Winterfell, dozens of reports were waiting for me. Lord Commander Giamormont lost too many rangers. He will do a ground ranging before considering sealing the entrance for the winter. Remind me, how many men does the wall have? 6,000 of now, but only half have skill in fighting. At least, that is what Lord Commander has reported to me. If the situation is so dire, it is better to finish this war fast, I replied. We already started the siege. Once we break the towers and at least one wall, we will storm Pike. Good. I need to prepare for the winter. One last thing, I said before Rob left. Next time, don't let hostages go. I don't know what you are talking about, uncle. I am talking about Theon. He escaped. I know he wouldn't have done so without your help, I told my nephew. I could find him and get him killed no matter where he is, but if you believe you did the right thing by letting him go, I won't do it. He is my friend. I couldn't kill him while looking him in the eyes. So, I believe what I have done was the right thing. If Theon doesn't do anything stupid, I won't touch him. Thank you, uncle. I could only hope that this decision doesn't bite me in the ass later. Theon wasn't someone I was overly concerned for. After I finish the Iron Islands, I will have to concentrate my resources on Varys and the Golden Company. Hearing that the walls started to struggle, it won't be long before I had to fight the White Walkers. Before that happens, I don't want anyone to strike me from behind. I watched as the last watchtower shattered under the volley of rocks. With the successive few volleys, part of the wall crumbled to the ground, The North went on first, as they weren't too happy to miss the first day of battles. I let them as I saw no reason to deny it. As the path to Pike was cleared, I stepped forward with my men. The hardest part of the siege was entering the castle, as its long, narrow halls didn't let us use our number advantage. Some men started to scale the walls on my orders, putting rope ladders to climb through the windows. Arrows rained on us non-stop, but we were well armored, so it wasn't challenging to block the arrows. The layout of Pike was a nightmare for a siege. Every part of the castle was separated. First was the gatehouse. The men from the north bravely took it without much difficulty, even if some were riddled with bolts and arrows. Yet it was only the start. Pike had 3 towers on each side, and they stood on individual islands only connected by a rope bridge. We had no choice but to divide our forces and take the towers separately. Good thing it didn't rain today, as nobody would like to walk through a slippery and unsteady bridge above the sea. At least the major keeps of the castle were connected by a great stone bridge or stone walkway. Yet they were well defended. Arrows and bolts would pick out my men one by one. Men with pikes would stop our advance. But most of my men were now seasoned veterans who knew when to hold their shields up. They weren't reckless, and neither did they fear a few injuries. We pushed our way forward, gutting and killing everyone who stood before us. It was one of the bloodiest battles. The Ironborn proved their worth by not going down quickly. They fought with nails and teeth. Yet no one could stop my sword from carving my way. That was until we reached the last tower, the sea tower. Uncle Rob was blooded and breathing heavily. "This is where Balon Greyjoy is." "Yes, he wasn't found in other keeps," I replied while we looked at the tangling rope bridge leading to the sea tower. "Should I go first?" "No, the bridge could break if too many walked at one time," I said. "I will go first with 2 men and secure the other side of it." Once we traverse, it sent men of 3 at the time. "You sure, uncle?" "Yes, give me a shield," I replied and ordered one of the knights. Fastening the shield on my arm, I slowly walked on the rope bridge. A few archers tried to hit me, but my shield blocked their arrows. I didn't rush it as I was afraid that the madman that was Balon Greyjoy might cut the bridge down. With one hand, I used my shield to block arrows. With another, I gripped the rope of the bridge. Ultimately, we managed to get safely to the other side of the bridge. There we were, awaiting a few spearmen. I deal with them efficiently, blocking their spears, punching their faces, and covering my gauntlets with blood. I didn't even have a chance to draw my sword once I crossed the bridge before they showed up. Once the end of the bridge was secured, the rest of the men slowly crossed it. I waited until a dozen men came before entering the tower. It was a big tower, and there were few men. I only needed someone to watch my back while I cut my way to the top of the building and burst through Balon Greyjoy's solar doors. "Balon Greyjoy," I greeted the old man who sat behind his table with a crown on his head. "King, I am a king." "And who are you?" I asked another man who was inside the solar, ignoring Balon. "I am Damfair, the priest of the drowned god." "Do you want me to kneel as Robert did before you?" Balon asked. "I am curious," I said. "What did you expect from your actions?" "I expected freedom. Nobody is free in this world." "I will not tell you to kneel as you would try to do something as stupid as this once again," I said. "A traitor like you won't be expected to serve faithfully anyway. You can kill me, but I am no traitor. I don't serve the new boy king. I don't serve any king for me to betray them." "Good for you," I replied, taking the crown from his head. The priest tried to jump on me with a small dagger, but I easily evaded it and hit him with the crown in my hand. I hit him once, then twice, then thrice, and then a few more times before his face was nothing but a bloody mess. The crown in my hand was dripping blood. "I will give you a merciful death," I said. "Bring them outside." My men quickly apprehended the 2 brothers and dragged them outside. I looked at these pathetic and ambitious men who took too much pride in themselves and their traditions. Then I looked at the waves crashing at the white-colored base. I grabbed the priest first and threw him to the sea below. "I let your God take you, that all the mercy I will show to the like of you," I said before doing the same with Balon. "And take your crown with you." And that was the end of the Greyjoy War. The king drowned with his crown. It was poetic in some way. I was sure there would be some songs depicting my actions. I wouldn't want the Iron Islands to forget why I am called the Redfish after all. Back to Dawn. Edmure POV. After the fall of Pike and the Greyjoys, the rest of the islands had no other choice but surrender. Hostages were taken from every house, minor or significant. Some would go to the north, some to the Riverlands, and few to the Reach. Of course, I took the most spoils of this war. Now all that was left was to send a report to the king, who would determine the fate of the Iron Islands. Robb took a portion of the longships left in the Iron Islands, and with the help of Seaguard's fleet, he returned to the north. I asked Lord Redwine to sail my men back to the Riverlands while Patrek and I took a couple of his ships to sail to King's Landing. If the winds were kind, I could still get back to King's Landing before the wedding of the king. I wanted to visit Dawn while the opportunity was still presented to me. I had many things to discuss with Prince Doran Martell. Patrek, the free spirit he was, didn't want to return home just yet, so he volunteered to come with me. I didn't mind as he was good company, and I won't have much to do while sailing. Too bad I couldn't leave just yet, as I had to send letters and wait for responses. While I stayed in Pike, I ensured the Iron Islands wouldn't have the power to threaten the rest of the kingdoms for a while. Leaving just bare minimum ships, so they could trade, ensuring that a significant portion of iron would be sold to the Riverlands every year. I wanted them to be dependent on my fertile lands for their livelihood. Making deals with the most houses to buy food from the Riverlands. The Reach will be furious once they find out, but they can't force trade when I take advanced pay. No matter what prices the Reach might want for the Ironborn to buy food from them, they won't have enough to pay. My lord, the preparations are done, one of my knights informed me. We can leave at any time. Good, but we will wait for a few more days till I get the letters I am waiting for. The Redwines left long ago. The islands didn't have enough resources to supply their people and a foreign army. Lord Redwine didn't have a choice but leave after the fighting was over and the Iron Islands surrendered. For now, I made Lord Harlaw the Lord of the Iron Islands, as he is head of the most powerful house right now. Still, he has to report to Robb and the king regularly. In the days I stayed in Pike, everything went smoothly. The Lord of the Iron Islands has resigned to their fate, even if they had few complaints. I got confirmation from the king that he agreed to annex the Iron Islands to the north and make Robb their Lord Paramount. I have also been noticed that Myrcella and Tommen Waters had been settled in Riverrun. A few letters arrived from Arianne informing me of happenings in King's Landing and asking when I would return to her. She tried to guilt-trip me by mentioning how my children missed me. The tactic worked, and after leaving few instructions to the men who would be left to watch the Iron Islands, I took the 3 ships left for me and my knights and started to sail. So, do you think we will be on time for the grand wedding? Patrek asked. If no storms stop us, then yes, I replied. You sure you didn't want to return home to your wife? She is in King's Landing by now, by my father's side. Too bad I missed the childbirth. It has been so long already. I asked. She should be giving birth at any time. Hoping for a son or daughter? I asked. Son, my father should feel reassured that he has an heir worthy of his seat with my son and stop pestering me. You will never grow up, I said with a smile. I rather become a slave than take on rulership. I have seen how many hours you spent at your table reading and writing. I would die of boredom. I am the hand of the king. I have many duties and responsibilities. It wouldn't be so bad for you. Still, bad enough for me not wanting to take any part in it. Ha, you never change, do you, Patrek? As you can talk, Patek laughed back at me. This journey reminds me of the past. Such as last time after the Greyjoy Rebellion, we sailed to Dawn. Maybe we will participate in some tourneys on the way, as before I said. Who would dare to fight you? I pretend to be a hedge knight. Nobody will know me. I like what I hear, a hedge knight winning the tourney. Then revealing to be the hand of the king, Patrek snickered. Or you will lose and try to hide your identity, not to embarrass yourself. I wonder how many lords would come to me to offer to serve them. I asked, imagining the horror on their faces when they discovered who I was. The old men would die out of the shock. Then I would have done the most heinous crime of the 7 kingdoms. Don't worry. The wall is always looking for recruits. If I go to the wall, I will take you with me. Patrek and I laughed about the stupid scenarios we came up with. The winds were kind, and it didn't take long before we reached dawn. The sight of the endless deserts reminded me of the first time meeting Oriane. It was a simpler time when I was so sure of myself. When I thought the world was in my hands. Sunspear has changed a lot since the last time I was there. The shadow city built against the walls of the old palace had become more immense. The harbor was livelier and more extensive, and more ships could be seen going in and out of the port. I still wouldn't call it a city, but it was getting close. The city was a labyrinth. Without a guide, I would be lost in it before I could reach the old palace. Some guards sent by Prince Doran led us. He had expected us and prepared to welcome us. Too bad he couldn't leave the palace himself as his health didn't let him. The guard leading us informed me that Prince Doran was waiting for us. Shops and inns became more frequent as we closed into the old palace. I noticed many horses in the stables, not Dawn Sand steeds, with long necks and narrow heads. These horses reminded me more of the Reach. Before I could question the guards about it, we arrived at the old palace, the seat of Martells. Lord Edmure Tully, it has been a long time since we met. Doran Martell greeted me, sitting in his wheelchair. It has, I agreed. So long that I could not remember Willers Tyrell living there. I am just a guest. I didn't expect to meet him there, of all places. We can talk more inside, or do you want to rest first, Edmure? Doran asked. Patrek and my knight are exhausted. They would be grateful for soft beds and hot baths. It will be provided to them, and they can join the dinner. Doran has become old beyond his years. He had more white hair than black. I could see his eyes narrow at the pain he constantly felt. I kept silent about Willers Tyrell for now. But I would have to ask about him when we are alone. I didn't particularly appreciate that I didn't know that he was here. I had forgotten how spicy the food was in Dawn. The Dornish wine was too sour to my taste, but they were rich in flavor. Prince Doran fed us and let us roam as we wished in the old palace of the Shadow City. While my men enjoyed themselves, I met Doran in his solar, with only Hotter guarding us. What is Willers Tyrell doing here? I asked what I had in my mind since coming here. To mostly pressure me, Doran replied. After the new king has been crowned, Willers decided to come to me. Why? Because your plan worked. The king you wanted is sitting on the Iron Throne. The Tyrells want assurance that they can keep their power. They are marrying into the crown. What else do they want? Alliance, Doran answered. Willers is still not married. He seeks a Dornish wife. You don't have any more daughters, do you? I asked. No, but I have sons, and Willers has cousins. I hope you will reach a good arrangement. Thank you. Now would you tell me why you have come to me? The king has decided to give the Dawn the Dornish Marches if you help him to take control of the Stormlands. The Marches lords of the Stormlands have the strongest castles in all of West Eos. It won't be easy to take them. That's why the king asks only for help. He will send Oberyn with a sizable host to join your host. I don't think many would try to fight to the end, but it was decided that if you can keep the Lords of Marches on a leash, the king will annex these lands to Dawn. What will happen with the rest of the Stormlands? They will become the Crown lands, under the king's direct control. You will face many oppositions, Doran said. Even so, it is better for the future. There is no Stormlord that can hold the Stormlands on his own. It is too good of a proposal to refuse, Doran agreed. I will prepare the host as soon as possible. Good, then I should write to the king. Will you stay for long? Why? Am I not welcomed? I asked jokingly. Well, don't worry. I will leave for King's Landing soon enough. After my talk with Prince Doran, it didn't take long for Willers to find me. The younger man acted courteously around me. He was talking about the past when I met him first and thanking me for the advice I gave him back then. To most, he might look dull and not assuming, but I knew he had a lot going for him. Have you heard of the Mother of the Dragons, Lord Edmure? As we talked, he asked suddenly. No, I have not been able to get much information as of late. I need to confirm, but it seems that Princess Daenerys is still alive and has hatched 3 dragons. How likely is that to be the truth? I asked, feigning ignorance. I was surprised he had gotten the information faster than me. Who knows? But if that is the truth, it is good that the king is now a Targaryen. Otherwise, I would fear what would have happened to us all. I could tell he was testing me to see if I knew something. But his words only revealed that the Tyrells have a good information network. Maybe better than my own. Once I return to King's Landing, I will have to allocate more resources to expand my network. Information was a powerful weapon, and I didn't want to lose it. For now, I will rest here for a few days before leaving. I was pretty sick of sailing and wanted to enjoy the sturdy land. I also wanted to know Willers better. Sansa was of marriage age, and I wondered if he could be a good choice. The Tyrells might distance themselves from me from the previous actions I took, but I wanted them to be close so that I could watch them. The silence. Edmure POV. I enjoyed the Dornish food. The spices always brought something new and unexpected. While I enjoyed my lunch with Sir Willers Tyrell, Patrek was preparing the ships to leave. The wedding of Jaehaerys and Margaery was coming soon, and I should attend it as a hand of the king. Willers seemed to enjoy the food too. As we ate in silence, I looked at Doran Martell's sons, that sat at the dinner table. Quentyn and Tristan didn't look alike at all. While Quentyn was the oldest, he seemed as naive as his little brother. Doran didn't attend the dinner as he was resting at the water gardens. It smells amazing. Patrek broke the silence as he came in and sat in front of me. Too bad I still am not accustomed to the spices. Have you finished with preparations? I asked as Patrek poured himself a cup of wine. We can leave at any time. It saddens me that you must leave soon, Willers commented. What about you? I asked. Aren't you going to your sister's wedding? I should, but I can't, Willers replied. I have a lot to do at Highgarden. Afterward, I will come to King's Landing. I will be awaiting you. Quentyn and Tristan weren't very comfortable around us. Even though I was their good brother, they barely knew anything about me. The age difference didn't help, as did Oberyn's open dislike of everyone who isn't from Dorne. So, when they finished eating, they quickly left. I should take Tristan to Foster at Riverrun soon. It should deepen the relations between our families. Prince Doran didn't show up to say his farewells to me, but he gifted me plenty of Dornish wine and oranges to enjoy during the journey. Patrek was happy to have more wine, while I enjoyed oranges, especially the fresh ones. As my 3 ships left the port of Sunspear, I enjoyed the view of the city in all its glory. Soon enough, we were sailing too far to see the land. Patrek was already enjoying the Dornish wine, with a few sailors joining him. Of course, it only took one look from me to send them back to work. A few of my knights awkwardly took away the wine from Patrek, who came to me to complain. Why do you have to torture me so, Edmure? Patrek whined at me. It isn't even midday. You are setting a bad example for the rest of the men, I explained to him. But there's nothing to do, Patrek cried. Have an orange and enjoy the wind. If I let you do as you wish, I would have to bring a corpse to your father. I don't want him to look at me with eyes of disappointment, I said. But it will take at least a few weeks to get to King's Landing. Exactly, and if you keep drinking like this, there won't be any wine left by the journey's end. Fine, I will only drink when you are not looking, Patrek responded. What was that? I didn't quite hear it. Patrek quickly ran away from my stare. I was getting worried about him. He drank and joked more than usual. I thought sailing for a bit would clear his mind and let him relax, but it seems he only settles at the bottom of the wine barrel. All I could do for him was stay by his side until he put himself together. The burning of King's Landing still was on his mind most of the time. It was a silent night when I found Patrek feeding the hawk he gifted me when I left Seaguard from my fostering. Styx was probably tired of being locked inside his cage, and even I felt sad for the bird, but if I let him go, he would fly back to King's Landing, where his partner stayed. Styx is still young. He shouldn't be caged up like this, Patrek said. When we return to King's Landing, I will let him fly as he likes. Good, I have decided to return home after the wedding, Patrek suddenly said. Only now did I realize I have a child I had not had a chance to see. My wife will probably kill me. You will be fine. I still remember when you slept with her sister. Jenlin almost has your balls cut off. Hey, I was drunk, and Jane looks just like Jenlin. It wasn't my fault. To Jenlin, it didn't seem so. Damn, if I didn't need an heir, I would be done for. Even my father couldn't save me. He could, but I don't think he would want to. He loves Jenlin as she is her daughter. Maybe I shouldn't return. I am useless to both of them now that I have a son. I wouldn't be surprised if I were disposed of. Don't be dramatic. Your son is not even a month old. Jenlin wants her child to have a father. That's what I am afraid of. I don't think I will be a good father. You will be better than me, I told him. You will return home and spend your time with little Edie. You will play with him, tell him stories and teach him how to use a sword. He will grow as a good man and feared for his sword skills, respected for his honor, and envied for his good luck with women. He will grow to be a great lord. A lord I could never be. We stayed in the cabin longer, discussing the future and reminiscing about our journeys and battles. In the end, we played a game for every time we helped each other. We would drink a cup of Dornish wine. We both were dead drunk by the morning. Neither of us could get up for the rest of the day. I will never drink with Patrek again. Only after 3 days did I get over the hangover. The banging of the waves against the ship didn't help my churning stomach. I couldn't hold anything in my stomach for days. Patrek wasn't in any better situation, but he got better faster. Still, it was nice to get drunk with my friend. My lord, the captain of the ship yelled out for me. Ships ahead. What banner do they bear? I asked, getting to him. My lord, it is Golden Kraken on the black field. How many ships? I asked, settling my hand on my sword. Dozen, at least, he said, and gave me a far eye to look for myself. The first ship sailing straight for us had a Golden Kraken on its sails. The rest ships didn't have any banners and didn't look like Iron-born ships. It could be remnants of Iron Islands or some lord wanting to get revenge on me. Or it could be anyone thinking we were an easy target. Yet I didn't believe it was a coincidence. Can we outrun them? I asked. By the time we turn, they would be upon us, my lord. So, the fight is inevitable. Yes, my lord. All hands prepare for battle, I shouted out my orders, and everyone started to run to put on their armor and swords. They outnumbered us 4-1. It will be a tough battle. The ships were getting closer, and by the time I wore my armor, it was obvious that they would intercept us. The first ships sailed straight to us while the rest encircled our little fleet. The wind was on their side, so they would catch up to us no matter where we sailed. Notch, aim, I yelled out orders as we were nearing each other. Loose. The arrows flew and hit the ship, but unsurprisingly it didn't stop, not even after a few more volleys of arrows. Patrek was next to me when the Iron-born ship rammed at us. Then men boarded our ship. They showed no fear as they rushed at us, but the weirdest thing was that they didn't let out a sound even when I cut them down. They would lose a leg or an arm and still wouldn't scream at the pain. Their silence was unnerving. My men started to lose morale when I killed the fifth silent man. Still, I didn't stop fighting and stood before my men. Using my shield to block an axe and then cutting the enemy's head with my Valyrian steel sword, I showed that there was nothing to be afraid of. We stood our ground until another ship rammed at us. While the men from the first ship wore black armor, the men from the second ship wore golden armor. Their fighting styles were different too. The ones in black fought, not caring if they died or not. There was no order. They just rushed at us. The men in golden armor fought orderly. With shield walls surrounding them, they pushed forward calmly. Soon we were overrun by them, surrounded by two sides, and a third ship was not far aiming for us. Yet I showed no fear and cut and stabbed anyone who got close to me. Arms, legs, and heads flew as they met my sword. The deck was red from all the blood. Edmure, this is bad, Patrek said, stabbing a man coming from behind me. It is, I agreed. What do we do? He asked. We fight, I replied. And we die, Patrek laughed. Then we will die together, but before, let's take these bastards to the seven hells. Everyone heard my words, and with renewed vigor, we pushed forward. With my lead, we put the men in black armor at the edge of our deck before starting to throw them to the sea. Patrek had my back and blocked the men in gold. As I was almost done with the men in black, a third ship rounded at us, and I could feel our ship sinking. As I thought, without me, my men are useless, I heard a voice. The new men came aboard our ship, and the battle turned from bad to worse. We were overwhelmed quickly, my men fell, unable to hold on for long. It didn't take long until only a group of us were left surrounded on the slowly sinking ship. Patrek was breathing heavily next to me. He as I was covered in blood and countless cuts. Lord Edmure Tully, a sweet, almost feminine voice greeted me. Varys, I recognized the man. And me, a man with black hair, blue lips, and one eye, announced himself. Euron Greyjoy at your service. Never heard of you, Patrek laughed. My family killed so many of you that it is hard to keep up. We only need Tully alive, Euron Greyjoy said. I knew I had no chance of winning, so I looked into Patrek's eyes and threw myself at Euron. Before I could reach them, I was cut and stabbed, but I ignored the pain in my last effort. Euron looked amused as he stopped my sword with his own. I looked at his eye before headbutting him in the head. It is futile, Euron laughed as he punched me. We shall see, Patrek yelled, almost cutting Euron's neck. Now, Edmure. With this distraction, I threw my sword at Varys, who stood a bit far away from the rest of us. A man got in between my sword and Varys. Not giving up, I pushed Patrek at Varys and tackled Euron. They wanted me alive, so I knew I could buy some time for Patrek. Patrek lost one of his hands before he managed to cut Varys. That's why I said I should do it alone, Euron complained as he threw me aside, of course not before kicking me a few times. Bring him to the warlocks. It would be troublesome if he died. What about this one? A man in golden armor asked, dragging half-dead Patrek. We were asked to bring only Tully, Euron said, picking up my Valyrian sword. The others can die. With one swing, he cut Patrek's head off his shoulders before throwing him at sea. I knew we would die, so it wasn't shocking to me, yet rage still gripped me tightly. So, with the last push, I threw men aside and rushed at Euron. At least I wanted to take him with me to satisfy my anger and hatred. But before I could take a few steps, 3 men tackled me to the ground and held me down. Darkest words. Ariane POV. I did not always have time to watch the kids play. Work increased with each day, but today was the first time my children were going to be taught by Uncle Oberyn. They were so excited that even I was curious to see them. Oberyn went easy. I still remember how he fought Edmure when he came to Dawn to propose to me. I could barely see Oberyn move then. His spear was like a snake moving on its own. I remember Edmure being defeated quite quickly, yet while others would have complained or whined, he only smiled and accepted his defeat. Now, it is said he is the best swordsman in the world. It is hard to believe that more than 10 years have passed since then. Now, Oberyn would move slowly and carefully. My poor redhead still couldn't catch even the shadow of Oberyn. Axel was already 6, growing taller each day. Oberyn had said that he had great talent and enjoyed swinging his wooden sword, but Geralt was a genius if Oberyn was to be believed. Both Axel and Geralt were running around Oberyn, trying to slash or stab at him. Oberyn would move out of the way and gently nudge them with his spear. At least they enjoyed it. Still, they were children, especially Geralt, who wasn't even 5 years old. It wasn't good for them to stay so much under the scorching sun. My lady, just as I was to call the boys to have rest, one of my servants ran up to me. The hawk flew in through the window bringing a letter. A hawk. It could be only STYX. I received a raven from Edmure a few days ago. It could be urgent if he had to use STYX. I took the letter from the servant's hands and unfolded it. The handwriting wasn't Edmure's. I read the letter gripping it with both my hands. They were the darkest words I have ever read. We are surrounded, no hope of escaping. Presumably, it is Greyjoy remnants. They have a dozen ships, unknown numbers. The chance of victory is slight. If you don't hear anything from us soon, presume we are dead. We don't have much time, tell my family I am sorry. Edmure loves you and proclaims you, Ariane Martell, the regent of the Riverlands, until Axel is old enough. Goodbye, Patrek Mallister. It was hard to breathe. My hands started to shake. I would have fallen if Oberyn didn't hold my shoulders. He looked concerned at me. I had to stay strong. Edmure wouldn't die so easily. I refused to believe it. Still, I needed to prepare for the worst. It wasn't just my husband who might be dead. Edmure was the Lord Paramount of the Riverlands and the Hand of the King. It wasn't hard to find the king. There were only a few places he could be if he wanted to stay reclusive. The Godswood was the most frequent place he would stay. The king was sitting under the heart tree. It wasn't a weirwood like in Riverrun but a great oak covered in smokeberry vines. Besides the king's feet, his enormous direwolf was lying. When I got closer, the white wolf looked at me with red eyes. The king, seeing his pet's movements, turned to look at me too. He put down the sword he was sharpening and stood up to greet me. I bowed to him before walking up to him. "If it is you who came to me, it must be urgent." Jaehaerys, the third of his name, said. I nodded and gave him the letter I had received. His eyes hardened after reading it, resembling cold stone. I let him have a moment to gather himself. He nodded at me and rubbed his hand across his pet's white fur. Ghost was the name of the direwolf. I heard it could rip a horse's neck and devour a man. Only Prince Oberyn knows of it besides me, I told him. I come here when many heavy thoughts weigh my mind, Jaehaerys said. It is the only place I feel small and insignificant. It helps me to make decisions. I would ask myself what Edmure would do. What would he advise me? You've been fine without Edmure so far, I told him. Maybe, but only because I always thought that no matter how much I fucked up, Edmure would be able to fix it. I was not too fond of it, but I accepted that I was still not good enough. Nobody is, and nobody will ever be. That's what Edmure would always say. It sounds like him, Jaehaerys replied. I'm sorry to show how pathetic I am, especially when you stand strongly before me. I only came to inform you, Your Grace. You don't need to mind me. The Greyjoy remnants. Could it be Asher Greyjoy? Maybe, but most likely, it is Euron Greyjoy. Euron Greyjoy. Jaehaerys wasn't familiar with the name. He was exiled from the Iron Islands years ago. Now he returns. He probably has Lord Edmure and Sir Patrek as his captives. He will try to negotiate with me about the lordship of the Iron Islands. Some time ago, I heard the news that a kraken was helping a dragon to the Iron Throne. A dragon. The only alive Targaryen besides me is Daenerys Targaryen. Does she want to challenge me, or does she not believe I am her nephew? She might refuse to believe. With what army will she try to win against me? Golden Company, I replied. I heard they were on the move, but I can't provide more details. Nothing is certain yet. Can you inform Lord Mallister? Jaehaerys asked. I will need to prepare for the small council. Very well. The king walked out of the Godswoods with his wolf striding behind him. It surprised me that the king would bring his wolf to the Red Keep. As long as I have been here, the wolf stayed in the Godswoods. I stayed in the Godswood for a while. It was quiet and peaceful. It let me collect my thoughts and push forward. Even if he is a Septon, he must follow the laws. The Master of Laws, Jason Mallister, could be heard arguing with someone in his solar. He will stay in the dungeons until his trial is over. But my lord, he is a man of faith and gods. He is a criminal that conspired with slavers. If he is innocent, he will be set free. Now be gone before I put you all with him. 3 men walked out of the Master of Laws' solar. From their robes, I could tell they were servants of the Seven. Since the merchants who supported the faith were raided, many were guilty of hiding their wealth and evading taxes. The worst were those who used the faith of the Seven to convince poor people to leave with them to Essos, where we suspected they were sold to slavery. Arianne, what brings you here? Lord Jason Mallister asked, seeing me. Don't get me wrong. I rather have you than those zealots of priests and deceitful merchants. I am sorry, but my visit didn't bring anything good, I replied and gave him the letter. Death. I was always worried about Patrek since he left with Edmure. I felt relieved when I heard that he is returning home from the Iron Islands, yet the gods aren't merciful. I am sorry to bring the bad news. It isn't your fault, Lord Jason Mallister responded with downcast eyes. Edmure is alive. Thank you for your kind words. It isn't just kind words. Patrek would die protecting Ed Muir, and Ed Muir wouldn't let his friend's death go to waste. No matter what, Ed Muir will survive and come back. What he said had some truth. Ed Muir wasn't someone to give up without a fight. I held no unnecessary hope that he would return soon, but I believed he was fighting to the end wherever he was. Nobody has brought him down, and no one will. It wasn't a blind belief. Ed Muir had proved to me that he was capable of everything if he set his eyes to it. I will inform Jenlin. You should rest, dear Lord. Jason Mallister touched my hands. You should be with your children right now. Leave everything else to me. Thank you, Lord Mallister, I agreed. All of my cousins, who arrived with Oberyn, stayed by my side. Oberyn was playing with the kids while I talked with my cousins. Nymeria was always graceful, with her straight braided long dark hair. Her lilac robes couldn't hide her beauty. Yet she was dangerous and deadly as her older sister Obera, who lacked the same beauty. Tyann was the most different from any of us. She had pale skin, golden hair, and blue eyes. She shares her father Oberyn's knowledge of poisons, her chosen weapon. Her soft pale hands were as deadly as Obera's calloused ones. Obera stood not far away, tall, and looked out for my children. I could trust all of them to protect my family. Tyann, I called out to my cousin. I want you to prepare an antidote for any deadly poison you know. You fear an assassination? Nymeria asked. To not fear would be foolish. The wedding will be in a couple of weeks. Something bound to happen then. The whole city will throw a festival. People will arrive and leave without notice, Tyann commented. There won't be a better chance for an assassination. I will see that nobody approaches the children, Obera promised. You don't have to worry, Obera. I will use all our forces in the city, I replied. Nobody will be able to come close to me or my family without me knowing first. I am most afraid for the king. He doesn't have a king's guard, Tyann said. No, he doesn't, but don't be fooled, he is a skilled fighter, and he has his wolf with him, I told them. Yet anyone can succumb to poison. That's true, Tyann agreed. I will prepare as much as I can. Will you tell the children? Nymeria asked. There is nothing to tell them, Ed Muir is alive, and we will be waiting for his return. They will hear it from someone else, Nymeria said. They will hear lies, I replied. I had other things to worry about, like how a Greyjoy knew where Ed Muir would be. It is hard to believe that they happened to meet in the vast sea. I would guess that Varys was working with them. His information organization was a mighty one. I did not doubt that there were still remnants in Westeros, even without him being there. I would have to use all the forces I have to find them. Ed Muir was captured and held by them somewhere. I will find them no matter what. If they were in Westeros, the Stormlands were the most likely place. If not, I will use everything to scour Essos. Pentos was involved in many ways with the merchants. It can't be a consequence. I will find everyone responsible or having any part in it. I will not show any mercy to them. Yet right now, the only thing I could do was to increase the number of my spies and investigate every rumor and anyone's suspicious movements. If Pentos is genuinely involved, I will let the city burn for its ambitions.